T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC. Go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. FAO, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
MC, I hear you loud and clear. 5 bytes. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Okay, let's go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now on SM. Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
speak of great heroic days of victory and might. I hold a banner drenched in blood. I urge you to be brave. I lead you to your destiny. I lead you to your grave. Your bones will build my palaces. Your eyes will stud my crown. For I am Mars, the god of war, and I will cut you down.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling some poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Man, happy birthday, Knobzilla. I can't even tell you guys, like, talk about like ADD kicking in hard this morning. He sent me this message like a week or two ago and said like, "Hey, can you play this for my birthday?" I was like, "Heck yeah, man, I can, sure, absolutely." So I put it down somewhere, and I can't find my notes. Over this last weekend, we had a power bump. You guys, I think you guys remember on Friday or something like that. I think the live stream ended early because the power went out. Well, I lost all my notes. Not all of them, but I lost the notes that I had not saved yet. And I think that's may have been where I put down his request at. So I was going through looking for a private DM from him someplace that he had maybe sent it to me, and I couldn't find it anywhere. And I was sitting there going like, "Oh man, I spent 40 minutes this morning. I literally would start at 5:40 this morning, and I didn't start the show until 6:18. I spent like nearly 40 minutes looking for the doggone song. I couldn't find it anywhere. I was so upset, man. So Knobzilla, that's why your name's in the title for the day today, because I thought I wasn't going to be able to play the song you wanted. I was so fortunate that when you came in here, it wasn't song time yet, and you put in the song request again. So, man, I was so upset, so upset. I was like, man, I can't start today and not have the right song. I'm like, this is terrible. Anyways, that was like a major wrench just thrown right into my day right there. I'm so glad you came and saved the day. Um, I don't really have any. I normally come up with. I spend those extra minutes in the morning, usually coming up with something smart and cool to say for the day. But you know, who says I have to be smart and cool? Because that's not true. I guess we'll talk about this. We'll put up two charts here on the page. On the left-hand side, you're going to see AMC, and on the right-hand side, you're going to see GME. And Jimmy had this amazing drop yesterday in price. And first off, I'm gonna say like everybody who's like going out there and talking crap, man, I don't stand behind you one bit. Like if you're sitting there talking crap about people who are investing in GME, and you know you see GME take a hit like this over here, and then you're talking crap, man, you, you're not helping. You're not helping anybody out. That's not. It's not. I know there's elitist GME people out there who hold shares that have been mocking AMC shareholders forever, but doesn't mean you got to jump on the bandwagon. It doesn't do any good, and we're all fighting the same fight, and it sucks, man. I don't like seeing people doing that kind of crap, and it's just like, man, knock it off. Anyways, about let's see, with 6 minutes into the aftermarket hours, GME has this crazy spike in price moving. First, it started moving upwards. AMC actually started doing it sympathetically exactly at 6 minutes into market close. Which by the way, don't forget, like the first, I think it was 5 or 4 minutes are actually delayed trades from the day that are allowed to go through. So it was literally the very first trades of the aftermarket, truly the aftermarket hours. And then you start seeing AMC price ripped up to $4.85 on. I was starting to get a little excited. I was like, ooh, that's kind of neat. And then next thing I know, it's like starts dropping down. And GME was doing the same exact thing. $28.93 was the high that it got up to, and then it started dropping. And they had some interesting news. Their CEO, I can't remember what his name is. I think it's like Mark something, or I don't remember what it is. But Mark, I don't remember. Anyways, he was let go. We'll just say that he was let go. And so now they've got Ryan Cohen filling in over there, and so their earnings report's been delayed for I think a week or something like that, or maybe it was a month. I don't remember if it was a month or a week, but anyways, their earnings report didn't happen. And but this is really interesting though, right? Like, I mean, you see this big spike up, a big spike down in that one single minute there, and the same thing exactly happens on AMC as well. People say that have mentioned it from the past that AMC and GME are kind of tied to each other in some way or another. It'd be kind of interesting to go back in time and see what the timestamps are on some of the trades that occurred during this period of time and why they would necessarily move exactly the same. It might be interesting to see what ETFs they share in common and if those ETFs were doing the same thing, because you can see if we pull up Ape didn't necessarily do that. Ape 6 minutes in didn't have any kind of change whatsoever. Just sat there doing its typical barcoding. So nothing going on with Ape. So you can't make any kind of correlation to it's a tie between the two. But definitely something going on there. And that shouldn't happen. That just shouldn't happen. AMC didn't have anything occur that should have caused that. So you can't tell me they're not tied together. We didn't go down nearly as much, but I think that's specifically because the news was only related to GME and not necessarily AMC. We did, however, come down a little bit, and this morning in the pre-market we're trading down 2.54%. The volume, I haven't compared the volume on previous days yet. I was going to do that in my pre-workout this morning before I started the morning live stream. But I was going to pull up GME's pre-market volume to compare from the past. So let's do that right now. You can see that there was definitely some elevated volume yesterday daytime compared to the past, and I don't think price was moving upwards for the most part yesterday, and you saw elevated volume kicking in. And I'm kind of curious to see what the pre-market volume is going to look like in contrast to other pre-market volume days, but I'm pretty sure there's a significant pre-market volume increase this morning on GME compared to the past. And so, good price moving up on pre-market volume is a thing. I'm going to go back to March of 2022 on GME real fast here, and I just want to show you something kind of interesting. Let's see, March. I don't remember what day it was exactly. Here it is. March 17th of 2022. I'm going to expand this out just a tad bit here so you can see what happened. I am in a 30-minute interval because I don't think I can see this in anything less than, let's try 20. Let's see if we can do a 20-minute interval. Maybe I can. All right. Let's see if I can go less than 20. Can I do 10? I don't think so. Yeah, I can't do 10 minutes. Let's try 15 and see if I can get away with 15. Nah. All right, so 20 minutes is the lowest time interval that I can go to. Let's see here, and I want to check this out real fast and just show you guys something. So March 17th was an earnings report in the afternoon. You can see the little icon down here at the bottom of the page. And something very similar happened during that time frame. You had some upwards momentum on the price for the day. You could see volume was maybe increasing a couple days before going into this, not necessarily the day of, but a couple days before, volume was definitely increasing. So it was building into building off this bottom, I would say. You could see that volume was starting to rise a little bit here, and then you get this massive dip in the aftermarket hours, and then price, I guess, from close to just a little bit before open. Let's get a price check on this here. I guess it dipped down to as low as, well, let me get my magnet on here. 13.6% down from I guess 20 minutes prior to market close to 20 minutes after market close. It dipped down 13.6%. It did drive back up a little bit, and then in the aftermarket, the rest of the aftermarket hours continued to drive downwards until just before 20 minutes before market open, and then price started shooting way up again. So I had a temporary dip, and actually, you know what? I just realized that I didn't have this snapped on the right spot. It was 11.37% down. Not quite as big as what we saw yesterday on GME, but this has happened in the past. It's not unusual to see some kind of market, and what I'll say is I feel like a lot of times this is a market trying to price in what they think is going to be a move. So perhaps maybe they're trying to get orders down, complete order fills at a lower price before price starts running. And so I think that's what a lot of this is here, because afterwards you can see very clearly that price started moving, continued the path that it was on previously, and shortly thereafter, approximately 3 days after, price really starts taking off afterwards. So And remember, volume increasing with price rising is a good bullish indicator. So where they're at currently, with this drop right here, could be very, very similar. And what I would be watching for, we do have an increase in volume that we can see here over time. There's definitely been an increase or build in volume leading into the earnings report. And we see this big dip in the aftermarket hours, and I think there is a chance here that this actually does return back to the price that it was trading at, perhaps before. I'm not saying it's going to for sure, but there's definitely a case, past history case there. Do note that the earnings report on this one is green compared to the one that was in from the past. It was red. We had the numbers are out. Their EPS wasn't positive. It was exactly right on target, I believe, for what some websites are saying negative 15, negative 12, or something like that. But the two that I found, the number that I found most common was negative 0.17 as an estimate, and that's exactly what they got, was a negative 17 EPS. So the idea that this could potentially start maybe moving based off of maybe meeting expectations, and they were better month or quarter over quarter, but still not in the money yet. Is a possibility. I think there's a really strong possibility this could start moving up again. So we'll see. History will kind of dictate or show us what's going to happen in the very near future. But that's all I got for you guys. Sensor Content says, call it what it is. It's a GME discount day. Only if you have aftermarket and pre-market trading privileges. Otherwise, not so much. GME got rid of all the executives they hired from Amazon. Probably caught them making TikTok videos about what they were eating for lunch. That's pretty funny. Preacher says, you mean you can look at past trading and get an idea where you're heading? Oh, you were shouting that, huh? Oh, man. All right. Well, let's take a look at our numbers going into this morning. I can almost guarantee you that GME's pre-market volume right now is pretty elevated compared to what they're used to seeing. Right now, it's at 115,000 shares. I don't look at it on a normal basis, but I would almost guarantee you that their pokey stick of volume is probably going to end up being significant enough to probably push them probably close to 250, maybe close to 250,000 shares traded in the pre-market, which for GME I think is pretty significant. That should be a pretty large volume day. So that's encouraging. I want to see that. That's always seeing that morning volume rising is a good thing, I think. Let's take a look at what we got going on with our numbers. So I'm going to switch on over to the other side here, the other page, and let's take a look at what we got going on. Remember, when I'm on the other page, when you don't see the big tramp on the screen, I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account when you do sign up for it. If they allow you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, you might want to use that and put that in there in case something happens to your primary. Then you'll still have access to your information and getting into your account. Speaking of having access to your information, don't let your brokers be your source of record keeping for what you own. take pictures, video, ask them for I always forget this, a statement for your portfolio, and keep it on record for yourself in case something should happen in the future and you have to prove what it is that you own. I don't care how you do it. Just make sure you do it. Don't trust them. Just don't do it. Not a good idea. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Love you, hun. All right. Let's see. What do we got going on here? First things first. Price prediction tally points. We were all pretty far off. We weren't that far off. But I mean, the total. Where did my calculator go? Hold on a second. Somehow I managed to close out my calculator. AMC ended up $4.73. Ape at $1.60. I was projecting $1.60 for Ape, but $4.87 for AMC, which means I was a little bit on the high side there because we only got $4.73. So the combined total was $6.33, which means that the Eric had the closest numbers. He was the lowest on the group of us with 489 to 789, so he's going to get an extra point for that. So let me add in the tally points for the day. Eric gets the extra bonus point for the day for getting the closest number value. I'm laughing because Apex was the one that suggested the changes to our score, or how we're scoring, and he's the one lagging behind in points right now. How do you like these new point structures, Apex? Sorry, I'm just teasing with you, man. I'm just giving you a hard time here. You're like, screw this new point system. Yeah, there's a little bit of a problem with giving people a daily bonus point, and that problem simply comes down to whoever picks last and happens to underbid the person below them means that they get the point for the day if we're all high. So if we all decide to go high on our numbers, that person just wins because they Price is righted them. 1 penny. I'll take 1 penny, Bob. Wasn't it Bob Barker? Who was it? I don't remember who it was. Bob Barker. I don't know. $1. My wife. I think it was my wife. My wife hates that. I've done that before in like home games that we've played, where I'll just underbid somebody by like just a tiny bit, and she's like, "You can't do that." And I'm like, "It doesn't say in the rules you can't." This just drives her nuts. She's like, "Come up with your own prediction." Ah, yes, I have glasses on. They're clean. It's time to take a look at these numbers. Short exempt volume. For AMC, short exempt volume yesterday was 155.1 thousand shares. And on Ape, let's see, Ape was 21.7 thousand shares. Kind of a big drop. AMC was up 1.94% yesterday, and Ape was up 1.91. Utilization. Utilization showing up as 100% for AMC. Let me just verify the date. Showing as June 7th, that is correct. And Apes is now 39.05. Ape utilization keeps coming down a little bit more and more the closer we get to the end of the month. Let's see what else we got going on here. Max Payne. Yeah, I still think it's going to be $5. I haven't seen any volume going through that would signify to me that that's going to be moving up any. But let's take a look at it and see for sure. Max Payne is currently at $5. Off exchange, by the end of a day, I would expect to see about 64% combined between off exchange and EDGX. Let's see what we got here. 48.81 on off exchange, and EDGX was 7.55 for combined total 56.36, which was 7.64% less than what I would expect to see on a normal day. Some of that volume going into NYSE ARCA, which is, I believe that's a lit exchange. And then also CHX had some elevated volume, 3.41% of the total daily average with a 30-day average of 3.32. It was over 500,000 shares. I think that's day 3 in a row now. I think it's 3 days in a row now we've had over 500,000 shares going through CHX. It's pretty significant in my opinion. On Ape, off exchange 43.52. And EDGX at 4.77. Combined total 48.29. That is 15.71% less than what I would expect to see. A lot of the extra volume going through the LTSE yesterday. Normally, the 30-day average on LTSE is 0.28, and it saw 7.84% of volume going through LTSE. A lot of different exchanges getting some weird volume. 2 days ago, I guess it was the MIAX or MIAX Pearl. Got some very large quantity of volume going through it. Now it's the LTSE, long-term stock exchange. Crazy amounts of volume just suddenly going through exchanges that it doesn't normally go through. CBOE EDGA had double the amount of volume it normally sees yesterday. Taking a look at CHX volume, however, it was very low for Ape. It was only 26 shares. On GME, CHX volume for the day was 0.17 with a 30-day average of 0.17. It was about 30,000 shares, which is a normal day. Let's see here. Taking a look at institutional ownership of AMC, 139.153 for the last 2 days. Now make it 3 days, 139.153. Options. Highest amount of call volume in open interest is at a $5 strike. Yesterday, there was 32.3 thousand contracts. Today, there's 35.5. And on puts, highest amount of volume is still at a $6 strike. There was 15,000 contracts yesterday. There's still 15,000. Man, I forgot Funky Pizza Music's music again. Dang it, I always forget this. Let me turn on Funky Pizza's music, and then I'll finish the rest of the information after I move some screens around. So I'm a little bit worried about this. Hold on a second, I gotta turn the music down because I'm like shouting over this. I can't hear it over my ears. All right, here we go. So I'm a little bit worried about this, just a tiny bit. I didn't want to see us breaking to the bottom side of this descending or ascending level of support. And with that little aftermarket hour shenanigans that went on yesterday, it kind of got us down just enough to where in the pre-market this morning, it's currently trading just slightly below that. It did find some support from this descending level of support that we have here, and then is kind of bouncing off of that a little bit. I really want to see us open up the market today kind of above this descending or this ascending rather level of what's now a resistance, because we are officially below it. So hopefully we can see that price moving back up. I think at market open that value is going to be at $1.64, 65, right around there. So if we can get back up to 624.25 combined price between AMC and Ape by that time, that'll be perfect. However, this is breaking out to the bottom side inside the box that I've got here. I had mentioned before, this looked to me like a bullish triangle that was forming, and what you're seeing right here, and this was the potential breakout point, and it may be slightly breaking to the bottom side. If we can't see it price moving back up into this this box or this triangle before market open, then I would suggest, because I could take out the after hours in here, and you would see that we're probably still, yeah, we're still trading inside that triangle just fine. But once you add in the extended hours in there of trading, we're kind of dipping out of it just marginally currently. So, and we were trying to break out of it towards the end of the day to the top side, except for that aftermarket hour crap that happened. So I'm a little fearful of that. If we do break down below this again, we may be going for a double bottom on testing in 595 for combined total. Ortex is showing 21.84% short share interest of the free float currently. Utilization is on day number 99. Tomorrow is day 100 of 100 straight trading days of 100% utilization. On loan amount, let me erase my board over here. On loan amount, slightly increasing day over day from 185.55 to 186.06. That's 510,000 shares. New loan shares day over day. Estimated short share interest of the free float rising as a result from 21.8 to 21.84. Ortex is estimated that about 207,000 of that 510,000 new shares on loan was in new short interest. On loan average age per day, slightly rising from 101.89 to 102.38. And security lending volume dropping just slightly day over day from 5.91 down to 2.62. Utilization starting to level off a little bit after a pretty big drop on Ape. We went from 39.22 to 39.05 yesterday. On loan amount did not change at all day over day. It was a flatliner day. No borrowed shares, no return shares. It was a net zero. That means that the estimated short share interest of the free float is going to stay the same. It went from 5.13 to 5.13. On loan average age per day, increasing still, obviously. It went from 114.53 days to 115.18. And then security lending volume dropping pretty sharply from 2.15 down to 347,000 shares. So 347,000 shares in security lending volume, but zero net change. Very, very interesting. Sounds to me like just daily, current day shorting and returns that likely occurred yesterday. Orders by Fidelity customers. Ooh, the last 4 minutes of the day yesterday for GME put it up to the top of the list. This is only the last 4 minutes of trades yesterday, but GME making it to the very top of the list here with a 69.05% buy to 30.95% sell ratio for that last 4 minutes there. And as soon as those were done, that's when they started knocking the price around. Oh, man. AMC Ape, we had low volume yesterday. I don't expect to see us on this list here, and we are not. But I have a feeling there's a good chance we're going to see GME up on the top of the list here of most heavily traded stocks today. I think they're going to make it back up onto this leaderboard here. We'll see. That's the start trigger price for the day today on AMC is at $4.26. For Ape, oops. Hold on a second here. $1.44. Shares available to borrow is at 10,000 shares. Last night when we closed out the day, we had about 100,000 shares that were available to borrow. Around 2,300, it looks like they borrowed about 10,000. Or no, I'm sorry, 2 o'clock in the morning they borrowed about 10,000 and then returned those by 4 o'clock this morning. And then by 6:48 this morning, all 100,000 of those shares had been borrowed. Yesterday we saw about 150,000 shares borrowed, so a little bit less being borrowed today. Fees are currently at a 64.3% rate. We have 62.3 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 1,000 contracts that are in the money. 21,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 13.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. By the way, for those of you wondering what's going on here with the reporting on short interest going into next week, I told you guys we'd take a look at it this morning and see if those numbers were actually real or not real, and it looks to me like there's lots of open interest still being reported, and I'll refresh this again later today and we'll take a look at it and make sure and verify, but that short interest still appears to be those put positions. I said short interest. Those put positions are still there. They're not closed out yet, not from what I can see. Ironically, there is about 65.4 thousand contracts at a $10 strike, which is just about that number of 61.9. I'm still seeing it. Futures. VIX futures are showing up 0.51. That's pretty marginal. Wouldn't be really change too much in the markets, I would suggest. And we've got ranges anywhere from down 0.12 to up 0.1. So it depends on what it is. It looks like the mid caps are what's doing well right now, but everything else is down. Banks. The big pre-market movers in the banks. Let's see what we got going on here. We got PacWest up 3.39 in the pre-market. What else we got here? There's some red. There's some green. It's about the only one. It's the only big mover right now is PacWest. Ethereum Classic is up 0.55 and is testing the bottom side of this this wedge. Do note that this box right here was for the breakout of this wedge right here, the smaller of the two wedges that you see on the page. The secondary box is the secondary wedge point that when we initially broke out of this, it looked to me like we were kind of forming a secondary wedge or a larger wedge, like maybe like a delayed breakout point here that we were going to be seeing. We are testing the bottom side of this again. This original breakout box was accurate on time for where the breakout was going to be, but the amount that it's going to be breaking down by may not necessarily happen until a little bit later. The beginning of this next box here is towards the end of July. If it does start breaking out earlier than so be it. I'll just end up being wrong. U.S. dollar in the pre-market this morning is showing down 0.27, which usually means green in terms of price movement in the market. However, do note that this is looking at a weekly chart right here, and you can see the U.S. dollar has been on an uptrend, and I don't see. Let's go to a daily real quick on this and see if it's going to show us anything different. It does show us a downtrend forming here on the U.S. dollar, so we may be seeing the U.S. dollar starting to head down here pretty soon. As of right now, it's not, but that may be happening. It seems like it's kind of evenly trading sideways, but definitely you can see that the vortex indicator is indicating there's going to be a swing to the other direction, and so is the TTM squeeze as well. Oil in the pre-market is up 0.03. SPY up 0.08. Our pokey stick of volume's already hit because it's been taking forever to talk. So let's take a look at those real quick here since we're looking at them. Pokey stick of volume for, wow, all right. So we got 112,000 shares on our pokey stick of volume, giving us 121,000 shares. We've only been doing like 50 to 60,000 shares in a day, which means we're probably going to see a little bit an increase in volume. They always try to kill our volume in the first portion of the morning. The last 2 days in a row, we hit 15 million shares. There's a good chance we might see some additional volume today. So I'm going to up my volume prediction. Instead of the normal 5 to 25 million that I would say, I'm going to say 10 to 30 million. But we are getting some additional volume this morning. GME is, I just want to look at this one real fast. Oh man, they only got 86,000 shares on their pokey stick. That sucks. I was hoping more for them because I would love to see them. I mean, they're still at 215,000 shares traded so far. But I wanted to see 250. That would have been ideal because I think they could have seen a lot more volume for the day-to-day if it had hit closer to 250. But this is a good number though. For GME, when their average 3-month volume is only 4.78 million shares. They've already traded almost a quarter million shares in just the pre-market alone. We could see. I would say they're going to beat their average 3-month volume for the day. I would almost bet on it. If we go back in the past and take a look at most of these days in the most recent past, I'm looking here. There's a few days in here that are. I've only seen one so far. 1 day so far. 2 days. Nope, 2. Since this uptrend on beginning of this month, or last month rather, 5/2, since this uptrend, there's only been 2 days in here that had volume that beat their average 3-month volume of 4.78 million shares. I have a feeling today is going to be another one of those days. On Ape. Pre-market volume this morning. Pokey stick of volume showing 23,000 shares, giving us a total of 54,000 shares traded so far for the day today. That is not a whole lot of volume. I'm going to go ahead and keep the 1 to 20 million guesstimate on Ape. And let's see here. What are we taking a look at? Leaving where I left off. That's a good place to start. Pre-market for Tesla is down 0.12. Amazon is up 0.98. Cinemark is up 3.34. Doge is up 1.13. Bitcoin is up 0.36 at 26.4K a coin. GME is down 21.18 at 20.11. I'm not sure what it's at. It's at 20.56. HYMC is up 3.4%. NCMI is up 0.7. Hood is down 0.27. Ape is up 0.63, and AMC is down 1.69%. Inflow versus outflow yesterday. We had approximately $3.1 million more outflow than inflow on AMC, which is pretty significantly higher than usual. And so far this morning, we've got 122,000 shares traded so far. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure, with what appears to be a divergence forming within perhaps the next 4 hours. An RSI of 50.53, which is average. On a 1 hour time interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.77, which is slightly below average, and a divergence forming on the 1 hour. So a little bit of conflicting data here on the 4 hour and the 1 hour. The 1 hour, the more recent time period, is showing that there's going to be some positive buying pressure incoming, whereas the 4 hour is not necessarily showing that. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.48, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.35, which is slightly below average as well. The 5, 30, and 1 hour time intervals are all indicating upwards momentum for the futures here on AMC. The only one that's not is the 4 hour. We may see a divergence before these two lines intersect or converge. Similarly to what we saw back here, perhaps, where they looked like they were going to converge and then didn't. Taking a look at Ape. Inflow versus outflow yesterday. $800,000 more inflow than outflow. Volume this morning, 56,000 shares so far. 4 hour chart, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI 54.54, which is slightly above average. On a 1 hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI 59.43, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 63.39, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.86, which is above average. We are trading at 161 right now on Ape. Taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud for the 1 hour for Ape, we've got, this is really getting hard to see now because we've had so much consolidation at that 160 price range. Lagging line is technically above price line, but it won't be if we don't see price above $1.62. So $1.63, which is going to be the same number as yesterday. I'm probably not going to be changing the numbers at all. 163 is what we need to see more buying pressure kicking in on Ape. But as it stands right now, the lagging line is above price line, but the conversion of the base are exactly the same. We need to see upwards momentum. There is green cloud ahead, which may mean a little bit of downwards momentum, but do note that this has just been trading sideways for so long that at about 159 that we'll likely be seeing something very close to that. In fact, I'd almost guess either 160 or 159 for a closing price by the end of the day. Taking a look at a 4 hour chart here, we've got lagging line is technically above price line, but won't be by the end of the day. Again, has to hit above. Actually, this time it's going to have to hit above $1.65, so $1.66. So we're going to have a push point at 63 and a push point at 66, which are actually really close to each other. One could trigger the other. Like if we got a sudden burst of buying pressure, we could launch through that pretty quickly. There is only red cloud ahead, which is usually kind of a bullish indicator that we're going to break to the top side of this, but we haven't done it just yet. On AMC, on a 1 hour chart, lagging line is on price line. Conversion and base are stacked on top of each other. And price wants to try to move down through this green cloud here. And this is something that I kind of mentioned to you guys, I think a day or two ago. I said there is a chance that we trade out sideways and kind of start heading down towards the cloud and breaking through today somewhere around 462. So it's kind of looking like that's where we're heading towards a little bit as of right now, because we are breaking towards the cloud. The combined price is 465.5. Which is right at the point of contact for most of our trading over the last 4 trading days. We may see if we drop below our point of contact in here at about 465, then I would suggest that we'll probably see price temporarily drop to somewhere around 457. And if they're going to drop to 457, more than likely they'll try to drop it just below 450 to close out any put positions that may be open there. So yeah, I would expect a test off of 450 at some point, or very close to it. In fact, it's really lining up to really look a lot like a double bottom here. 438. was our previous last low, and I would suggest that might end up being another double bottom in here. On a 4-hour chart, to turn this into a buy signal, we would need to see price above 480 or above. Yesterday was 478. Expectations are rising. Yesterday, the 4-hour chart said 480. On the 4-hour chart today, the lagging line is above price line, convergence above base. We have not broken above the red cloud yet, and we started to head that direction in the thinning portion of the red cloud and didn't quite make it before pulling back a little bit here. There is a thinning portion ahead into next week. To turn this into a big buying pressure, we're going to have to break $4.80. It's 480 again today. It's going to be 480 all the way up until the 14th of this month. So 480 is going to be the big number for us on AMC. We either break 480 or we're going to be retesting 450, 437, whatever you want to call it. 480. Yeah. All right. Those are the numbers that I got there for you. I don't think I have anything else. We never reset a synthetic price failure. $4.38, a drop to $4.38 on a synthetic price failure put us 29.4% down. Normally we see turnaround points at around 35%, not 30, but 30 does happen on occasion. It's just a little less rare. Let's see here. With that, I can see what it is you guys are writing. Give me 1 second as I fix my charts a little. Good morning, Tater Tot. Bird Eye says Ryan Cohen tweeted not long. Surprised he didn't tweet 2 weeks. Only Adam Aaron does that. He's actually legitimately tweeted 2 weeks before. He said, and it was right after I started saying 2 weeks. He goes, even I think 2 weeks is amazing. That was the best thing. Seeing Adam Aaron put in there, and even I think 2 weeks is amazing. Was probably one of the coolest things I've ever seen him write in a tweet before. Other than hearing him shout out my idea on the popcorn idea, I think that was probably my second favorite, was him putting 2 weeks down. Pokestick is showing elevated amounts of volume on pre-market for AMC, not Ape, and GME. Not extremely large quantities, but it is definitely higher than what we're used to seeing recently. Enough to where I up my volume prediction for the day slightly. What if they're using bot accounts to do hash rate data transfers to mine crypto and then in turn buy tokenized shares as AI bots and short AMC? What if? What if you're not wrong? This is why I've been trying to say, Bird Eye, we've got, seeing the SEC come in and shut down these exchanges from being able to trade securities, U.S. securities, is the black hole. It's the black hole sucking money out of our market, and until that's shut down, our market's going to continue to lose money, have money disappear magically. Knobzilla, waffles are okay. My wife would tell you, she'd say, you know, squeeze cake is great, but waffles will always be a second best. I'm pretty sure she would say something like that. Only probably a little bit more cooler than I could say it. Happy birthday, man. And thanks for coming in early this morning and saving me on the music suggestion, because I, for the life of me, can't figure out where the heck your music suggestion went to. I laughed the second time that you put it in. I think it was yesterday, because I already got it written down. Don't worry about it. So, and then this morning when I woke up and I started looking for it, I was like, what the hell? Where'd it go? Thank you, Maggie. I will wish him a happy birthday. Thank you. Oh, shoot. Knobzilla, that's crazy. I hope everybody's okay. He says, I would have responded sooner, but a car crashed into a pole and I had to deal with that first. Bird Eye says they are using tokenized shares to short AMC that 250 million. I would say that's not exactly correct. They're not using tokenized shares to short AMC. That would be illegal, and they're not going to do that. But there is a way to use tokenized shares in order to continue the shorting process. Yeah. And I don't think the whistleblower was SPF. I don't think they would award anything to SPF. Glad says I can't hear the music. It's because it probably ended. No, it's still on. I can turn it up just a tad bit. See, that's what. Okay, so now I know, Knobzilla, exactly what happened then. Because remember Friday when I took the day off and then I had the live stream running, and then it went out just randomly suddenly. We had a power outage, and I just left it. I just left it off, and I didn't save my notes, so it was in my notes, and my notes, everything. If you guys remember, will the debt ceiling be raised? That was the last note that I have in my notes. So everything, and I think that would have been notes going back to 2 Fridays ago, not this last Friday, but the Friday before that. So, because I know we were all sitting there wondering whether or not the debt ceiling was going to get raised or not. That is literally the last thing in my notes in here is the poll that we did on will the debt ceiling be raised, and I keep track of every single one of the polls that we ever do in here. So I just end up losing. I need to get in a habit of trying to save that every single day at the end of the day, but I always forget. So I apologize, it's my fault. I thought for sure I had the information still, and I thought it was in a DM. So, and then this morning you can imagine me panicking as I'm looking for a DM all over the place and can't find anything. That's why I started 18 minutes late this morning, was because I was sitting there panicking. I'm like, I'm not starting this day off wrong. I gotta find the dang song. And then 18 minutes later, I was like, okay, I gotta just start the day because I suck. So, and I literally went through minute by minute of yesterday's live stream to try and find the comment, because I know you had said it again, but maybe it was 2 days ago. It wasn't. I couldn't find it in yesterday's comments. It's wild, the Gregorian calendar. I always feel like they always leave out that first part. The Gregorian calendar has been used for over 2,000 years, and the sun schedule is actually different. So over 2,000 years, we have lost 2 to 3 days a year, so we're actually not aligned with Earth. Okay. Oh, birthdays aren't actually your birthday. Okay, I see where you're going now. Einstein's going 481 to 781. I haven't decided yet. But I have a feeling that I'm probably going to be, I don't know. I'm a little torn on today because there's a little bit of, I'm pretty sure the Ape's going to be somewhere around 160 or 159. But in regards to AMC, I'm not sure if we're gonna test that bottom at around $6.38, or sorry, not 6.38, 4.38, or if we're going to be moving up here. And so I'm really gonna be probably waiting for those last 15 minutes to see what's going on with GME. I think that'll be very, very insightful into what our day is gonna look like. Casey, I went back to listen to yesterday's stream from after I had to step away, and I realized that I missed Mama Shaw. I was gutted to say the least. Ah, I'll let her know, man. She came. You know what? She called me yesterday and she said, "Did I embarrass you?" And I said, "No." I was like, "How? Why would you think that?" "No, you didn't embarrass me at all." Like, I don't know why she would think she would embarrass me. She's my mom. Like, come on, you can't. Well, mom. I guess moms can't embarrass you, but she didn't. Yes, Glenn. Amazing, right? The chart looked exactly the same for after hours for GME and AMC. Yeah. Wow. Amazing that GME news can affect AMC's price. Love how this market works. I want to see. Let's do some research. Let's do a little bit of research here. I want to see if there's. I'm going to pull up a list of ETFs. For those of you guys who have never maybe looked up this before, and I try to do this every once in a while because I like to keep kind of track on which ETFs are hold the most amount of AMC shares in it, because I do believe that this has a little bit of an effect on how price moves. VB is the biggest holder according to this website's current data. Now, do note that sometimes this is lagging by a little bit. They don't update this data constantly, so it's just from the last time this was updated. But it's stating that VB is the biggest holder of AMC shares as of right now. Let me see here. ETF insights. Let's sort by allocation percentage. No. Let's do it by market value. Oh, no, number of shares. That's a better one. I guess I'll show this to you guys because I don't know why I'm just saying it, and then you guys are probably like trying to visualize and not understand what I'm saying. That link that I gave you takes you directly to this page. If you go to the ETFs insights, you can come down there and then you can sort by number of shares. And sort it by who's got the largest. And so you can see VB and VBR. This is the main reason why I read these off to you all day, every day. Those two ETFs hold the largest portion of shares of AMC shares in them. VTI is third. Not It's off by about a little over a million shares. Vox comes in fourth. IWR, IWD. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to screenshot this page. These are the largest. Oops. These are the largest holders, ETF holders of AMC shares. I'm going to take a screenshot of that, and then let's take a look at GME and compare the two, and let's see if there's a commonality. Because I've been telling you guys for a long time that this market should be driven based off of individual stock movements, but it's actually being driven in reverse to where ETFs drive the market. And it shouldn't work that way, but the reason it's working that way is because a lot of how do I say this? A lot of positions, a lot of what am I don't know how to say this. I know what it is, and I don't know how to express this in words. More value is held inside the ETFs than should be. I think that's probably the best way to maybe say that. Maybe. So I just pulled up the list for GME here. I'm not sure how to put it into words. The market holds more value through ETFs than it does in individual stocks, and so when an ETF moves, that sector or the stocks within those ETFs tend to move. It's driving in reverse. It's just I don't know how to explain it. I can visualize it in my head, and I can't explain it in words. Maybe somebody else can help me out in the chat. But one of the biggest commonalities here is going to be VB. VBR is the second biggest commonality. VTI third, and then maybe IWR. Okay, so out of the major holders, let's see, 3, 6, 9, yeah, out of the top 10 ETFs that are holders of AMC and GME shares, VB, VBR, VTI, and IWR. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take that information and I'm going to go into each one of those and I'm going to check and see in the aftermarket hours what happened. See if they have that same little 6-minute blurb. Okay, so none of these. I'm assuming that these. Yep. Sure enough, very first one, VB, had it first. Look at that. It's hard to see them because. Let's see if I can change this to a line, and it'll represent this a little bit better. There's your big jump and bump down. VB had it. So the next thing we could do is we could start looking at VB stocks and seeing what stocks inside of are tied to VB that may have some kind of commonality to perhaps maybe AMC, GME, and see if those stocks also had that big jump up and jump down in value. Let's pull up the other ones though. Let's just not stop there. Let's pull up VBR, see if it did the same thing. It had the upwards momentum. It had a downwards momentum very briefly at the end of the day, and then it jumped up again and was kind of trading back to where it was. Let's check VTI. Not so much the case on VTI. Let's see, 6 minutes in. Not really. And IWR. Nothing. All right, so VB, VBR. Time to start taking a look at what stocks are listed in those. Oh, my bad, guys. Oh, no, I am showing you the full page. Okay, cool. I thought I wasn't showing you the full page. VB and VBR, let's take a look and see what we got going on here. Why can't I find my page? Where did it go? ETFs. There we go. The first one was VB, so we'll check that one first. VB is the Vanguard Small Cap ETF. Which, who knows why the hell AMC and Ape or sorry, AMC and GME are tied up in this. Let's see here. We're going to scroll down to holdings. It should be down a little bit further. I thought on this page here that they showed what was, oh, here, holdings. I was looking for it. I couldn't find it. I still don't see. Okay, it's got. Okay, here we go. View all top 10 holdings. Let's see. We got Awesome. The largest allocation is the U.S. dollar. So if the U.S. dollar starts tanking, they've got us tied to the U.S. dollar. Uh, hmm. All right. Well, let's look at the U.S. dollar and see what happened in the aftermarket hours yesterday. Let's check it out. Oops, what just happened right there? How did I do that? Let's move that over there. Let's take a look. We're gonna put this back on the candles. I can't look at extended hours. All right. Let's not use that one. Let's not look at the dollar. Fair Isaac Corporation. FICO. They didn't really have any kind of like crazy spike up and then down kind of movement that I can see here. What do they have us tied to here? Targa Resources Corporation, Atmos Energy, IDX Corporation, Reliance Steel and Aluminum. They've got us tied to a lot of it seems like commodities kind of sort of. And there's a lot. It's like everything's in this. Hey, there's Casey's General Stores and Dick's. Let's see here. Where are we at on this list? They must be pretty low percentage holders. Are we even in the top? It'd be nice if they had like a search on this. There's quite a few names in here. I wonder if these are like leftover when it switches. I wonder if these are leftover ETF positions or something like that that are in relationship to when a security changes from one like the Russell 1000 to the 2000 or 3000 or whatever. I wonder if that's what this is. Anyways, I'm gonna scroll back up to the top here and I'm gonna take a look at some more stocks and see if anything. Atmos. Let's take a look at Atmos Energy. Let's see if they had a spike yesterday. No, nothing aftermarket hours that I can look at. Who else is going to be here? Hmm. Nothing. I don't see anything that's actually looking anything like it at all. Let's try Five Below. See what that one shows up. Nope. There was definitely some. I mean, you can see in some of these they did move. They had some like sharp moves one direction or the other, but nothing that quite looked like what AMC and GME did specifically. I really want to go through this list here and find out exactly where AMC and GME are on this list to see if they actually really even are on the list, because there's so many listed here that I feel like I got to double check their work and make sure it's true. Give me 1 second while I go through this real fast. I'm just going to click through these. I wonder if I can do a Control F on this. Oh, I can. I was able to do a Control F on it. So AMC Entertainment does show up on this, and then we can try GME. That didn't. It's showing them, but it's not moving to them for some reason or another. There we go. GameStop shows up on here as well. All right, well, let's move on to the next one. VBR. Looks like the same. It looks like it's almost pretty much the same exact list on VBR as well. Close to the same amount of holdings. All right, let's try VTI. Oh man. If these go up and if VTI goes up and we're not going up, what the hell's going on? Let's see. We probably have a really small holding at 0.01. It's not really enough to really make a difference. GameStop 0.01 as well. They're really small positions in VTI, so I wouldn't expect to find anything that would link us to this. We'll take a look at Apple real quick just to see if Apple or Microsoft had that strange little bump in the after hours as well, but I don't expect that we will see that. I always forget Apple. I always want to put APPL, not AAPL. Let's see. Did they have the strange spike at the? Oh, they did have a spike in here, but it wasn't until a lot later. It was well later, but it was only about a $2 spike in upwards down movement. For the most part, it didn't really impact price movement all that much, but it was much later than the time frame that AMC and Ape or AMC and GME had it. So let's take a look at Microsoft MSFT. Don't see it. No spikes. All right, last one, IWR. Pretty low holding in this as well. Only 0.07%, and then 0.02 for AMC. So again, I wouldn't expect this to really show anything either. We can look up Chipotle and Motorola maybe. can't spell Chipotle. CMG. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, nothing going on there. And the other one was Motorola. That's not what I want. What is Motorola? Motorola Solutions. That is it. That's it. That's the right one. Let's see here. I don't see anything. Oh yes, look at that. There's a little bit of a jump there. Went from 281 down to 278, right back up here again, and it was I am on a 1 minute interval here, but the trade was 1606. Motorola did have the spike down, but went immediately back to where it was 6 minutes after market open, and then 1 minute later returned back to where it was trading at. So it moved. Negative 0.84% and then returned. Not a whole lot. I don't know. The only commonality that I see between AMC and GME are those specific. Oh, you know what? Maybe I looked at this all wrong. Hold on a second. I just thought of something. Let me see. Let's try something real quick here. I may have just looked at this all wrong. Let's sort by allocation instead. Yep. I think I did this wrong. I think I did this wrong. I should have done it by allocation the whole time and not necessarily largest quantity. Meme and T-Web. And I almost guarantee you meme is going to be the one. All right. Largest, SoFi Technologies. Nothing. I thought for sure I'd be onto something on this. Palantir. Nothing. Upstart. Oh, let's go straight to Tesla. Oops. Nothing. Oh man, I thought I was gonna be onto something. Let's try Robinhood. Oh, they don't trade in the aftermarket hours, do they? Oh, they did. Nothing on that one either. All right, well, drawing blanks here. Let's look one last one. Coinbase. Nothing. All right. Nothing on that one. The next one, T-Web. Nvidia. Nothing. Meta Platforms. Nothing. However, Meta Platforms did see a little bit of a failure in price in the aftermarket hours. Let's try one more. There's a lot of the same ones in here, like Apple and Coinbase. Let's try Amazon and one other. Amazon and Snap. Why not? Snap. Nothing. Amazon. Nothing. I got nothing, guys. I don't see why AMC and GME would have been tied together in regards to why they would have been moving, because even the ETFs don't. There's no other ETFs that are tied to them that I see as large holders in either of those. I mean, maybe I should be looking at smaller ones. Maybe AMC and GME hold smaller positions in these. Maybe I should be looking at smaller held ETFs inside that. But I don't see where the tie comes in. It just doesn't. There doesn't seem to be a tie there. A connection. I don't know. Let me go back to see what you guys are saying here. Apex says, got my numbers for the day. Nothing exciting. AMC closed 475 and Ape close at 160, 635, 485 to 785 for Apex. I got you down. I'm not gonna lowball you guys. I'm gonna just tell it like I see it this morning, but I'm not gonna do it until 15 after. I'm waiting to see if there's gonna be some weird stuff happening just before market open. We could try those, but I'm not seeing any ties whatsoever. These aren't traded. None of these are going to be traded probably in the aftermarket hours, I would imagine. Tell you what, why don't you take a look at them, Bird Eye, and you tell me, because I don't think any of these are going to be traded in the aftermarket hours. Yeah. I don't think there's going to be any connection to any of those. Apex, yeah, I sat in a space call last night and for GME. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate Jesus United Church. Jesus loves you too, even if you did put your name as his with his name in there. But yeah, fun fact: that Matt Furlong only had a 24-month contract with GameStop that ended this week. Uh, that is uh, that is something they talked about last night in that space call. Um, I guess apparently a lot of people didn't know about that. Apparently, a lot of people didn't realize that Ryan Cohen wasn't the CEO, which I think is kind of funny. But hey, whatever. Remtac, Remtaco, I almost said Remtac. Remtaco said, I could see a story or today late or tomorrow that could make it rip 40%. Nah, I'm not the best. I'm only half good. But thank you for the praise. Let's see. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take a break, guys. Currently Ape is trading pre-market flatlined. It's $1.60. And AMC is down 1.06. I'm starting to think, I mean, with our upwards momentum since 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume, I'm starting to think we're going to be seeing a little bit of a reversal. Let me see GME real quick here. They've actually got a downtrend since their pokey stick. Hmm. Their volume's still high though. The volume's still at 322,000 shares. Not for long. Yeah, repeating the tweet from Ryan Cohen. Tammy says, in case I sent you a link I found with ETFs holding AMC. Thank you. I just posted up a link with that one a little bit ago. Is it the same? Is it the same one or is it something different, better? I think it's ETF.com if I'm not mistaken. It cooked off some RSI. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely it did. So this is the thing with RSI. The faster the price moves in one direction or the other, with RSI, the quicker RSI is going to move. If you have a slow, steady movement upwards or downwards, doesn't matter which, RSI is going to be less impacted as it's moving. So a very sharp downwards trend on price is going to have the effect. If price starts to rise slowly from that, is going to give the ability for the market to allow price movement upwards for a longer sustained period of time before the RSI ends up getting hot. So, however, on the other side of that, if it returns very quickly back to where it was, it'll kind of negate it. So, uh, yeah. Casey, it only shows 53 with AMC. The one I found has it in 156. Okay. I'm going to go to break, but I'm going to look at that. And I did mention earlier that ETF.com is like I've always noted that their data is kind of they don't refresh it very often. So maybe the website that you've got is refreshing a little bit more often. Oh, nice. Cap Edge, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I haven't used this before, but that's this might be something to look at. Number of shares. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna look into this. But and some of the ones that are in here, for example, that weren't listed on the other one was like a title ETF trust. There's Schwab Strategic Trust. Those were not listed in the other one. I'm definitely do a contrast and comparison with some of these as well. One of the ones that keeps popping up is that meme, but the stocks that I went through that were on that meme ETF didn't have anything to show. All right, let me go to break. Yeah, but I'd be looking specifically, Bird Eye. I'd be looking specifically at something that moved exactly 6 minutes after market closed. That's what you're looking for, or very, very close to 6 minutes right after. I think one important thing that you need to remember, Bird Eye, and because I feel like you're getting stuck on these tokens a little too much. Tokens don't trade in the market. So any action that's happening with tokens is separate. It's not part of the market movement that's occurring. It's happening on a side market that's completely separate from the market in total. So if you're trying to look for some kind of action that occurred in an off exchange or some kind of other exchange not tied to the markets for securities, then stop looking because you're not going to find that. They're separate. They're completely different. You're not going to find any tokenized assets that are being traded live. You're barking up the wrong tree. You need to be looking for something that's being traded through like an ETF or whatever, but you can't. There are no tokens in dark pools. No, they're not. You can't trade a tokenized asset through dark pools. That's not how it works. It's, you need to start thinking compartmentalized. Securities are meant to be traded on the stock market. Swaps are off the market and traded in instruments that are not part of the stock exchange. Completely separate things. So don't try to tie them together because when you start trying to tie them together as being something that's happening at the same time, it's not. It's not how it works. Dark pools have nothing to do with tokenized units. Zero. Nothing to do with it whatsoever. You're tying again, you're tying two things, you're trying to tie two things together that don't intermingle. If they did, if they did intermingle, somebody'd be going to jail. Which is the reason why this is part of the reason why it's been so, easy to hide this kind of stuff because they don't they're they're taking an asset and they're saying somebody's going to hold collateral besides me against this position and it's not going to be me and it's off exchange. It's a separate payment for something that's in the market. So the what you'd be looking for is you'd be looking for money exchange trades that are occurring between an organization and a stock exchange. That's what you'd be looking for. You're not looking for actual assets that are trading between, say, for example, like a hedge fund and uh, something like Coinbase or Binance or something like that. You're looking for money transfers. When you see the money transfers, if you can locate the money transfers, then you're onto something. But everything else is separate. All right, I'm going to go to break, guys. Let me put my message back up on the screen here. In 15 minutes, I'll be back. I'm taking a long one today, guys. I'll be back in 15 minutes. See you in a bit. All right, guys, I'm back, and I'm just trying to figure out where price is moving to right now, and get rid of some of the stuff here. I'm trying to come up with my price prediction for the day. It's a tough one today. I think there's an argument to be made that we're on an ascending parallel channel upwards. And seeing a break of this channel would obviously be, I mean, this should be a bearish indicator when it does break to the bottom side of this. So if we test this today, which would be about somewhere before the end of the day is over, the beginning portion of the day is going to be around 462, end portion of the day 463. If we break 462, 463, we could see that retest of 438. Was it? Yeah, 438. What does SSR trip at today? 426. This is so tough. I'm seeing higher quantity of volume today, and I'm seeing volume starting to rise. I'm seeing price rising that should be bullish. I feel like there's supposed to be some more price movement upwards compared to what we've been seeing. I feel like maybe closing a few cents higher than what we closed at yesterday is a possibility. Maybe perhaps like another retest of 472 and a close. A break past 472 would give us a little bit of a bullish momentum. I'm going to say 472 for a close on AMC. So I'm going to go 482 to 782. Which is a penny above Einstein and 3 pennies below Eric. Apex gave me a price prediction earlier. Let me scroll backwards and find it again because apparently I didn't update it. Let's see here. 485 to 785. Oh no, I just typed his numbers in for Eric's numbers. That's what it is. All right, so we have a really tight day in price predictions. I don't know that Eric's going to change his, but I'll find out here in just a little bit. But as it stands right now, if Eric doesn't change his numbers, which oftentimes he doesn't, 41 to 489 is going to be our price spread between the lowest and highest prediction on the low side. So we have like an 8-cent spread between our price predictors for the day today, which is very, very tight, extremely tight. It's not very often that we get down to those kind of numbers. Yeah, 635 combined. Let me just text Eric real quick here and make sure he gets his numbers in. Let's see here. C Pimpin says anything above 468 we close, we run Friday. I'm kind of thinking so. C Pimpin. I feel like there's a pretty I think there's a pretty good chance of that. Progiller says, Casey, what'll happen first? AMC profitable or margin calls? I think AMC profitable. I don't. That's actually it might actually coincide right evenly at the same time. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's a good question. Let me zoom back in on a 1 minute time interval currently. Getting a little bit of this barcoding over here. What is this crap? Like, it makes me want to say when I see the barcoding like this on AMC and Ape, it makes me want to say like, what's wrong, hedgies? Cat got your tongue? I don't know why. I don't know why I want to say that so bad, but I see the barcode and it's just like, what's wrong, guys? You can't make a market? Why so much pain? FedWatch tool. I just want to bring this back up every once in a while. I like to check this just to kind of see where we're at on percentages for because we're about 6 days, 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 51 seconds away from a decision. It looks like they're still halting rate hikes as of right now. 70.2% chance at no hike in the rates. And a 29.8% chance at seeing a increase by 25 basis points. So, looks like we're gonna get the pause after all. Man, it's been forever since we've had exploding kittens, Dino Mike. It's been a long time. I haven't seen an exploding kitten in over a year, it feels like. Tammy says it's like they're stuttering. The hedge funds are stuttering. It makes me feel bad for saying what I said now. All right, guys, I'm gonna open this market here. I'll see you guys after market opens.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Got it. Go. Fido. Go. Bravo. Go. GC. Go. Max. Go. Eagle. Go. Eco. Go. FAO. Go. Payloads. Go. Scan for the customer. Go. DPS. We're go. Eco. Go. Booster. Go. Surgeon. Go. PRS. Go. Okay. And let's see. We'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling some poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. So this morning's title is very unoriginal because I was like 18 minutes late getting started because I forgot what Knobzilla's song was in a snafu where I didn't save the information in a good place, and so I lost it. And I was trying to find where I was supposed to play his birthday song, and so I had to put him in the title of the day to let him know that I hadn't forgotten him. But luckily, he was in here before the morning started, and I was able to get the right song played. So happy birthday, Knobzilla, and also happy birthday to Hunter. He's officially a 18-year-old man now, and is off on his own and able to do make his own way in life. And yes, believe it or not, Hunter is an AMC and Ape shareholder, and I'm proud of him. He's been holding strong, so I wouldn't have let him sold anyways. I had control. but yeah, he is. He's an AMC and Ape shareholder, so I'm hoping that it'll be a wonderful birthday gift for him in the future, where he sees the value out of holding something. That's my hopes, and I believe it. I believe in it strongly. It is another day. We had some weird stuff happen last night. About 6 minutes after market closed, I'm going to throw up GME over here on the right-hand side of the screen, and AMC on the left. And in the aftermarket hours of last night, 6 minutes after market close, or basically like the first minute or two of trading into the aftermarket hours, AMC popped up to $4.85, and then went down to $4.64, and then settled on a closing price right around $4.72. GME had something very similar happen as well, where they popped 6 minutes after market close, and went up to about $28.93, fell down to as much as $22.40, and then closed out at $24.99. And weird stuff how AMC and GME would hit those same values at the same have those big swings at the same exact time. You know, nothing really tying AMC and GME supposed to be tying them together. Ape, on the other hand, did not have that activity in the ending portion of the day. It just was doing its little barcode dance as usual, and still barcoding. not really any change there. And yeah, so that's kind of interesting stuff happened yesterday. So I'm trying to look for like a link or connection between the two through ETFs, but couldn't really find anything this morning. Tammy gave me another website that has a little bit more accurate reporting on some of the ETFs that hold positions of AMC and GME, and I'm going to try and use that perhaps tomorrow or later today, maybe to maybe compile something and see if I can't find some kind of commonality. But as of right now, I have not found anything yet. Thought for sure maybe the meme stock ETF might have been one of the answers, but it didn't have anything. It didn't hold any answers to questions. Some people said that the earnings report was bad for GME. I don't think that it was bad. I think it was right on expectations. I saw two or three different sites yesterday that were reporting an estimated EPS of negative 0.17. That's what they ended up doing. I felt like they hit what they were expected to hit. They reduced expenditures quarter over quarter, which is a good, strong move. They've got over $1 billion in their coffers, and I think they have the tools that they need to become a better company. They just need to have a plan. And I don't know if they have one or not, but the 2-year contract, as was mentioned earlier, they let the CEO go. His 2-year contract is coming up, and he stepped down from the board of directors as well. And now Ryan Cohen's running the show. So we'll see what ends up happening with that. Hopefully they've got a vision because they have all the tools necessary. They have the shareholders, they have the money, and they have the business set up to go and ready to make changes to be able to become profitable. So hopefully they're going to go in that direction. They just need the vision. And I personally believe there is so many things that they could do to start becoming profitable. I think the potential is absolutely there. Um, Pro Jeweler says GME has more money than some banks, but banks are okay. Yeah, there is that. Bird Eye says GME has more money than Citadel, who holds 90 billion of long-term debt. Yeah, but apparently the market doesn't see that's how it should be trading. Because, whatever. It is definitely moving up this morning compared to where it was at. I think we started out the market down about 22% or thereabouts. And it's already up to 2165 or down 17.08. So it's definitely moving in the right direction. Earlier this morning, I kind of pointed out something from the past with GME where we've seen something similar like this happening before. And I'll just put this up on the screen just for the sake of talking about it. But we have seen this. If we go back to March of 2022 when they were reporting I guess it would have been oops, I'm on the 1 minute. Let me give it on the 20-minute here. They had the earnings report. Let's see here, March of 2022, which would have been, I guess, Q4 of, or would have been maybe the yearly. Let's see here. Where is this? Yeah, period ending January 22. So it would have been Q4 or the yearly. When they had that earnings report, you can see something very, very similar happened during that period of time where in the aftermarket hours, I don't know exactly when it was because I can only do 20-minute intervals, but shortly after market close, price dropped down pretty significantly. I think I measured it out earlier this morning. It was like 11, almost somewhere between 11 and 12% down. And then it did recover a little more than half of it, but then continue to move downwards through into market open the next morning, where it proceeded to recover all the losses and then some before the day was over. So I don't know if that's going to happen or not today on GME for sure, but it was a very similar setup back then. You could see that volume was rising leading into the earnings report. You could see it very slowly starting to creep upwards, and obviously volume definitely taking off afterwards. If we take it to current day, just to kind of take a look and see like how this compares to where they're at right now. Let's see what it looks like. You can see here the volume. Volume is obviously starting to creep up a little bit here towards, I would say it started really moving up around 17th of May. Volume starting to creep up, and definitely the day of and today, volume definitely heading upwards, getting a spike in volume there, getting that same kind of U shape pattern where prices has moved down. And I kind of mentioned this. I sat in a space call for quite a few hours last night. I think at least two. I sat in a space call and kind of passively listened to what was being said in there. And one of the things that I pointed out to them was exactly what I just showed to you guys. I said this has happened before, where the market made a correction in advance for what it knew was probably likely some upwards momentum coming their direction. So I'm not saying that's necessarily going to happen again. I'm just stating that in this particular situation, um, it could happen again. It's possible because it's almost exactly the same thing where you've got price trending upwards, then you get this like sharp movement downwards, followed by who knows what, right? So here's your trend upwards, followed by the sharp aftermarket hours and pre-market trading, and then a continuation from where it left off. So just thought I'd share that with you guys. Looks like they want to try and close out those 450 put positions that they have open. We're going down to test that. Albert says GME has so much money. How much money? GME has so much money that Chuck Norris says, "Wow, that's a lot of money." While he's sitting doing his infomercial on a on one of those slide, what do they call those? I can't remember what they were called. The sliding. Man, I can't remember what those things were called. The sliding bench, where you use your own weight. What were those things called? I can't remember. Total Fitness Gym or something like that. I can't remember what they were called. Dr. D says no idea. I can't remember what was the. Hold on a second. I'm gonna look it up. Yeah, Total Gym. Did I can't believe I got that right. The Total Gym. Huh. Oddly enough, I'm seeing some being advertised here for Amazon, and it says Total Gym Apex. Now we know where Apex gets his name from. We can start teasing. We'll be like, Apex, how's your Total Gym doing? No, Bowflex. I don't think Bowflex was his. It's just a simple sliding, an inverted, and not inverted. Well, I guess it's inverted if you're laying down, facing down. But it's an inclined bench that slides on a bar, and you use your own weight to pull yourself up and down the slide. Um, and which probably not a bad. It sounds like a pretty good idea actually, but I don't know how much quality there was in those. Donna says I have one. How long have you had it for? And is it worth it? What did Christy Brinkley have? Did she have the Thigh Master? I don't remember what she had. It's in my garage. I've never used it. It sounds like my Peloton. I think I've used my Peloton 3 times, maybe 3 times. Doug says anyone having issues getting into Fidelity not sending text for two-factor. Let me check it right now because I got about 6 minutes to log in anyways. I'm gonna check mine and see. Do note that we ran into this problem before. If you do have a problem, when it gives you the enter security step required, hit cancel. Sorry, there's an option there that says call me. You can click on the call me section and have it send you the code through the phone with a phone call. That seemed to work last time. So I just sent it through just now, and I did not receive the text either. So this is now the second time that they've had problems with this. I'm going to hit the call me and try it this time with the call me and see if that works. Let's see if I get a phone call here. This is going to be the second time that they've had problems with this. It's not very reassuring. No phone call either. Guess it's time to call them up, huh? I'm going to go to Twitter and complain on Twitter. I think we can let the whole world know. I'm gonna try my. So I'm putting in a pretty steamy message real quick here, but I'm gonna try something before I send it. I'm gonna try and log in through my phone through the app just to see if the phone has any problems. I've found that in the past, my phone doesn't seem to have any problems with getting in. Give me 1 second here. Seem to be having problems as well on my phone, but part of it's just, oh, I know what this is. Hold on a second here. Okay. All right, it looks like I can log in on my phone just fine. The only problem that I had was the fact that I couldn't remember my account ID. And then I finally remembered it. That was my problem. That wasn't their problem. So I can log in through the app. I'm not having any problems there. So if you really need to get into your account to do something, you can. At least on my iPhone, I have access to it. I'm going to put that in here, the app, however. Okay, so I'm putting in Fidelity. This is now 2 times that I've had difficulty using two-factor authentication to log in and not been able to get my access code to log in. Why am I using you as a trusted broker if I can't access my account? The app, however, does work on my phone. Please resolve ASAP. Forever. Please resolve forever. All right, so that's sent out. Just tweeted that out. Let me just make sure I can, let me try logging in one more time here through my desktop. Yeah, it's showing me a different, it was showing me a different login screen. So now I sent for a request to get the password again here. We'll see what happens. Last time I ran into this, they told me to use the call me function, and that worked. This time, however, call me function does not work. And this is now the second time that I've tried it. Okay, the call's coming through this time. Okay, that worked. The phone call worked this time. It didn't work last time. I just tried it. This is the second time that I tried it. It did work. It just worked this time for me, Doug. It did call me this time. Access code worked. I'm into the, well, I think I'm into the account. Yep, I'm into the account now. So that seems to be working for me. Try using the call me function and see if that works. But man, this is twice now in like a month that they've had a problem with this. That's a little bit worrisome. However, both times in that month, the phone was still working, and honestly, if I can still get in through my phone or my iPad, I'm not too concerned. I'd rather have that two-factor authentication than not have it because I still have access to getting into my account. So I don't know. I'm not sure. Not sure why they're screwing up things like that, but it's a little nerve-wracking, I will admit. But it is 9:03 and it's time to take a look at our numbers. Well, I guess the only thing I would suggest to you, Doug, is that make sure you have access through an app on your phone. I have not tried Active Trader Pro, and I don't like pulling that up on the computer just because I can't pull it up in a way that you guys can't see it unless I take you guys to the other screen. Let me try that. Let me try. Let's see here. Where are my glasses? I just I just saw a picture of my face. I'm like, where the hell my glasses go? They're not even on my face. I gotta go grab my glasses here. Give me a second. I'm gonna try and log into Fidelity Active Trader Pro and see what happens first. I don't know if it's going to. I don't know how, because it usually does make me send a code as well for that when I'm logging in. So I'm trying to open it right now just to see what happens. Give me just a second, and I'll let you know what I experience. I hate using Active Trader Pro with a passion. It is so slow. Oh, it's so unbearable. Okay, so this is asking for the two-step factor. Oh, I can't say it. It's asking for the 2FA, 2AF, whatever it is. That's obviously not going to work. Let me try the call me again on this one. So I used the call me on the Active Trader Pro, and it didn't work either. I'm gonna try resubmitting it one more time. Maybe I got lucky. All right, it's not working right now, so I'll try it again after I go through the numbers. But before I get started on the numbers, I need to go grab my glasses. So give me just a minute. I'll be right back. All right, let me take you guys over to the other page here, and we'll take a look at these numbers. I got my glasses on. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Also, please take pictures or video footage, or have I always forget the name of it. Have them send a statement. I don't know why I can't think of the word statement in my head. Have them send a statement to you of what it is that you own. You can do electronic statements is fine. That'll work just fine. If you get an electronic statement sent to you or one of those methods and have proof of ownership of what it is that you have or hold, you want to make sure you have that because you don't want to be caught in a situation where your broker tells you that you're not holding what it is that you think that you're supposed to be holding. So make sure you guys are protecting yourself in doing that. All right, let's see what we got going on with the numbers. Starting with the top left-hand side here, we got price prediction tally points for this week. Einstein and I are tied for first with 5 points. Eric's got 4, and Apex has 3. What am I doing here? I'm looking at something. Oh yeah, price predictions. So for the day today, remember this is not financial advice. The price predictions. Eric did adjust his numbers, so instead of having an 8-cent spread between us, there's more like a, let's see, what do we got? It's 15, 16, 16 cents spread between us now. So it doubled. I have 482 to 782. Eric has 469 to 769. Apex has 485 to 785. And Einstein has 481 to 781. Some of us are really, really, really close to each other on numbers. It'll be interesting to see what ends up happening today. But the low end for the day today is Eric. He would receive the extra bonus point for today if it came down to being lower than 469. Short exempt volume for the day was down on both, I believe AMC and Ape. Yeah, they were both down. AMC was down to 155.1 thousand shares. Ape was 21.7 thousand shares. Utilization 100% for AMC. Ape dropped a little bit more to 39.05. AMC was up 1.94% yesterday. Ape up 1.91. Max Pain for the day today is $5. Let's take a look at that off exchange data. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 54% combined off exchange EDGX. Let's see where we're at currently. 55.89% going through off exchange. EDGX is 8.84. The combined total 64.73%. That's about 10.73% higher than I would expect. 33 shares going through CHX. It's not a whole lot. Nothing worth mentioning going on there. On Ape, so far for the day, we've got 66.61% volume going through off exchanges. EDGX is at 3.23. The combined total 69.84%. We haven't seen these kind of high numbers like this in a long time. That is 15.84% going through those exchanges. 100 shares through CHX so far for the day. Pretty low numbers. Taking a look at GME, CHX volume is 0.12 with a 30-day average of 0.17, so not particularly too high. Nothing unusual going on. Institutional ownership this morning for the last 3 days has been 139.153 million shares. Still the same, no change. Options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today is at a $5 strike. That's what it was yesterday. Currently, so far for the day, there's 6,000 contracts. That's probably almost double what I would expect to see by this time of the day. Highest amount of puts is at a $4.50 strike, and there's only 972 contracts so far. Not a whole lot of puts on AMC, even with price moving down, which is kind of surprising to see. There are, oh, you know what? My bad, guys. I'm looking at next week's data. I just made a mistake. Sorry. Scrolling back up here, let's take a look at. There we go. This data looks more normal. Call volume still at a $5 strike. It was not 6,000 contracts. It's 7.5. And on puts, it's $4.50 and it's 2.1 thousand contracts. That's a little bit more realistic. But there's still not a whole lot of volume up and down the chain. Looks like they're really trying to nail us in into between 4.5 and 5 for a close for AMC by the end of the day today. Combined price of AMC and Ape did break that level of rising level of support, and it broke it really hard on market open. This is where I suggested to you guys that if we drop below this descending level of support, that there's a very good chance that we might see price dropping down to retest potentially 595 and getting a little bit of a double bottom here. As it stands right now, the combined price is $6.13. More than likely, they're trying to push price down below 450 to close out as many put positions as possible this week before tomorrow. Usually, when puts are closed, that's bullish, and price starts to move upwards usually afterwards. But yeah, combined price right now is $6.13 on what I would say is higher volume. So far for the day today, 1.34 million shares have been borrowed for AMC. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 21.93%. Cost to borrow mins at 50.13, average is 85.24, and max is 305.76. Utilization is 100% today. It's day number 99. Tomorrow will be the 100th day of 100% utilization. Zooming in on this just a tad bit here, the on-loan amount you'll see day over day rose by 510,000 shares from 185.55 million to 186.06. The estimated short share interest of the free float rose as a result from 21.8 to 21.84. And on-loan average age per day rising from 101.89 to 102.38. Security lending volume was down from 5.91 million to 2.62 million. On Ape, so far for the day, there has been 400 shares borrowed. Nothing really worth mentioning. That's not going to change the estimated short share interest of the free float at all. It's at 5.13%. Cost to borrow, min is at 7.94, average is 8.11, and max is 8.27. So they've borrowed more than once to get different values in here for 400 shares. Taking a look at utilization, kind of leveled out a little bit. It still did drop day over day, but kind of leveling out a little. It went from 39.22 to 39.05. On loan amount change day over day was a net zero change. Went from 14.53 million shares on loan to the same. Estimated short share interest of the free float as a result did not change from 5.13 to 5.13, and on loan average age per day did continue to rise from 114.53 to 115.18. Security lending volume did drop from 2.15 million shares to 347,000 shares. So there was security lending volume yesterday, but netted zero movement on loan amount, which means short positions that were opened and closed within the same day. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three that I'm looking for as of right now. GME up on the list, number one, with a 71.76% buy to 28.24% sell ratio. Looking really, really, really strong right now. Love what I'm seeing with those numbers. That is absolutely awesome. The dip is being purchased. AMC and Ape are probably not on this list, although we are having elevated amounts of volume on AMC at least compared to what we've had from the near past. Or recent. I guess it's weird to say near past. It's probably more correct to say recent past. It's kind of weird. I never thought about that before. SSR trips today for AMC at about $4.26, Ape at 1.44. Shares available to borrow showing at 10,000 shares available to borrow, which is about what it was when market opened. There's been no change since 7 o'clock this morning, Eastern Standard Time, which was 6 my time when I started the live stream. Fees were last seen at 64.3%. So far borrowed for the day today, I'm only counting the 100,000 that were borrowed from 4 o'clock in the morning till 6:48 in the morning, and I'm not counting the 10,000 shares that were borrowed overnight. I only do increments of 50. Let's see how this market's moving here. NASDAQ is up 0.37, Dow Jones is up 0.16, and the S&P 500 is up 0.15. However, we have 3,682 decliners, 3,687 decliners to 2,477 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing, which usually means that if your markets are up and you have less advancers, then your blue chips are usually the ones that are getting the big pushes, and everything else is suffering. So probably a lot of the mid and small caps are likely suffering right now. Taking a look at banks, we got some red and green showing up here. The biggest of the movers so far this morning is PacWest is down 5.24. And that's it. That's the biggest mover. Ethereum Classic is currently up 0.48. US dollar is showing down 0.62. Oil is down 1.63. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.31 to 0.38, and the SPY is up 0.11. VIX is currently showing up 0.79. Is this getting a trend reversal? Is that a doji? Did we find a bottom? VBR is down 0.82. VB is down 0.7. Tesla is up 1.67. Amazon is up 2.65. Cinemark is down 0.44. Doge is up 1.1. Bitcoin is up 0.3 at 26.4K a coin. GME is down 19.3 at 2107. HYMC is up 0.06. NCMI is up 1.71. Hood is down 1.81. Ape is up 0.63 at 161, $1.61. AMC is down 3.72 at 4.56. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, we have approximately, let's just see, $750,000 more inflow than outflow for the day-to-day so far. 4.01 million shares traded so far. Ooh, we're definitely getting some better volume today. After 50 minutes worth of trading, we're currently on a pace for 31.27 million shares. Now, yesterday we had a very similar situation where we were trading much higher volume in the first hour, and immediately that volume was just snuffed out like a, I don't know, like a candle in a blizzard. and volume was just, I mean, it was just snuffed out like crazy. But right now we're on a pace for 31.27. I do expect this to come down throughout the day. I would be surprised if we hit the same volume that we hit yesterday. I would think that we'd be higher than 15 million shares traded. I'm not sure how much more. We'll have to kind of take a little bit closer look at this in probably about an hour, and I can probably give you guys a better guesstimate. But I'm kind of hoping for like 20 million shares today. As a result, I did increase my due to the pre-market pokey stick of volume. I did increase my prediction for the day, and I've been lately saying 5 to 25 million. I said 10 to 30 today, so we're almost in that 10 to 30 range right now. But we're gonna be within that range, I'm pretty sure. On a 4-hour time interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.76, which is showing a potential divergence with more selling pressure. RSI is below average on a 1-hour time interval. More selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.66, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.11, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.56, which is below average. On Ape, let's just call that 5. Just about 150 or almost, $1.5 million more outflow than inflow. I think it's a little bit over. 2.86 million shares traded so far. After 52 minutes worth of trading, puts us on a pace for 21.45 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 1 and 20. I think that's still good, still a good prediction. On a 4-hour timetable, we've got RSI, or sorry, the Vortex indicator is currently showing more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.12, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.06, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.42, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 53.11, which is slightly above average. Taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud on a 1-hour chart for Ape. Lagging line is right at price line, conversion, and base. I can't even see, but I can tell from the numbers they're right on top of each other. It's probably like right there. Price is above all this. This would turn into a buy signal I had mentioned to you guys earlier this morning at about $1.63. It actually might be a little bit lower than that. I could see it actually started becoming a buy signal at about 162, maybe within the next hour. On a 4-hour chart, we have lagging line right on price line, conversions below base. Again, breaking above the cloud is going to be necessary, and also driving the lagging line above price line, which is going to be above 165. So we're going to need to see a 166 on a 4-hour chart in order to see some additional buying pressure going in to the rest of the day today. So a little bit higher numbers, but for tomorrow, that's not going to be the case. The number is going to come back down to that 162.63 range for potential upwards momentum incoming. On AMC, on a 1-hour chart, we've got lagging line below price line, conversion below base. Price is at $4.56, which is below the cloud. We did break through it. We have red cloud forming now going into Friday. More than likely, you're going to see a lot of puts probably trying to close out their positions at a $4.50 range. And then I would expect to see price starting to move up after that occurs. To turn this into a buy signal for today, price is going to have to go up above, I wrote down 480 as my number for the day. For both the 1-hour and the 4-hour chart. It's kind of the magic number, and I don't, based off the 1-hour chart here, I'm not really expecting it. And my price prediction for the day was 472. I think we're gonna see the downwards momentum in the beginning portion of the day to close out put positions, and then the end of the day running back up towards that 470 range. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is still above price line and conversion still above base, but price is not managing to break through the cloud as of yet. The top of the cloud today is at $4.80. So we need to see 481 or higher. Right now really is just a game the market's playing of keep volume low. Keep volume low, keep pain low. And that's all I got for you guys. Someone tell Casey his fly is open. Nope, just checking right now. Nope, definitely not open. But Donkey Kong wrote in both a couple times in here. Not sure what that's in reference to. Any updated on the FTDs? So we've had probably about a month's worth of just sideways trading for the most part. So there's not, I don't think there's probably a whole lot going on with the failure to delivers currently, but I haven't recently checked. But let me pull it up here and look at it. I don't expect those to be very hot due to the fact that we haven't had a whole lot of crazy activity, which is by design, I believe. Let me pull it up here real quick. Where's my page? There it is. Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of a lull here, kind of taking place. So currently, I'm using the StocksEra dot pythonanywhere.com link to check out these failure to delivers. But in reference to only because of this one, I know gives the more accurate T35 date, I believe. I'm pretty sure it's this one that gives the accurate T35 date. And then you'll notice that the numbers are starting to decrease. They were really high for consecutive day after day after day after day. But you can see here that they're starting to subside a little bit here. By 5.5, they were 3.5, then down to 3.2, 1.5, 1.2, 1.2, then 930,000. So the effects of seeing price movement stagnate is resulting in failure to delivers that are not building, which is also seen in short exempt volume on a daily basis, where the numbers have been pretty low for a while. So I think we're getting a little bit of a cooling off period on failure delivers, and of course that's obviously they know that the reverse split and merger is coming, or conversion. So they're probably trying to idle things out as much as possible so that to create the least amount of pain through that entire process. So they're not stacking. If that's the question you're asking, they're definitely not stacking right now. I'm pretty sure Ape's the same way, but I haven't checked it. In fact, if anything, I doubt they're almost even existent. Yep, non-existent. For the most part, pretty non-existent. It's been trading sideways. That's what happens. They're preparing. They know what's coming. Casey has naked shorts on. It's summertime. I got kids running around. There's no way. That's during the school year. I don't think I would ever do that. I sure can. Hold on a second, ABC. Let me. I just closed it. Give me a second. I just closed it again. Reopen. There we go. Oh no, it's reopening the wrong one. Give me 1 second. There's the link to it right there. I kind of like looking at that one as opposed to Ortex just because it tends to report a little bit earlier than Ortex does. But I do like the way that Ortex reports it in terms of being able to, I guess, compare to the past historicals. It's not as easy to report the historicals on that other one because it only goes back. Gosh, I don't know how far it goes back, but it doesn't go back nearly as far as Vortex does. But this is, you can see we've had lulls like this in the past where you get kind of like a lull, a rise, a lull, a rise, like a peaks and valleys, right? Peaks and valleys. Some might suggest that this might be the valley for the next big bump up. I don't think that's going to be the case, and that's only because we haven't seen any price activity that would cause that to occur, right? What causes these big peaks to occur are these big runs in prices that we've seen from the past. And when you get those, that's when you get the volatility that they try to control, and they have to use short exempt volume in order to do that, which turns into failure to delivers. And right now, over the last, gosh, I mean, we had a little bit of a rise in price between April 24th and May 5th, but ever since May 5th, it's just kind of been on this like slow kind of downtrend here, and there's not been a big spike. However, if you look at the on loan average age per day, it did hit a bottom, which is usually a very strong indicator that we're going to start seeing price running. I don't know if that's going to happen this time. It may not. It may not end up happening this time because tomorrow would be the deadline for that. It reached its bottom on May 18th, and we had 1 day of non-trading, and there was a holiday, which means the deadline for that 15 trading days would be tomorrow. I don't think that we're going to necessarily see that run as of right now, and I think that's mainly in part due to the fact that they're slowing down everything. I think they know what's happening at the end of June, and they're anticipating it, and they're trying to wind things down to the point to where this is going to cause them the least amount of pain as possible to get through it. So um, I don't know that we're necessarily going to see a run up on this one. I mean, I still got one more day left here, but I don't know that there's enough failure to delivers that are stacked from previous periods of time that would cause there to be pain for them to have to, deliver shares, mandatorily to start delivering of shares. So I'm not expecting it. Casey, would you tell us even? Would I tell you even? Oh yeah, I'd tell you. I'm not. I'm not the type. I have done the live stream in pajamas before, pajama bottoms, but I'd never. I don't think I would ever do it with just my underwear on. That's not who I am. Yeah, AMC Panda, I get it. I think a lot of people were probably hoping for some really good news to kind of pop the price. Um, I think that there are some people out there who see Ryan Cohen moving in and becoming in charge of GME as being a really, really positive thing. I don't know where I stand on that. I don't know his. I need to do some more investigating into Ryan Cohen. One of the things that kind of worries me about Ryan Cohen is I feel like he's a closer sometimes for businesses, and he buys up businesses. He makes them kind of seem or look like they're profitable, and then closes on them. I feel like that's what I know about him, but I don't know that for a fact, and I need to do some research on him. But I don't. I know a lot of people are really excited about him taking control. So that's good. I don't know what his past history's like though. I need to look into him and research him a little bit. Um, I'm looking right now. Let's see here. I don't know. I have to do some reading into him and his background. I'm looking right here. It says that he was born in 1985. He's younger than I am by almost 10 years. This is funny. It says born 1985 or 1986. They're not. They're not even sure. They're not even sure. Wikipedia is not even sure if he was born in 85 or 86. So I've got either 9 or 10 years on him. Is a Canadian entrepreneur and activist investor. He founded e-commerce company Chewy in 2011 and was the company CEO until 2018. Cohen is currently the executive chairman of GameStop. Of course, we'd have to go through here and I'd have some reading up to do. I don't know much about him. So PetSmart purchased Chewy for 3.35 billion. Cohen remained the CEO following the acquisition and operated the business largely as an independent unit of PetSmart. He grew the business to 3.5 billion in revenue in 2018 prior to stepping down as CEO to pursue personal goals and spend time with his family. The one thing that I'd be looking at here is it said that PetSmart purchased Chewy in 2017. At the age of 15, it looks like he started Chewy and he founded Chewy in 2011. So approximately 6 years later, he sold it to PetSmart. So secured the company's first outside investment from Volition Capital for 15 million by 2016. He had raised capital from investors including BlackRock and T. Rowe Price New Horizons Fund. That year, the company had 900 million in sales and had become the #1 online pet retailer. By 2017, he raised 350 million and was preparing for an IPO. So by 2017, he raised 350 million and was preparing for an IPO. He doesn't really have much of a past, does he? I mean, he's got a successful past here, but it's not nothing you can really kind of look at it and say like, okay, well, this is what his track record looks like. All right. Well, I don't know much about him. Like I said, I'm really not I'm not a fan. I'm not a critic. I don't know anything about him. The reason I said what I said about the closing was I was thinking about Bed Bath and Beyond, but I don't know. Andrew says he does have a dog named Bruno though. Was it a poodle? It says in this thing that I was in this thing here it says his inspiration for picking a pet category name was from his experience shopping for his poodle Tylee, Tylee. Tealy. Tealy? It seems like I don't think you would call a poodle Tylee. I think that's Tealy. I don't know how to say it. Oh, I should be back in the back of the big tramp so you guys can tell me. I'm in the back of the big tramp now. If you guys, it is Thursday, so if you guys want to come back there and hang out, you're more than welcome to. No obligations. Just offering it up as a choice. Tammy says Casey Chewy is the best thing he's done in my opinion. Abby says, Casey, do you see AMC, not AMC, plus Ape crossing 7 in June? Are we looking at options, Hazel? uh, I don't like. Hmm, hmm. I don't know what's going to happen, Hazel, right before the lawsuit. And the way that they're winding things down and trying to suppress price and volume, my guess is that they don't want this to move anywhere, and that they'll probably do everything in their power to to keep this from moving somewhere. So the bigger question that I think that you have to ask yourself, I said Hazel, I meant Abby. Abby, I think the bigger question that you have to ask yourself is there going to be any kind of major market moves between now and the end of June? If there are major market moves between now and the end of June, then there's all kinds of possibilities. But if there's not going to be any major market moves between now and the end of June, then I would expect to see stagnation right up until the lawsuit. Um, I don't know. I don't know where I stand on this. I don't know. I'm trying to think of how I would answer your question in regards to, like, do I think there's going to be a major market move? And my answer would be, let me look at some stuff. Let's research. I feel like I have somebody in the back of the big tramp here. Do I have somebody? Oh, Pirate Porn. How's it going, man? Oh, wait. You're talking.
Wonderful. How are you today?
I couldn't hear you because I had my volume down, I think. Were you talking?
No, just hanging out.
Okay, cool. Good to see you, man.
Good to see you too. I enjoy it.
Let's see here. Spy. Let's take a look. So previously, and I'm gonna get rid of this Bollinger Band that I've got up on the screen here. So I'll try to get rid of some of these lines on the page. Previously, we were cooking on what appeared to be an ascending parallel channel, but broke above that, and we also had an ascending broadening wedge that we broke out of, and I would have suspected us come back down and retest perhaps something around like 387. And both of these signals did not act the way that they were supposed to. So where is this moving to? Where is the market trying to move to? What forces are causing the numbers to move the direction that they're happening? I think is probably the better question, because we know that inflation is, I would say, is not improving. The debt ceiling got raised, so the Fed's printing more money. Is the printing of more money going to cause the market to continue to move upwards, or allow it to start moving upwards, or how is this going to impact spending in the market, I guess? Hmm. Bonds aren't looking good. I know that. Still inverted. Such a difficult question. The US dollar did exactly what it was supposed to do. Twice. Oil still looks like it's heading down. If oil is still going to continue to head down and it's not going to break out until beginning of July, I say no. I say most indicators are looking like it's not going to happen until after the end of June. Any kind of major market moves are looking like they're trending towards big movements after June. Yeah, after June. The U.S. dollar is actually starting to form a wedge. If it consolidates within this wedge and doesn't break out until the very end, leaving out just the tip of the wedge here, the box that I just drew is basically like beginning of September to the end of, or beginning of sorry, yeah, so October, beginning of September to the beginning of October range. So if the U.S. dollar breaks out of this wedge, I don't know which I would assume it's going to drive upwards, but um, yeah, I would assume it would drive up. But I would say after June. I don't know. What do you guys think? Maybe I should put up a poll. Maybe I should put up a poll for everybody to, not related to AMC specific, the specific question about AMC, but more, what do you think the market's going to do? Do you think it's going to, do you think that there's going to be major activity before the end of June or after June? And it doesn't, I'm not gonna make you guys commit to which direction it's going, but I'll just ask you guys, I'll poll you guys and say, do you think the market's going to have major market moves before or after June, end of June? Uh, Actually, I am gonna make you guys decide. I just realized I could do that. All right, so be real careful with your choice here. There's going to be because I can give you guys four choices. So I'm going to give you before and moving up, after and moving up, before and moving down, and after and moving down. This is just to kind of get like a sentiment on what I guess you guys are seeing from your perspectives. What do you guys feel? And it's not there is no wrong answers here. You don't have to base. You can you can rub it right in my face here with this poll here and be like, I think you're thinking completely wrong, and I'm gonna be contrary to what you think. So this way you guys have the ability to be able to have a say in what you think. What are you guys seeing? Hazel says AMC probably won't move much until word comes from the court. Well, there is. I mean, I don't know when the court's going to decide, Hazel. I don't know if they're going to wait until the end of September or not to make a decision on this. My hopes is that she doesn't, wait that long. I know she knows that this is a hot topic and is um, a decision that would be best for the company sooner than later. So I have a feeling that she'll probably rule sooner than later. And my hopes is that we can get things kind of that it can be resolved quickly. But if it's not, we do have a shareholder quarterly meeting in July. So even if the judge doesn't come back with an immediate response, we still have something that I think could potentially cause some potential upwards momentum on AMC's price. And I do believe that this next quarterly report is going to provide some good numbers. Glenn says next week Fed rate decision, so before the end of June. And at this point right now, I don't think they're going to raise rates since the debt ceiling was removed. There's only a 29.8% chance at 25 bips, so I'm gonna say they're gonna hold off. I mean, we're only 6 days out. 6 days, 3 hours, 6 minutes, and 22 seconds. Yeah, because I only get 4 choices, Dylan. You're either choosing yes or no on it. I mean, sideways would be a no, right? Uh, it would be an after. If you say sideways, then you're going to be saying after, because that would be sideways. It's not a major market move until after. But normally I would give you like a I don't care choice. Mr. Loco says, I think mid-July to mid-August we will see more activity. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of leaning towards as well, Mr. Loco. Mr. E says, what do you think about Phase 6 9-month contracts? When do they end? I don't think about Phase 6 very much. How's that? And I'm not saying that it's not a thing. I just don't. I haven't really done a whole lot of research on it, and I'm not sure where I stand on it. Tank Dog says, Casey, it seems like AMC volume is picking up over the last few days. Big move soon. Um, Typically speaking, when volume increases and price is increasing, it usually does result in a big move upwards. Only we just got a big decrease in well, I wouldn't say it's not really a big decrease, but we just got some decreasing price movement. But I do like seeing the volume picking up. Volume does tell you that there's some maybe potential positive movement coming our direction. Although it's not going to be coming from failure to delivers. We don't really have any right now. So I'm kind of I don't know what's really gonna cause it to drive upwards. Can you explain the shared dividend time frame example after a reverse split? Can you explain the shared dividend time frame? The day of. You will receive your shared dividend the day of that the conversion reverse split happens. Overnight. Dr. Zeno says, I will get crucified for this, but oh well. Phase 6, the crooks and the banks and the Wall Street knew for years that was coming. They are prepared. Don't count on Phase 6 doing much. Sorry. Yeah. They know that that's coming. The contracts end in 2 weeks. No pun intended, right? AMC Panda. They know that they know what that the Phase 6 requirements are for settlement of any positions that are out there. So in regards to what Dr. Zeno's saying, that's kind of something where I kind of like I really don't feel like it's going to be an issue because I mean, if you knew, for example, that you had a car payment coming up next month, you're not going to sit there and spend all your money knowing that you have a car payment coming. Well, maybe you would. I don't know who you are, but I can guarantee you that these institutions aren't going to let something like that sneak up on them and be like, "Oh my God, last minute, where's all my money I can get to pay this off?" So I'm sure they're doing something to uh, be ready for that. Ooh, Glenn, I did not cover the unemployment numbers. Let me pull it up here real fast. Unemployment numbers. Initial jobless claims are up. Previously, it was 233,000. It was 236 for a forecast, and it's 261. Initial jobless claims are up by And then also wholesale inventories are down, not as much as they were expecting. However, wholesale inventories were flatlined. They were supposed to be down. The median forecast was down 0.2%. The end result was down 0.1. Also, yesterday we had the U.S. trade deficit increased. It was 60.6 billion. I don't know if they do that as a monthly. Let me actually pull up the article on this real quickly. U.S. trade deficit jumps 23% to 6-month high as imports rebound. The U.S. trade deficit jumped 23% in April to a 6-month high of 74.6 billion, reflecting an increase in imports such as cell phones and foreign autos. Exports fell. The trade gap rose 14 billion from 60.6 billion in March. Larger deficits subtract from gross domestic product, the official scorecard for U.S. economy. The trade deficit has bounced around sharply since last year and has had an unusually large impact on GDP. Imports rose 1.5% to 323.6 billion in April. The biggest increase were in autos, parts, and consumer goods such as cell phones. Oil imports fell. Exports fell 3.6 last month to 249 billion. The U.S. shipped less oil and fewer pharmaceutical drugs. The big picture, the key trend in trade since last fall has been a broad decline in imports from a record high. They peaked at 348 billion a year ago and haven't come close to that level since then. Americans are buying relatively fewer goods and spending more on services for one thing, and a slower U.S. economy has also reduced demand. The increase in imports in April is unlikely to lead to a sustained reversal in those trends. High inflation and rising U.S. interest rates have dampened demand for consumer goods. Yeah, families, if you think about families, they probably want to go out and spend memories together instead of buying shit. It's like I'd rather take my kids out and go do something that they're going to remember. Like um, the beach trip I'm going to take next week. I'm going to take a beach trip. Um, uh, Go to Top Golf. We're doing that. We're going to the comedy uh, show. I don't know what to call it. The comedy 4 hours. So yeah, I think people want to spend time, their money on well spent time with their families right now. Hazel says, "Did I hear yucca sounds in the back of the Big Tramp?" You did not. You heard D. You heard pirate porn likely, but D Money is also back here. Ooh, numbers. Jack says it's numbers time. Real quickly before I continue on with the numbers, though, I just want to read one more thing real fast on the initial jobless claims because I want to see what that's coming from here. The number of people who applied for U.S. unemployment benefits in early June jumped to nearly 2-year high of 261,000, but most of the increase took place in just 2 states, Ohio and California. New jobless claims in the 7 days ending June 3rd climbed to 28,000 from the prior week. The Labor Department said Thursday the figures are seasonally adjusted. Layoffs rose early in the year and pushed jobless claims above 200,000, but until this week, jobless claims has barely changed since the spring and indicated that layoffs remained low. These are the numbers so you guys can see them. It's sometimes saying numbers and seeing numbers have different reactions for people. So this is where the jobless claims were at, and you can see here since May 27th to June 3rd that the number has risen from 233 to 261,000. So we got a little bit of a spike up here. It's not much worse than what we saw back here in January 21 of 2023, but it is definitely taking a little bit of a spike. Let's see. Of the 53 U.S. states and territories that reported jobless claims, 27 showed an increase last week. The other 26 posted a decline. Most of the increase was in California and Ohio. Minnesota also saw a sizable increase. Don't you know? why, why do I always do that when I say Minnesota? Actual or unadjusted claims surged by 6,345 in Ohio to 16,717, an unusually large gain. And they rose by 5,173 to 48,750 in California. Wow, that's a big, massive jump. The state with by far the largest numbers of jobless claims that could reflect tech-related layoffs. Ooh, boy. Oh man, I told you guys that shit was gonna happen in the tech sector first. And what did you see end up happening in the tech sector with in regards to money flow? Big huge money flowing into tech sector, and now all of a sudden they're reporting this massive layoff. Mm, that's not good. The tech sector knows before everybody else what's going to happen in the futures, and they usually are the first to lay off. I'm kind of curious what Texas numbers were. We have a pretty big tech sector over here. I'm looking to see if I can find a list. I don't see where I can find a link to that. I'll have to look later and see. Yeah. Anyways, moving on. Oh, by the way, I signed up to go see Transformers tomorrow. So I will do the morning intro tomorrow morning. But the boys are supposed to be here around 1 o'clock in the afternoon or thereabouts. So I'll probably do like a morning live stream until maybe like 11 or ish, like when I would normally take my break around 11. And then you guys won't see me again for a little over a week. Everybody's like, "Dang it! If I would have known that, I would have changed my vote on the on your market major move." I know, right? I would probably too if I knew that. I would change my answer. All right, let me take you guys over to the other page here. Tech, do you have any comments? I said Tech. I'm sorry. Pirate, do you have any comments?
No, I'm just hanging out, waiting until I have opportunity to inject a inappropriate joke.
How about you, D Money? Is there anything you wanted to say?
Um, have we got the report on hedge funds yet about how much they've lost?
I don't know what report specifically you're speaking of. Usually, what I do is I just go in and I take a look at their quarterly reports and I see and I compare them from a previous the previous quarterly report to see what the difference is and what they owe that they have not yet purchased. If that's what you're referencing, I haven't checked to see if anybody's posted theirs yet, but I can. You want me to do that a little bit later?
Sounds great.
All right, I can do that. We'll check it out and see. Actually, let me look up. Let me see. Let me check something. I'm gonna look up real quick and see when. I'm assuming you probably want to know Citadel, right? Citadel is probably what you're looking for.
Well, all of them. I think it's about the SEC. Like they had a report within 3 days or something like that.
Okay, I don't know specifically what you're talking about, but
We can look at Citadel. That's fine. Yeah.
hold on a second here. I'm pulling it. I'm trying to pull up their numbers to see if I can find it. Hold on one second. I'm pulling it up. Let me see if this is going to work. I don't know if this is going to work. I normally just go to their website and pull up their earnings report, but I'm trying it a different way right now because I just want to see if I can find it this. Nah, there's no way I'm going to find it this way. All right. Let's take a look at the numbers, and I'll look into that, and I'll tell you what. It's probably going to be something that I do as extracurricular activity, and I can cover it tomorrow. So what I'll do is I'll pull up the information tonight, put it all together, and present it to you tomorrow. Taking a look at the other page here. Remember, guys, I'm not going to be able to see what it is that you guys are writing, so all those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Don't have to give you guys the two-factor authentication speech. However, I am having problems loading a page here, which is unusual. Give me 1 second while I try to work through this. There we go. Just had to finesse it, apparently. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Son of a gun. I'm almost there, guys. I accidentally closed out a page I didn't mean to. There we go. All right, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange somewhere between, somewhere right around 60% combined between EDGX and off exchange. As it stands right now, for AMC, it's 55.23% going through off exchange, EDGX 8.9, the combined total 64.13 or 4.13% higher than it should be. CHX volume is 0.04 with a 30-day average of 3.36, nothing unusual going on there. Taking a look at Ape, off exchange is 68.79%. These numbers are really surprised. Somebody's suppressing the price pretty heavily on Ape right now. Today, these numbers are high. EDGX is at 2.62%. The combined total in that's 71.41% or 11.41% higher than it should be. CHX volume was only 100 shares today, so nothing unusual going on there. GME's CHX volume is 0.08 with a 30-day average of 0.17, so nothing unusual going on there. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, Ortex is reporting 1.34 million shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. It's now 1.52 million shares. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 21.94%. We've got cost to borrow min is at 50.13, average 99.83, and max is 305.76. Shares on loan day over day did increase by 510,000 shares. Ortex estimated about 207,000 of that was in new short interest. Bringing our shares on loan to 186.06 million shares. Taking a look at Ape. Still the 400 shares that were borrowed earlier this morning is so no change in other than the 400 shares that were borrowed at different rates this morning. Some as low as 7.94, some as high as 8.27, giving us an average of 8.11. That's going to leave the estimated short-share interest, the free float, at 5.13. Day over day, we had a zero net change on shares on loan, which means we remain at 14.53 million shares on loan. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today on the options has been at a $5 strike an hour ago. That is still the case. There was 7.5 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 10.6. On puts, the highest amount of volume is at a $4.50 strike an hour ago. It was 3.8 thousand contracts. It's now, it was 2.1 thousand contracts. It's now 3.8. Market's still suggesting a closing price somewhere between 4.5 and 5 by the end of the day today. Combined price of AMC and Ape is starting to get a little bit of a bump here. We didn't quite make it all the way down to that 595 range yet before starting to see this little peak up here. We're at $6.20, which is actually kind of very, very close to where we've seen a lot of our previous volume for the last week. So a lot of volume coming in around $6.22, and we're right there at 6.20 right now. We are finding a little bit of resistance on this descending level of what was support, but now resistance. Hopefully we can punch through that and continue to move upwards for the day today. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME was first an hour ago, but is now second most heavily traded stock based off of orders, with an amazingly hot 72.86% buy to 27.14% sell ratio. A lot of people got paid this week, and they're sucking up those discounted prices. Ape and AMC have not made this list today. We do not have heavy buying orders coming in through Fidelity. SSR trips today at $4.26. Ape at 1.44. They did borrow some additional shares of the 10,000 earlier this morning that were there. About 6,000 of those. But nothing returned since market open. Fees were last seen at 64.3%. NASDAQ is up 0.77, Dow Jones is up 0.26, and the S&P 500 is up 0.35. We have 3,803 decliners to 2,403 advancers. The market is more declining than it is advancing, even though everything is green, which means we have just sectors that are likely doing very well right now and not the entire broader market. Taking a look at banks, we've got individual runners here and not runners. The biggest movers as of right now is PacWest down 4.75. And that may be the only big mover. Yep, that's the only big mover as of right now. Certainly not the banking sector, that's green. Ethereum Classic is up 0.55. The US dollar is currently down 0.63. Oil is down 1.51. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.47 to 0.5, and the SPY is up 0.32. VIX is showing down 0.65. VBR is down 1.2. VB is down 1. Tesla is up 3.38. Amazon is up 3.19. Cinemark is up 1.18. Doge is up 1.12. Bitcoin is up 0.97 at 26.6 a coin. GME is down 18.54 at 21.24. HYMC is down 0.2. NCMI is up 3.14. Hood is down 1.91. Ape is up 0.47. AMC is down 3.17 at 458. Inflow versus outflow on AMC for the day today is approximately $1.5 million more inflow than outflow. 5.89 or 5.9 million shares traded so far. That volume is definitely getting sucked out here. 107 minutes having transpired so far for the day today, which puts us on a pace of 21.5 million shares traded. Very, very, very likely that maybe we do see something just slightly higher than 15 million shares traded for the day, maybe 17 million shares if I had to guess it as of right now. But yeah, this average pace will drop more until about 1 o'clock, and that's about when you can look at it and say like, yeah, that's probably the pace we'll hit for the day. So we're on pace for 21.5, which is between the 10 to 30 million shares I suggested in the pre-market. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure than our side, 43.95, which is slightly below average. This is looking like it's about to have a divergence on the vortex indicator. On a 1-hour time interval, there appears to be more selling pressure than buying pressure than our side of 39.74, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than our side of 39.84, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, this is a tough one. More buying pressure than selling pressure than our side, 46.71, which is slightly below average. On Ape, there's just slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure by about $60,000. 4.53 million shares traded so far for the day. It's actually getting more volume than I would have anticipated. Like I said, it does seem like there's some additional volume suppression, or not price suppression through the volume being traded through off exchange today than normal. Oops, how did I mess that up? We are on pace for, man, I'm fat fingering so many numbers here. We're on pace for 16.2 million shares traded by the end of the day today for Ape. That is definitely a faster pace volume than what we've been seeing. Yesterday was only 4 million shares. I would say at the current pace that we're at right now, there's a very strong chance that we could see at least 8 million shares again today, or maybe even 10. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure and selling pressure than RSI at 54.12, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure and selling pressure than RSI at 53.23, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 56.42, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI, and a divergence currently occurring with RSI at 49.14, which is average. And really, honestly, it's just kind of barcoding sideways at about 160. Barcoding between 160 and 161. I think our next, I don't know if Funky Pizza's here. If he is, I got a name for our next song. Oh, sweet bar. Oh, sweet code. Or something about barcoding. I don't know. Code for bar. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to call it, but we could come up with a name later. Barcoding, essentially. Point Break Thor says, "Is it kinky if I want Nana to give me a timeout?" Internet chat kinky, I guess. Maybe. Sure. I can give you one. Why discriminate, man? Josh, good morning to you. I'm late. Casey, thoughts on the GME fiasco yesterday? What in the Sam Hill is going on over there at HQ? I don't know, man. They had him on a 2-year contract. They don't have him on a 2-year contract now. not another one, anyways. I think Ryan Cohen wants to run the show. I think he wants to go at it. I guess we'll see what ends up happening. Yukon says, Casey, we need your answer on how many T-Rexes you could kill before they eat you. What kind of weird question? That's so weird. I would say 0. I would get stuck in his throat and I'd kill one. That's all I would need to kill. I have 4 messages I'm going to send you about Fidelity. Oh, awesome. For the last 50 minutes, I've been on the phone with Fidelity. They told me they put a ticket into the system to find out why it's happening. I told them many people could not get into the system using 2FA. They said they will look into it. While on the phone, the guy disabled the 2FA. I could get in, and then I turned the 2FA back on. I logged back in, and it went straight to my account by bypassing the screen to proceed with the 2FA. I went to the security settings, and the 2FA was disabled. The guy said they will look at that as well. He told me to let people know to report any issue that you have with the 2FA. All right. You know what I'm wondering? I'm wondering if they're not. I'm wondering if somebody's doing a, what do they call that kind of attack? They call it a when they flood us when you flood a server with attempts. I'm wondering if somehow or another somebody's flooding their accounts. No, because that would show up. That would show up as somebody's tried to attempt to get into your account. Yeah, DDoS. Thank you. I couldn't think of it. But I don't. I think a DDoS would show up as you being locked out of your account if there was too many attempts, and I think that would show up as a different error. Hmm. I don't know. That's weird. Pirateborn, you're literally sitting in the back of the big tramp and you type that in. Why did you do that? You should just interrupt. Josh, in regards to what it is that you asked earlier, I talked about it twice, right after market open and once after I started the beginning portion of the morning. I don't want to talk about it again. Go back and rewatch that. When you decide like you feel like you really want to go hear about it, you can go both those times after the music ends. Uh, Down we go. I'm actually going to be on vacation next week, so I won't be able to toast your birthday. But I'll tell you what, anybody who has a birthday while I'm gone on vacation will get a toast the following week on Monday when I get back. Is it Monday or Tuesday? Yeah, Monday. Monday the 19th. So after tomorrow morning, I won't be back until the 19th. So I will do the toast for you. I'm going to put you down on my notes right now. And you said Monday, so that's going to be the 12th. Happy early birthday to you. I hope you have a wonderful birthday weekend. Because I imagine you're going to celebrate this weekend. So happy birthday in advance. Or I could toast you at the end of the day today. If you want an early toast, I could do that too.
Swami, I don't know what I can say. It takes a special kind of. You were repeatedly cautioned by so many of the fine intellectual minds in here about that options tomfoolery. So I'd be hard pressed to come in here looking for sympathy.
Well,
After all,
and
everyone.
I don't want to see anybody lose, first off. But Swami, I'm telling you, on these meme stocks, man, they're nothing but losers when it comes to options trading. Big time. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, PowerPoint, but I didn't want him to feel. I really, I feel.
No,
Yeah.
man. I've been taught never to talk while the captain of the ship's talking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I try to
I didn't mean to interrupt.
sit quietly.
You keep going. Sorry, I stepped all over
No.
you.
I meant me interrupting you. I didn't want to interrupt you, and I was trying to. I should have formulated my thoughts before I opened my pie hole. I saw him typing in there. I don't want to beat up on the poor guy because it seems like he already got stung. But I just know I, among other people in here, went to great lengths to personally caution him about what he was trying to do, and so it's a little bit hard for me to take it. You know,
Yeah.
I don't want to beat up on the guy though. I want to help him any way I can. But I think the best way to help him is to point out the error in what he's doing so that he won't step in the same pile of dog shit over and over again.
Yeah. You know, there's nothing else better than a tough lesson to really kind of hammer in what it is that you're doing. So,
Absolutely,
if you could,
experience is the best teacher.
right,
Yeah.
yeah, and if you can learn from that, and great, that's the best thing that you can possibly do. If you don't learn from it, you keep making the same mistake over and over. I don't know what to tell you. You got to learn from those things, man.
My social circles, I have found myself being accused of, at times, being a micromanager, and I'll see the point. It's probably true, but it's frustrating for someone who has a little bit more experience in any particular thing. That when people seek their counsel or look for advice, and then you see them just totally disregard the information you share with them, and that's fine. It kind of hurts it hurts your ego a little bit, I guess, to see people just disregard that. But when you see do it at their own peril, and then the results are pretty much as forecast, then I have difficulty with the sympathy.
Mm.
But like you said, hopefully whatever money he lost will serve as a far more impactful admonition than anything we could give him. I read what he types in here, and he seems like a nice enough person, but I get the impression that he may be a little bit young and learning, and I think they're served if he would put a little bit more weight behind some of the, I don't know, cautions that are shared with him by the others here.
Can you imagine if we all listened to our parents? How much better off our life would have been. Oh man.
Neither of my sons will pay heed to anything I have to say, but hey, if one of their 17-year-old friends takes a position on something, you can bet they'll fall right in line and support that. And I wrestle with it on a daily basis.
I feel like we're all destined to just make our own decisions. You know, we all have to just learn, and and that's why I try not to get down on people about the learning process, the learning curve in the marketplace, because ultimately, every single one of us works for our own money, and there's nobody else out there who should tell you what to do with your money. That's your choice. You worked for it. You get to do what you want with it. Far be it from me to decide how you're going to spend your money. I told my son, I said, I gave him 2 rules when he went into the military. I said, 1, never buy a vehicle from another person you're serving with. Do not buy a base car. And I said, rule number 2, you stay away from those girls at the bars outside the base. I said, you do those 2 things. I don't care what else you do in the military. You do whatever else you want to do. Do crazy stuff. I don't care. But don't you do those 2 things. And sure enough, what does he do? Probably like within the first year of being there, I think he He bought a car off the base, so so far it's working out for him. I'm hoping that it ends up continuing to be a good car for him. But yeah, man, don't ever buy a base car.
Well, I can't help but ask, what's your issue with
Oh,
guys buying
mil-
vehicles from each other on base?
military, especially guys who are brand new in the service, just beat the hell out of cars. Beat the hell out of them, and sometimes no maintenance. They're speeding around like everywhere they can off base, and they're just usually just not very well cared for vehicles. And then they pass them down to the next guy that's coming in. Oh, hey, I got a great deal for you, and they sell the vehicle because they could never sell the vehicle for any more than what it is that they're probably selling it for anyways. So then they sell it to the next guy, and the next guy trashes it even more, and it just keeps getting passed down, just pretty much like those girls at that bar I'm talking about. So, you don't do that. Don't go there because that's how you're gonna get. I've heard repeatedly over and over and over. Now it may be different between you and officers. For example, like an enlisted guy versus an officer. There might be a little bit of a difference if you're buying from an officer because those guys will probably take care of their vehicles a little bit better. But just straight up enlisted guys, time and time and time and again, I've always heard stories from them about that crappy car that they bought from their friend for such a great price that broke down on them. Tammy says, Casey, laugh out loud. I can agree with that since I have seen how my son-in-law drives. He's an officer too. It's I don't know what it is. I'm not sure why it's a thing. It just is. They drive them like a bat out of hell, and they don't take care of them because they know that they're only going to be there for 2 or 3 years or something, or maybe only a year where they're at, and before they get deployed someplace else, and they're just going to pass it on to the next guy, so they don't put a damn cent into the vehicle, and then they just pass it on to the next guy. And the next guy gets the car and usually goes like, "Well, I'm only going to have it for a year. I'm not going to do anything to it. I don't want to put any money into it." And so then they just keep passing it down, and the car gets trashed. Elgato says, Casey, I think that Monday that you come back is a new federal holiday, June 19th. Stock market will be closed. Wait a minute, hold on a second here. Oh, holy crap, June 19th. You're right. How did I forget Juneteenth? You're absolutely right. I think you're. Let me look this up real quick here. I don't even know why I'm looking this up. I know you're right. Okay, you won't see me until the 20th. Or maybe I'll come in on the 19th and just say like hey guys, how's it going kind of thing. I don't know. Like a review of the week that I missed. Yep, Juneteenth. There it is. National Monday, June 19th. Sweet. Didn't know that. Good call.
Casey, you might want to consider withdrawing your moratorium on buying cars from his fellow brothers in arms, and maybe swap that rule out with don't lend money to your battle buddies. I think that might be, if you're going to get two rules, I would probably withdraw the automobile on the admonition against buying vehicles, and consider talking to him about loaning money to other guys. That, and maybe and along that same topic, uh, caution him about the casinos, because he's going to find himself in casinos if he's never been there before. And like they always say, they don't pay for the bright lights by giving money away.
I'm just I'm I was born and raised in a military family, and I've been around military my entire life, and so I gather stories, and when I see a trend, I can point it out, and I can't tell you how many times I've seen guys get screwed over from buying vehicles on base. I'm not saying you can't buy from a guy who's not on base. It's usually the guys on base that have the worst vehicles, who are living on base, because it's usually a passed down vehicle. If it's somebody who's off base, like an officer, then you're probably not going to have that same problem. So I'm not saying all service members. I'm just saying if it's a base car, stay away from it. I would never. I just wouldn't buy a
If
base
there's an
car.
inherent danger, if there's an inherent danger in buying a vehicle used, the threat's going to be from that sketchy looking used car lot that's just right outside the front gate,
Oh
next to the
yeah.
ubiquitous tattoo
Yep.
parlors and the pawn shop. It has a prerequisite of a pawn shop on the other side of that. But
Totally agree
there's
too.
far more mechanical landmines there. At least buying from another service member, there's a certain amount of honor and integrity, and they have to work with each other. So I would be
No,
there's
because when they're
probably
selling it,
some
they're
merit to
leaving.
your whole use. There's some merit. There's some.
They never see him again. They sell it and they're like, okay, I'm out. That's the whole reason they're selling it, because they're leaving.
It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way with most military guys. You know that.
I'm telling you, man, I can't even begin to tell you how many stories. That was the biggest story that I heard repeated over and over and over growing up.
I think a lot of young men and women struggle with used vehicles across the board because by their very nature they break. Even brand new vehicles are just anymore are just fraught with issues. So it just may be one of those things that gives the appearance that they're dumping lemons on each other. I'd like to not think that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would never ever suggest that buying a car right off base either would be a good idea. I fully agree with you, because those might as well be the base cars. And it's more than likely that's probably where they came from. So yeah, I wouldn't buy one of those either. That's and I told them, I said, when you're looking to get your first car, let me know and I'll help walk you through it. A good way to, and some of the things to look for, like if you are going to buy a base car, what do you look for to find out if it's been driven hard or not?
Well, most of those cars were traded in at the dealership and then they were turned over to the Mannheim Car Auction, which is a clearinghouse for all the junkers that get traded in. And then they get bought at auction and then taken back and put right up for sale on those little sketchy car lots. And those car lots are, they're easy to identify. They're the ones that offer financing to people who shouldn't be financed or what have you. And the way they're working that market is they're taking advantage of people who are in desperate straits. Even if it's by their own design, they're in desperate straits. So they're capitalizing on that and they're selling vehicles that are on their last leg. And then on top of that, they're overcharging them for it. And then on top of that, they're charging what's tantamount to loan shark rates for the payments. But hey, man, a young guy from nowhere, Nebraska, he's finally got some money in his pocket. He's going to have himself a little car, and I guess that's the first place they're going to look. But that's generally how that whole system plays out.
Yeah, I've been fortunate most of my life on vehicles that I've purchased, but mainly because I stick to like Hondas or Toyotas, and I feel like even if you do abuse those, they can take the extra abuse, at least from the past. I don't know about current day vehicles, but um, and if you know what you're looking for, then you can tell how hard it's been driven. We actually, my wife and I bought I taught her how to drive a stick, and then we went out and bought a really old Honda Civic, and I looked at it and I could tell it was driven pretty hard and it had some pretty high mileage on it. But I knew it was going to be safe over time, more than likely, because we weren't really expecting to hold on to it for too long. But I knew it was gonna last regardless, and so I didn't feel bad, spending like, I don't remember what it was, like 3 to 5, was it 3 or 5 thousand, hun? That purple Honda, 3,000. I think we spent like 3,000 on it. I was like, pfft. it's like literally gonna last long enough to make $3,000 worth it. So it was an easy buy.
Bill NC mentioned that the vehicles are more reliable now than in the 70s, and there may be some truth to that. The difference is what does break on vehicles now almost always involves some sort of computer diagnostic equipment just to identify the offending sensor or some sort of one-way diode or whatever. And the days of a guy just whipping out his daddy's toolbox and putting an alternator on in the driveway are quickly heading into our rearview mirrors. I think it's I don't want to say it's obsolescence by design, but even guys who have a generalized knowledge of mechanical repair work will struggle these days. I mean, we have the internet as a resource to Google and look and see, and that's maybe has leveled the playing field somewhat. But I think the cars are manufactured to a higher standard. The materials are better, and they figured out, how to get 200,000 to 300,000 miles out of these engines. But if the body falls down around it, or the thing won't start, or if it leaves your wife and kids on the side of the highway because an oxygen sensor went down, it's been my experience that almost all of these failures that I have that have left me on the side of the roads are almost without exception involved in some sort of EPA device or a pollution control device or something of that nature. So he may be right. The cars in the 70s might have been a little more prone to breakage, but I would argue that the repairs were very simplistic and required basic knowledge, and that's no longer the case.
When I bought my 2016 Dodge Challenger, I didn't realize that some of these newer vehicles, and I know 2016 doesn't seem so new right now, but at the time it was when I bought it. It was brand new, and I didn't realize that a lot of these vehicles have sensors in the fuel tank that prevent you from running the tank dry. And I wasn't trying to run the tank dry. It was just that I was on my very first tank of gas from having purchased it, and didn't. I figured, it said that I had 30 miles more left to go on the tank, and I was like, well, I can find, a gas station with a good price before then. And so then mileage started ticking down, and it got down to 15, and I was like, okay, well, I'll find some place right now. And as I was about a mile or so away from where I was going to go to get gas, it just cut off at about 10 miles left to go. And I was like, how in the world do you get down to 10 miles left to go and cut off on it? And well, they have these sensors now in the tanks that prevent it from running out of fuel completely because it'll damage the car. And I had no idea. So on the very first tank of gas in my brand new Dodge Challenger, I'm broke down. The police showed up because
Nice.
I was in a turn lane. The police showed up, and I'm sitting there, my brand new car, and the police officer's like, "Look, man, you're blocking traffic. It's rush hour right now. I got to get you out of the road here." And he's like, "I'm just gonna bump. I'm gonna push up my vehicle into yours, and I'm just gonna push you to the side." I'm like, "No, you're not." I was like, this is a brand new car. You're not doing that." I said the emergency tow truck guy is going to deliver me a can of gas here in just a second. You just wait. He wanted to push the car. I was like, no, that's not happening. I think he was trying to get me to, he was trying to just get me to sweat, I think. I think he wanted to write me a
See, are you
ticket.
one of those guys who puts in like $5? Are you one of those?
No, not at all. I've never done that.
Are you a fill it up?
I'm a fill it up kind of person. I will fill it up every time, but I will
Right.
drive it. I will drive it down to, like, I know I usually run numbers on my first tank of gas to see, like, kind of how far or what kind of gas mileage I'm kind of getting. And now most of the cars these days do that on their own. You don't have to calculate it. It shows you all that kind of information now. But and I usually try to figure out exactly like how far I can push it, so I know exactly where I'm going to have to, get gasoline at. And so since it was the first tank, I had no clue that that was going to happen to me. So, but no, I always fill up. I'm a filler upper. I don't think I've
By
ever.
your own admission, you're also you're running it to the red, and you're that guy that likes to suck all the trash up off the bottom of the fuel tank and
No,
the
no, I'm
water
not.
that's intermingled and all those other little goodies.
No, but it's a brand new car. It was a brand new car. I shouldn't have any of that yet. And it wasn't even the gasoline that I put in the tank. It was the gasoline the dealership or the factory put into it. So it was terrible.
Before the advent of those in-tank fuel pumps, you had filters that would preclude, if the just wanted to run that car down to the last teacup of fuel in it, it wasn't really an issue other than maybe a fuel change down the road. But now, so many of these cars have in-tank, at least a lift pump that has the initial fuel from the back of the car forward, and they're not cheap. If you have to pay somebody to drop the fuel tank and then pull the pump out and replace it and put the fuel tank back up, that's usually a result of driving a car to where there's so little fuel left in the vehicle that it's picking up some of that trash that will. I don't care where you buy your fuel, you're going to get adulteration.
Right, which is why I never buy after they. Well, I used to try to never buy. It's not always the case, but I try not to buy when there's a tanker filling or refilling the station.
Well, as a general rule, you're best served to buy from someplace that sells a lot of fuel. We had an issue in Florida where after almost it doesn't even have to be a hurricane. It could be just a good tropical event with heavy rains. And they had problems where because there's no elevation in Florida, water tends to pool and puddle. And all these fuel tanks at these gas stations were becoming adulterated with rainwater. Ooh. Sometimes even worse, salt water. Ooh. And once that gets in those fuel tanks, and all these gas stations, they were selling it, and then it usually takes an abundance of cars to break down immediately for people to, I guess, compared to like a class action lawsuit where enough people will rally around each other and go back to the offender. But more often than not, it went undetected, and many of repair shops down here filled their coffers with the influx of money that was generated by gas stations down here selling essentially water contaminated fuel. It's an awful thing. And it's one of those things where the people who are responsible for it almost never get caught. So one needs to exercise real discretion when you decide where you're going to buy your fuel. And I would encourage people to buy someplace that just goes through a lot of fuel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Nana says it's bad to let your tank run that low. I'll tell you what, Nana, I got on when I bought the Dodge Challenger, I went on to a I don't know what to call it. I guess a chat forum or something like that for Dodge Challengers, and everybody was talking about how they always fill up at like a half tank. Like all these people were. I mean, every single one of these Dodge Challenger owners were always filling up at a half tank. And I'm sitting there going like, what's the point in even having the other half if you don't use it? So I never got like that though. I refuse to fill up a tank that's half full. That just seems ridiculous to me. So I never got that. I never did that. But I don't usually like running it dry either.
Well, another cool tip to remember is that fuel tanks that are empty or have a lot of open space in them, they're subject to condensation just like a beer bottle sitting in the hot sun. So you can end up with water in your fuel that way too. So if nothing else, just to prevent condensation inside the tank, it's good to cool if you can.
Oh, that's interesting. I hadn't thought of that. Yep, that's probably pretty true.
Are we going to have an argument about a half tank or a full tank, or
no.
Is it a half full, or
half a hole?
Good morning.
Good morning, Fu.
Hello, Fu.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, morning.
Oh, Preacher's in here too. Nice. I don't look at what I can't see who's in here. Let's see who's in here. Pirate
Yeah, no,
Foo,
I'm here,
Demon.
but I have my daughter with me, so I'm gonna be on mute most of the time.
That's okay.
Boo, I know you share my love of automobiles. I have managed in true pirate fashion to take over KC's chat and take it from FTDs to the merits of fuel tanks. And that was no small feat.
Yeah, I was listening there for a bit, and everything you were saying, especially with the empty tank getting condensation, and also the pressure in the tank from vaporized gas. So, when you open up your gas tank and you hear it hiss, usually it does it more when you have less gas in your tank. That's why I always, I'm a half tanker myself, Casey.
I can't. It's so hard for me to get into that mindset of getting gas every half tank. If you know, have you ever owned a gas guzzler like a Challenger?
I currently own one, yeah.
Yeah, that would drive me
He drives that
nuts.
Corvette, and there ain't nothing that sucks down that fuel like a Corvette.
I mean, it just makes you feel like you're spending so much time at the gas station all the time, and that would drive me nuts. I just can't. I can't even imagine. I couldn't do it. There's no way. That would drive me insane. That's like getting gas like every other day, especially if it's your everyday driver.
Yeah, it wasn't supposed to be, but some little young lady got good grades in high school and wanted a car, so I was like, so I had to give her my SUV because I wasn't giving her that one.
I would have given my boys my Challenger. I would have, had I not sold it. I would have let them drive it around a little bit. Love you, hun. You heading out? All right. See you when you get back. Joe says, is it a hot pink Corvette?
Yes, Joe.
Have you seen some of those? I want to say plasti dip, but that's not what it is. Have you seen some of those dips that they've got out there that they actually spray it on? But it's like these multicolors that you like when you see the car from different angles, it gives you like a different color.
Well, they do paint like that, like 3-stage paint.
No, I'll show you. I'll give you guys a link to this. This is like I've been seeing this has been popping up on my my searches, or not my searches, but my suggested videos for YouTube. Let me find it real quick here. There's this guy that
You're referring to the new vinyl wraps?
No. It's not a wrap. It's actually spray painted on.
Dang.
Who's rapping what?
Your mama.
Indeed.
Damn it! I fell into that right away. Damn it all.
My wife and I sat and watched. I don't watch all of his videos because they're only like less than 15 minutes long, but you can really just get to the portion of it that's I'm trying to look to see. I'm looking right now to see which one I want to play here. But you only have to watch like the last like 3 minutes of it where he does the paint job and he actually shows you what it looks like. But some of them turn out really, really decent, and I like how they look. So I'll put it up on the screen right now. But you don't have to sit there and
Yeah, there's been some amazing advances in paint in the last, pardon me, in the last 20 years. Paint has been, like so many other technologies, has been the beneficiary of some incredible advances. And there's some guys out there doing some really good work in custom paint.
Some of these will give off like three different colors. Like I think this one that I'm looking at right now gives off like a green. It gives a green. It gives off a yellow and an orange tint depending on what angle you're looking at it from. And it's better. But you can literally, this guy's channel's called Dip Your Car, and it's not a dip. I know it says dip, but it's not really a dip. It's a spray. It's a spray job that they've got, and they spray it on, and it's really, really cool looking. But you can go to the part in the video where it's like the you'll always see in the video where the highest amount of replays are. Go to that part of the video if you want to skip past everything. You can just see the colors. You can see they'll walk around the car, drive the car by, and you can see like all the different color tones that show up as you see it. And I don't know, there's something about it, but they look really, really good though. The best part about
Yeah,
it
there's
is
an example.
when you get pulled over, the cop probably writes you down as having like a purple car. You could just take a picture of it from a different angle, show it to the judge, and be like, "Judge, he said I had a purple car. This is orange." He can't. It couldn't. He couldn't have been clocking me. I got a different colored car. I don't know what to tell you.
Look at Casey and his thug life. He's just breaking the law. Breaking the law.
It wasn't uncommon. It wasn't uncommon in years past. You could have a car that looked black. They had one called Black Cherry, and it looked like it was black until it got in bright sunlight, and then it was like a real deep purple or a wine, a brandy wine. That was back in the day. But what they have now is altogether different. Going from the green to the yellow, all across. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, Ford has a red. I can't remember it's. I always call it candy apple, but it's not. It's a 3-stage, and it's
Candy.
a pearl on it. It's pretty cool looking.
I have a new paint called Rainbow.
That's Joe's car. I'm gonna look it up now, just because Yucca said so.
About the new mints. You tell them about the new mints, food dog.
Men's?
Yeah, the mints, the prophylactic mints, prophylactic flavored mints.
I haven't heard of those, have I? No wonder I'm pregnant. 820. When was the last time I knew about cars? 2021. Fard.
Joe's asking you, Yucca, if you're dating again. That's messed up. Don't answer.
Dating what?
Don't answer.
Dating a man?
Oh, I thought you said hen.
I think I
No,
said
I'm not dating a man. No.
again. I think I said again. Are you dating again?
Again. It sounded like you said, are you dating a man?
A hen? Are you dating a hen?
Ford's lame. They just call it Red Pearl Tricoat. That's a really cool looking name, or a cool looking color. I see it on their trucks, and I'm like, wow. But now they've ruined everything, and I'll never buy a Ford again.
Ford Focus?
Found on road dead.
I wonder if they come up with these names like Ford Focus just because to say, oh, we know that people are going to like to mess with that name. It might sell more. You know.
Well, they have the Ford Exploder. That one's big seller over in Afghanistan.
I actually do like the Ford Explorer, the new model.
Yeah.
But they usually make these like, what are they called? Police interceptors?
No police interceptor.
That's what it says on the back of it.
I know. That's just to make the cops feel good when they're driving it around.
Oh, yeah.
It can't be what it is. There's no way.
They actually they put a 4-cylinder in that one, and it has 300 horsepower. I was like, oh.
Can you believe that we're oh, never mind. I was gonna say something that's not accurate. I gotta call Hunter. I gotta do numbers and call Hunter and say happy birthday to him.
Okay.
Um,
Ain't nothing holding you back but thin air.
yeah.
Whose birthday is it?
Well, it's
Hunter.
Hunter, but it's also
Hunter.
Knobzilla's.
What again? Oh no. What?
No, Bradley was yesterday, and then, or not yesterday, but 2 days ago, and then Hunter's today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow, same month, huh?
Yep. Busy guy in September.
Are you happy about that?
It's kind of difficult to. I mean, it makes it easy for me to remember their birthdays.
Did you bundle them all up, celebrate their birthday? Like
So they're 3 years
did you?
apart in age. So I would say no. I didn't try
So
to
you
do that.
didn't
I didn't try to.
like because you. How about your wife? Did you guys celebrate their birthday? Like have parties with kids?
Yeah.
Over and stuff like that. Okay, so they're like three days apart.
2.
So you wouldn't do it like 2 days apart. So you didn't do like a party over the weekend celebrating both of their birthdays. So you did one weekend and then one weekend after that.
Yep, usually that's how we usually did it. We would.
Oh.
The thing is that there's school ends usually around the same time too, since they're June babies. So a lot of times what we would do is we'd do like Bradley, since his birthday's first, is we do Bradley's is a graduation / birthday, and then the next weekend would be Hunter's birthday. So yeah, it was. Or
Okay.
sometimes if we were inviting family to come and celebrate their birthdays, then we would invite everybody to come over for one celebration altogether. I remember.
Oh, okay.
I'll never forget this. I think it was Bradley's 5th birthday, and we moved to Phoenix, Arizona. And I say we, my ex-wife decided that it was going to be a great idea to do a barbecue outside at a local park, and I was going to be the one who was responsible for doing the grilling. June in Arizona. Let's see. Let's look it up right now. Let's see what the temperature is in Phoenix, Arizona today.
120.
Let's see. It's showing 81, but the high is going to be 104 by. Oh no, that's 7 a.m. Hold on a second here. What's the temperature going to be later? If I'm not mistaken, I think the day that we did the barbecue on was 112 that day. And
she put you in front of the flame.
The crazy part about that is that when I walked away from the barbecue, I literally felt cold in 112 degree weather. So it's kind of crazy. They actually have pretty decent weather today. It looks like over there it's only about 80 or 90 in the 90s. That's kind of odd. That's awfully low for June.
I'm getting rain. That's
Is
what.
Is that? I see cloudy, mostly cloudy. Am I looking at the right spot? Yeah, I'm looking at Phoenix. Well, when we were there, it was like 112 out, and there's nothing like barbecuing at 112 degrees. Everybody loved that birthday party. Let me tell you. Yeah, you don't do birthday parties outside in Arizona. It's in the summer. It's not a thing. All right. I've taken everybody to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on for numbers. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62%. No. Yes. No. Yes. 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Right now we got 55.62% through off exchange. EDGX is 8.65. The grand total in that 64.27%. So we're about 2.27% higher than that right now. CHX volume is 0.08 with a 30-day average of 3.35. Off exchange for Ape today is extremely high. 63.02% going through the off exchanges, and EDGX is at 3.89. The combined total in that 66.91%. or about 4.91% more than what I would expect to see by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0. It's actually 100 shares, but the percentage is 0. So GME's CHX volume is 0.08 with a 30-day average of 0.16, so nothing unusual going on there. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was about 1.52 million shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 1.56, so a very slight increase. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to stay the same at 21.94%. Cost to borrow mins at 50.13. Averages shot up to 109.01 and max is 305.76. Shares on loan day over day increased by 510,000 shares. Ortex estimated that about 207,000 of that was in new short interest, bringing our new share on loan count to 186.06 million shares. On Ape, there's been a return now. There was an hour ago, there was 400 shares having been borrowed for most of the day. It's now a return of 148,000 shares. That's going to maybe have a slight to small, very small impact on dropping the short share interest, the free float to, I think it's down 0.01 to 5.12. Cost per mins at 7.94, averages 8.11, max 8.27. Shares on loan day over day was a 0 net change, leaving our shares on loan at 14.53 million shares. On options, highest amount of call volume for the day today has been at a $5 strike. That is still the case. An hour ago, there was 10.6 thousand contracts at a $5 strike. There's now 12.5. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4.50 strike. There was 3.8 thousand contracts. It's now 4.2. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $6.19. It is finding a little bit of consolidation currently just underneath the descending level of resistance. Hopefully at some point later on in the day we'll see a push up past that. We'll see. Volume starting to kind of trend down pretty quickly here. If we get that big volume push, it'll be at the end of the day. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is still in second place right now with 72.55% buys to 27.45% sales, which is looking really strong. AMC and Ape are probably not on this list due to low volume. They are not. SSR trips for AMC today at $4.26, Ape at 1.44. There's now 1,000 shares available to borrow. Looks like they borrowed all that 10,000 down to 600, and then returned up to 400 shares of that so far. Fees are 64.3%. NASDAQ is up 0.92, Dow Jones is up 0.2, and the S&P 500 is up 0.39. We have 3,592 decliners to 2,644 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing currently. Big bank movers. FRC, actually that's not one, that's a big one. Big bank movers. So far it looks like nobody. Yep. Nobody's above plus or minus 2.75. Ethereum Classic is up 0.58. US dollar is down 0.68. Oil is down 2.56. Mortgage-backed securities are up 0.5 to 0.55, and the SPY is up 0.38. VIX is down 1.51. VBR is down 0.8. VB is down 0.59. Tesla is up 3.31. Amazon is up 2.96. Cinemark is up 0.3. Dozer's up 0.94. Bitcoin is up 1.32. GME is down 18.58. HYMC is down 1.99. And CMI is up 2.3. Hood is down 0.48. Ape is up 0.63. And AMC is down 3.07. Inflow versus outflow for AMC for the day today is about 1.5 million, maybe just slightly less than that, about 1.5 million. More inflow than outflow. 6.55 million shares traded so far after 163 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 15.67 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I said for sure that I thought that we would be over 15 million shares. Now I don't know. This volume's getting knocked the hell down right now, severely. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure or more selling pressure than buying pressure, with a divergence in the vortex indicator looking like it's going to occur in the next 4-hour reporting period. RSI at 44.33, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.53, which is below average. Hold on a second here. On a 30-minute interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.02, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.44, which is slightly below average. On Ape, looks like there's some news here. Hold on a second. Yeah, not about us. On Ape, or hold on a second. On Ape, there's currently about $200,000 more outflow than inflow. 5.3 million shares traded so far for the day today after 264 minutes worth of trading. No, 164 minutes worth of trading. Man, I can't math. We're on pace for 12.6 million shares traded by the end of the day today on Ape. That's definitely higher volume than yesterday. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.12, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.18, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 52.13, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.61, which is slightly below average. And with that, I need to go make a birthday phone call. Look at that beautiful trading today on Ape. It's so beautiful. It looks like Christmas lights. So beautiful. Yeah, that's not a hard one to guess anymore on price prediction. Oh, man.
Who's listening to? You were listening to that, Casey?
Huh? Was I listening to?
Were you listening to the Dixie Chicks?
I don't listen to Dixie Chicks.
Okay.
No, I don't like country music.
Oh.
Hey, Casey, did you talk about what the hell happened with GME last night? Do you think Ryan Cohen pulled a fast one on Wall Street?
No, I didn't. I don't know, man. Why? What are you hearing? What did you hear? I didn't hear anything about Ryan Cohen pulling a fast one.
When I saw that line just dumping 20%, I was like, what? And then I heard that he was like, oh yeah, we're going to postpone our call. Because I think they shot their wad last night thinking they were going to crush GameStop on earnings. And then he was like, oh yeah, now we're not having earnings. And they were just like, what? And now what is GameStop doing today? Barcoding.
But they didn't crush their earnings, though. The numbers were released. They released the numbers.
But are the numbers official?
Well, I don't know how they weren't. They posted them up.
But who posted? Because I saw some numbers. I saw a screenshot, but I don't know where it came from.
GME posted it. I pulled it straight from their website.
Up his sleeve. Because I don't think he's going to let Matt Furlong go.
What do you mean?
He's
gone.
I don't think he is.
Not for long, you know.
Yeah, not for long, he says. they've got something up their sleeve, and they're not. Well, they've kind of hinted about it, about getting into the streaming game service, and I wonder what we'll see. I guess we'll find out next week.
I mean, why would he I don't know. I don't understand why. Why would they? So, do you think the not? See, I took the not for long to mean that he wasn't going to be the CEO for long. like,
Right.
But we don't
maybe.
know. Everybody's assuming. I don't think anyone knows for sure.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I don't think anybody knows. That's why I'm saying I took it differently when I saw the not for long.
I guess see. Well, we're gonna see.
I think Ryan wants to run the thing. Personally.
Okay. Oh, I did hear you say that earlier this morning. I was doing some shit.
Yeah. I mean, you've seen him put in phone calls to boards before to talk to him and tell him his peace of mind. So
yeah,
I think he thinks he can probably run that show better than anybody else can. Which may have something to do with maybe why he said not for long, but that's just me speculating.
Who do you think is running the show? Ryan or his dog?
Mothman.
He always takes pictures with that small little dog. I don't know, what is it?
Poodle?
What breed is that? Yeah, poodle, right?
I read that it was a poodle. I don't know if it is or not.
That could be a symbolic of, even little poodles can run big companies. Don't underestimate a poodle or a fool.
Poodles are smart.
Yeah.
Tyler says my tinfoil hat Matt Furlong was out of a job, but not for long. Maybe going to Teddy due to all the trademarks they got approved lately, and Teddy will buy up the other ticker we don't speak of.
Fat Teddy?
What other ticker we don't speak of?
My guess is it would be the one that maybe he was involved with. I don't know.
Like an electric car one or something?
No, like housing goods, maybe. I don't know. I have no idea.
Oh.
I don't know what Tyler's talking about. Yeah, he
Babies?
said towels. Yeah, home goods. I was right.
Oh.
Home goods. I don't know. That's an interesting take. Furlong. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Well, we'll see. Time will tell.
Gosh, I just looked in the chat, and the first thing I see is Pirate Born. I've been ass rammed 2 times. I was like, what? What the? And then I realized, oh, it was about a car accident. Oh, jeez.
All right, I'm gonna head to break.
Go make a call.
Yep, gotta make a phone call. Hopefully he's up by now. It's 11 o'clock. He should be up. We'll see. All right, I'm gonna head out of the back of the big tramp, guys. I'll see you. I'll see you back here in about an hour.
All right, take it easy, man.
Let the fun begin.
That's right. Let me put up the message real quick here for you guys and put up some music. All right. See you guys in a bit. All right, I'm back. I was just coming up with an idea. So we had changed up the point system for this week, and I don't really like the daily bonus going out to the person that has the price closest to closing price of AMC and Ape together combined, because somebody could just prices right them by a penny to get the bonus point. And so I'm thinking about, what if we said a daily point for the closest to price target, but only if there's at least a 10-cent spread between the winner and the next closest price prediction. That way somebody couldn't just one penny somebody out, or I could actually change it to like a 20-cent spread or something different, to where a person would have to pick a price prediction that's different than anybody else just to get the extra bonus point. But I'm just kind of considering that as a possibility. Like today from the top to the low, I think we are only divided by like 18 cents or something like that. What have we divided by? 469 to, yeah, 16 cents. 16 cents between the lowest and the highest price prediction. So when things are that big of a difference between us, or that little of a difference between us, it seems like everybody's kind of on the same page, so somebody could just out penny a person by one to get either the top end or the low end and be the winner. And so by saying that there has to be at least a 10-cent spread between your price prediction and the next person next to you, that would force a person to kind of come up with a more accurate number. 10-cent spread sounds like a cheap hooker in the 30s. Yes, Glenn, GME did improve quarter to quarter by significant amount. See, it's 12:18. It's time to go over the numbers. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Taking you guys over the other screen, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account. It shouldn't be in your account. Even though Fidelity has been screwing me over here with access codes now twice in like the last month, I'm still convinced that I would rather have this than not have this, because I've still had access on my app every time into my portfolio. It's just been the problem with this two-factor authentication. But I'm willing to take that. I'd rather have the protection, the safety, than the ability to be able to log in through my computer. That safety factor is a big, huge factor. Let's see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, oh yeah, take pictures of your portfolios, guys. Don't rely on your broker to keep an accurate track of what you own, what you hold. Off exchange for AMC. By this time of the day, I would expect off exchange and EDGX equal about 63%. We've got 57.08 for AMC's off exchange, EDGX at 8.42. The combined total of that 65.5, which is about 2.5% higher than what I would expect to see by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0.11 with a 30-day average of 3.35. So nothing unusual going on there. On Ape, off exchange is currently at 63.86 and EDGX is at 3.73. A lot of off exchange movement, shares being traded through the off exchange today on Ape, likely to suppress price movement. We're about 4.59% higher than we should be by this time of the day right now. And lately on Ape, we haven't been seeing that at all. So CHX volume is only 100 shares. CHX volume on GME, 0.07 with a 30-day average of 0.16. So it's definitely nothing unusual going on there. Vortex. An hour ago, there was 1.56 million shares borrowed for AMC. That's still the case. It leaves our estimated short share interest of the free float at 21.94. Cost per mins at 50.13, averages 109.01, and max 305.76. Shares on loan day over day did increase by 510,000 shares. Ortex estimated about 207,000 of that was in new short interest, bringing our total amount of shares on loan to 186.06 million shares. On Ape, refresh Ape one more time here. An hour ago on Ape, there was a return of 148,000 shares. It's now 223,000 shares. That's kind of the effect of slightly. It's actually left the. I think the value is still the same number right now for the estimated short share interest of the free float at 5.12. Cost per mins at 7.94, average 8.11, and max 8.27. Zero net change on shares on loan day over day, leaving us at 14.53 million shares on loan. Options. Highest amount of call volume has been at a $5 strike. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 12.5 thousand contracts. There's now 13.8 in volume for the day. And on puts at a $6 strike, that's where the most volume is. Earlier this morning, it was at a $4.50 strike. So we've got a lot of in the money call puts being purchased again. We had 4.2 thousand contracts an hour ago at 4.5. We now have 5.8 thousand contracts at 6. A lot of in the money puts being purchased. Well, that puts our combined price of AMC and Ape right now at $6.21. We did break past that descending level of resistance above it and are kind of consolidating currently just above that. Orders by Fidelity customers. I'm only going to be checking for AMC, Ape, and GME. GME has been on this list in the top 2 all day long today. It's now in the top 3, but it has a great 72.74% buy to 27.26% sell ratio. Look at absolutely beautiful. They're doing their job of buying the dip there. AMC and Ape do not show any are not on the list here due to low volume, more than likely. Although it is higher volume than what we've seen recently. SSR trips today at $4.26 and Ape at $1.44. There's currently 800 shares showing having a are available for borrowing currently, according to Stock Tracker, which is only one reported. I think it's like IBKR or something like that as a reporting entity for this. But there's going to be more shares than this available. But it's currently reporting 800 shares available, and it shows that they've borrowed another 200 shares in the last hour. Fees are currently at a 64.3% rate. NASDAQ is up 0.74, Dow Jones is up 0.48, and S&P 500 is up 0.46. We have 3,459 decliners to 2,821 advancers. The market's more declining than advancing currently. Banks, the big movers, we've got, doesn't really seem like there's a whole lot. Ethereum Classic is showing up 0.22. US dollar is currently down 0.73. Oil is down 1.86. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 5.5 to 0.58, and the SPY is up 0.47. VIX is down 2.51. Let's make sure that's right. Hold on a second here. Yeah, VIX is down 2.51%. VBR is down 0.45, VB is down 0.42, Tesla's up 3.25, Amazon up 2.45, Cinemark up 0.6, Doge is up 0.55, Bitcoin is up 0.66, GME is down 17.39, H1MC is down 3.11, NCMI is up 1.74, and Hood is down 0.55. Ape is down 0.31 and AMC is down 2.64. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately $1.4 million more inflow than outflow. 7.42 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 236 minutes worth of trading, which means we're on a pace for 12.26 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is definitely lower than the 15 million that I was telling you guys that I thought we would see. Although I think we're probably going to have a little bit of end of the day volume kind of kicking in here out of surprise nowhere. On a 4-hour time interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with what appears to be a divergence in the vortex indicator within the next 4 hours. RSI is at 45.94. Which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than, actually, you know what? Equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 43.08, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.96, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53, which is slightly above average. Ape has about $240,000 more outflow than inflow. 5.8 million shares traded so far for the day today. Big slowdown here. 260, is that right? 237 minutes worth of trading. Comes out to 9.54 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 1 and 20 million shares. Looks like we're going to hit that. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.31, which is average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.6, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.03, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.1, which is slightly below average. Let me look at AMC's volume prediction for the day because I feel like I got the math wrong here earlier. Nope, I got it right. Just want to double check it because I thought I might have miscalculated how many minutes have transpired so far in trading. So sorry. That came out of nowhere. Woof. I did not have time to mute that. I'm so sorry. Mute. Hopefully, if you guys are lagging, you see that in time to mute before the cough comes through. Oh my gosh, that cough came out of nowhere. It was like I choked on my own spit or something, like I was starting to inhale through my mouth. And something went down. I was like, oh man, I started choking on it. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Here we go again. Casey reminding us to use protection. Somebody's got to. Man, that was almost as bad as a bong hit right there. Woo, that hurt. Hazel says, someone said, speaking of broccoli farts, I didn't broccoli fart. Someone said it was sus Jimmy handled things like they did yesterday because things were getting ready to run. I don't know. I'll go back to the back of the big tramp again, by the way. Oh, we got lots of people back there right now.
Way.
I'm back, guys. I'm live.
PC.
I just want to let you know I'm live. That's it. Keep going. Keep talking.
We love you, man.
I don't think you want to hear what we're talking about.
No, I don't.
I'm
No.
just kidding.
It's probably better not. Change the conversation, guys.
Catching bass.
Catching bass.
Catching ass.
Catching bass.
Catching bass.
Sounds
Catching
sexual.
bass and assless chaps. That's what we're talking about.
I wanted to make some rhyme with catching bass and burning rubber, but nothing came to mind.
Oh boy, someone just shotgunned a Bud Light.
Hey man, it's on sale, man.
Right? 19 cents a can. You can't beat it.
Is that literally the price?
No.
They had no, for Memorial Day, they had a coupon. $15 off if you get a 15-pack or more. So the 15-pack, it was like $17.99 or $18.99. So it came out to like $3. You know?
That's a steal.
Yeah, yep. I mean, I got morals, but come on.
Danny traded it all in.
I'm not gay, but $20, right?
Hey man.
Right.
This reminds me of like when you talk with your coworkers and you're like, "What would you do for $1 million?"
Oh, I do just about anything.
Danny's over here like, "Woo, let's go, baby! I'm ready for anything."
Yucca, just remember, man, if you're an architect and you design 1,000 buildings, you suck one dick. They don't call you an architect anymore.
Oh no.
Shit, dude.
Speaking of dicks, there's this cock in front of my house.
Oh.
Peacock. It's a peacock. I put it in the Big Tramp chat. You can see it.
Wait, hold on a second. I'm going to look here to see what the peacock looks like. Is it in general?
No, it's in the back of the Big Tramp. I just put it. It was loading.
Don't put your peacock in the back of my big tramp.
He's blocking my door. I don't know.
Damn.
He's friendly. Don't worry.
Let me pull this over to the other side here so you guys can see what it is he's talking about. This is Danny's.
Oh, if you want a good picture, I got one from the other day.
That's Danny's peacock.
Well, post the fish pic in there. Casey,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hold on.
There you go. That's a good one, Casey. This is another one underneath.
Did you scare it so that it would do that?
No, I think it's like wanting to mate. I don't know. It has a thing for me. I don't know. He turns around. He does the feathers, and he turns around and he starts twerking. He shakes his butt. It's the craziest thing.
Look at that.
Did you say?
It's like a
Did you say
call.
nice? Did you say nice things to it?
I offered him a Bud Light. That's
Yeah,
Hey,
we have actually a peacock in the back.
that's what,
Oh,
Yeah.
Donna says
What
she
kind
has a peacock named Waldo. Wow.
what kind of fish was that again, Fu? The one that you caught?
That's a tiger muskie.
Yeah, our peacock is called Igor.
It's like a Tiger Woods and an Elon Musk put together.
Igor? You named your peacock Igor.
Well, not me. That's what it was named.
Because what did you name your dog again?
Wait, it's Daddy. That was me.
Daddy and
That was
Igor.
me. Yeah.
Daddy.
We also have two
We're-
emus. You know.
What is
like
it?
the
We're
smaller
still talking
version.
about animals, right? I just want to make this clear. We're talking about
yeah.
animals.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Hey guys, we're live. I want to make that we're live.
We are live.
no, dude, you can say whatever you want. We're not live.
We're not after dark yet. Hey everybody, how's it going?
What happened? Did I not get screen time with my fish? Come on. I was just preaching to everyone about how they can catch fish. Now I'm sad.
Roseanne says, "Where do you live? In a zoo?" He is an ape after all, Roseanne.
Yeah, exactly. No, but we're on the edge of a small city, so it's like we're surrounded by basically forest and lakes and stuff. So we have chickens, peacock, we have a few rabbits running around, ducks, the two emus, mostly birds. We have like 2 big cages with canaries and like parrots and stuff.
You sound like you do sound like a cross between like a small petting farm and a straight up farm.
Yeah, we were thinking if to get like a goat or something.
Would
you get like a donkey like Brian?
You gotta get a donkey, man.
Would you milk it?
Milk anything with nipples.
That would probably be the one of the negatives of getting like if it needs to be milked, then.
I mean, someone's got to do it. Where do you get goat cheese if someone isn't?
Yeah, definitely. No, but it's the fact that you probably have to do it daily. At least, I know how it is with cows. And if it's the same thing that you have to do it, I don't know, every morning or whatever, then that's just a hassle.
Yeah, some of them goats get some pretty big udders on them. Did that just kill the conversation? I'm sorry.
No. I'm reading stuff from the comment section. Papa Bob says, "I have a pit named Scrotum." I think he meant pet. I'm not sure if he meant pet or pit.
Maybe a pit bull. Yeah.
Oh, a pit.
Like
bull.
a bottomless pit?
Okay.
Oh.
I get it now.
So is my fish not gonna get any screen time at all, or what?
I put it up. I totally put it up there.
But do you get screen time? Like if I don't know if I turn on my webcam and bring my dog here, do I get screen time?
I get $11.95 every time.
There it is. It's back up again.
All right then.
Okay, now.
I can't remember what sunglasses I was wearing that day. That's what I was.
They look like Jokelys.
That's not fool. Oakleys?
Jokelys.
Oh, that's the fish he's been talking about? That's a cute little thing.
That's a little baby.
I'd be so proud of it.
Is that a catch and release?
That's a catch and release.
Man, that's all I've heard about for the last hour is this fish. And then Casey finally puts it up where I can see it. Is that even legal to keep something that small?
That's just a baby fish.
So it's like, what is that?
Catch that you might want to think about scrubbing the internet for that. That's like evidence right there of breaking laws. I'm almost certain you're not allowed to keep something that's that little.
As long as she thinks it's 10 inches.
That's a slot limit.
I've heard stories where people have become abducted by aliens and they catch and release. They're like, no, we can't eat this. We got to release it.
Yeah, I didn't probe my fish like the aliens do. Mothman, he gets in there.
You didn't probe the fish, huh?
Thank you, Casey. I was feeling.
Thank you, Casey.
No problem.
Man.
Show and tell.
A kiss and tell.
Mountaineer in Florida says, "Casey, I'll send you a pic of my 12 foot 2 inch gator."
Is that what we're calling it now?
Is that from Pornhub or what?
I don't know.
What's his name?
It sounds like I better say send nudes.
Casey, next time you go get a drink, get sex with an alligator.
Sex
Very
with
snappy.
Wait.
No, it's a real drink.
Okay, hold on. I'm looking it up. Sex with an alligator.
I thought you were just messing with us.
It has Midori. It has
Sure.
Is it Chambord?
I just looked it up and it has
Jaeger?
none of the things that you're listing off right now.
No, I'll find.
Are you
it.
sure you had the right thing? Because I'm looking at it right now and it says pineapple juice, melon liquor, coconut rum, raspberry flavored liquor, and
That's very
Jägermeister.
typical,
Jägermeister is about
Danny.
the only manly thing in this drink here.
That might
Very
be sexual.
typical of Danny.
The crocodile. You might
Man's
be
drink.
getting them mixed up.
I looked up sex with an alligator.
What is
Stop drinking those Bud Light.
And when you make it, it has like different layers. The colors separate, and you got the green, and you got the the Jaeger. It's cool. I'll post a picture.
Yeah, I'm glad you're describing exactly what it is and I'm showing right now.
Oh no. Oh, I see. They did
all
put
I
coconut
heard-
rum. Yeah, you could do it with that, but that's not how I made it.
All I heard was melon liquor, and I thought that was a flow chart.
It does have
all I-
raspberry liquor. Yes, raspberry liqueur. I guess you could do
All
it with
I've heard
pineapple
is
juice.
liquor.
Pineapple juice, melon liqueur,
Boy, that
coconut rum,
lead balloon.
raspberry flavored
All I've
liqueur,
heard is
and
liquor
Jägermeister.
melon.
Liquor melon.
Sorry, around these parts we
can't
call
even
it
order
liqueur.
that. You can't even order that drink unless you prove that you drove in.
You got to be wearing a pink shirt.
Yeah, I'm posting this in the YouTube video. If anyone wants to make it, it'll be in general.
No, we don't.
No,
No, it's good, man.
Alright.
I'm telling you.
man.
It's very snappy.
It's those Bud Lights. Stop drinking those Bud Lights, man.
It's only 19 cents.
19.
They're giving them for 19 cents now. Well, okay, fine.
90, that's like $11.95.
19 cents per bottle. Can.
Look at Pro Jeweler flexing. He said, I saw a 5-footer off my dock this morning. It's like, come get Pro Jeweler, you need a bow and arrow.
That's
Sorry about that, Pro Jeweler.
Fort Myers.
That was me. But I
It's
was
scary when you
searching.
see the alligators. You go to the beach and they're in the water at the beach. That's
What?
crazy.
You mean the bay?
Yeah, they got gators in the
You
in
mean
the
you mean the
beach,
bay?
Yeah.
In the bay.
They're
Let's
not gators.
let's be clear that it's not the beach and it's the bay, right?
It connects to the ocean, man. They can
Them are
get there.
Crocs.
It's not the beach, it's the bay.
They're all
That's
connected.
it's
You sure
not,
about that case? I feel like you're pulling her leg.
but I don't think
I'm gonna
you're
post another, I'll
finding.
post another video. It
I
was in
don't-
Fort Myers, and the guy's fishing, and there's an alligator. He caught an alligator. I'll post a video. It's in
Do you
Fort
have
Myers,
rolling?
and
Do
that's
you
on
have
the beach.
rolling waves on this beach? Like, do the waves come crashing in?
Yes.
Really, crashing
Yep.
in.
Crashing.
Waves crashing.
Waves.
I'm putting it right now. I'm going to show you the video.
I'm having a really difficult time.
Just because they named it a bay doesn't mean it's a bay. Anybody can name anything a bay.
Well, this one's in South Carolina. The one I'll
Big-
post. Yeah, it's in.
I go change my oil, and the guy calls that, "Oh, we're gonna lift your car with our bay." I'm like, "There's no water here."
There are alligators in and
This
around.
gator's practically surfing.
Uh-oh,
Yeah.
Pro Jeweler.
Alabama Beach. They had one in Alabama.
Pro Jeweler got triggered. He's in here now.
Yeah, he's like, "I'm not putting up with this shit."
There are alligators at Dog
Look,
Beach.
go look, Casey,
Uh,
in the
I
general.
wouldn't, Casey.
You got to be careful.
Pro Jeweler, aren't they crocodiles?
What the hell?
They're gators.
No, there's gators, man. The gators do it too. They're copycats.
I saw a
Show it
big
to us,
one.
Casey.
All right, hold on.
They get
Flash it. Come on.
That's
the
actually
gators.
that's
he's
actually legit.
surfing.
That's not what I would really call a beach right there wave, but I mean it is definitely not really a bay wave either. So that's legit. I don't know, it's something in between, but that is kind of scary.
That's photoshopped.
We got to see it. So
Oh, come on.
Man,
see
I
it.
could do that. I can have food in there too with that gator if you want me to. I give it to you in 5 minutes. I'll render that.
Wait, hold on. It's a video.
Photoshop.
I'm trying to play it.
Let's see. Okay, let's
It's
see.
probably gonna
You
crash
don't
the
mess
server.
with. All I can say is don't mess with Yucca and photo.
This one's swimming towards South Beach. It said in
Heading
Florida.
to Jersey or heading back to Jersey.
Play it.
Look
I'm
at
trying to
that.
play it. I'm trying to play it on my end, and it keeps freezing keep pausing the damn stream.
You're
Too many
trying to
people
put
are
a,
trying to play it.
It won't play for me.
It's too famous.
Too
Oh,
many.
it's not a video.
It's not a
I
video.
don't know.
It says 39 seconds.
You guys,
Probably
you
a
guys
screenshot of a video, so there's nothing to play there.
Yeah, they're tricking us, man.
It says page is
Wait,
unresponsive.
we got to see the snout. That doesn't look like an.
On another note, on the right side, there's the Ukraine begins control. That guy needs a bra.
Ukraine needs a. That guy needs a bra.
Yeah, you see him?
Zelensky. Zelensky needs a bra.
I don't know, his lieutenant or something.
The guy next to him.
Washes ashore.
Wow,
Can you zoom in on the nose so we can tell
that's
if it's
wild, man.
I can't because it's
If this
not.
is real.
It's not.
Don't. Yeah, him.
The page isn't loading.
See, listen to Mountaineer. There are Crocs in Florida now, and that's looking pretty Croc.
Not in Florida, in the Bay.
Oh, just in the Bay. Pro jeweler.
Yeah.
Casey,
Yeah,
if you're on a Windows machine, try to press F12 and click on the video, press F12, and see if you see any link in there. Show you the code.
It's playing.
CRTL Alt Delete. That might help too.
Bravely catching the gator and tying it up.
Yeah.
Out there for right.
We got a bunch of trolls this morning. Everyone's in a good mood.
No, I'm serious. F12 showed you. Okay, let's watch this.
See,
This last one is the one in Fort Myers. That might have been a pro jeweler catching it.
I'm
Yeah,
telling
Doug,
you,
yeah.
you better listen to Mountaineer. You guys got Crocs down there, and you don't know it.
We do. But if it's a rounded snout, it's an alligator. If it's more
That's
pointed
why
and
that's why I'm trying to get KC to zoom in on it so I can tell if it's a croc or a gator. Yeah.
I think I had a gator this morning.
Did you have a gator?
A gator. Alligator.
Gators can be handled, but crocs, I don't know.
I'm not handling no crocodile or gator.
You just handle the scaly? That's hard to tell from that video.
But yeah, Casey, if you press F12 on a web page, it shows you basically the code behind the web page. And with websites like with videos, you should have basically code, and then a certain link to the video or connect link to the video and then more code. But that's not like a trick or trying to troll you or something.
Oh. They don't want you turning to the dark side or what? Well, Broomstick just posted something in the chat that was incomprehensible. I love it, but what? Yeah, it's
he
in
might want to back up from the gummies, the edibles.
Interior crocodile alligator. I drive a Chevrolet movie theater.
He took a couple of Pirates gummies and Interior crocodile alligator. I drive a Chevrolet movie theater. Let's go. It's time to moon.
Yeah, that looks like something I would have posted at about 2 a.m.
I think he was trying to freestyle.
I know, broomstick. I'm just fucking with you.
Danny, tell them how they climb 6-foot fences.
What?
Did you hear the peacock?
The alligators can climb up 6-foot hurricane fences too, as well. They'll get over them.
What the fuck?
Come on, do it.
Yeah.
No, he starts going crazy. He starts making a call, and I call back to him, and then he does it back.
Yeah, but so we were having a discussion yesterday about Tyrannosauruses, Casey, and if someone just dropped off like 500 Tyrannosaurus Rexes into the world, and what would happen? And Yukon and I were like arguing because I was like, I'd blow them all away, and he was like, no. So that's where all of that came from earlier today. We have deep philosophical conversations on Discord about Tyrannosaurus Rexes. We didn't never go full potato. There's a lot of potato. Yeah.
What about a Giganotosaurus? You never heard of a Giganotosaurus? No, you're not. You're not. Look it up. I promise you're not. It's actual dinosaur. It was in the last Jurassic Park.
It's a D's nuts joke. Don't do it. Don't do it.
It's not. It's not, Casey. Casey, it's not.
He tried.
I wouldn't do that to you, Casey.
I 0.1 point for that. That was okay. He tried.
No.
Megasaurus. No wonder only 10% of the chat is female. Holy crap.
We are sick bastards.
We've never left high school.
Oh man, I've been on mute the whole time. I'm sorry, guys. Everybody's laughing at what I'm saying, and you guys can't hear me. I was on mute.
Oh, Fuosaurus, yeah. Oh, yeah. Also, Yukon mentioned that we were talking about fighting gorillas with a samurai sword, and no one believed me because I was like, no, I could kill a gorilla in a second, and they're like, no, you can't. They're way stronger than you, and I'm like, no, they're not. I have a samurai sword. Chop, chop. Later, bro.
But a grizzly bear.
A grizzly bear would suffer the same fate.
Yucca has a lot of faith in himself. That's good. That's good.
Oh, look at Yukon. Now he's changing everything. He said the gorilla's been trained by John Wick in martial art. Oh, now my ass is grass. Gorilla's gonna pull. Yukon said that gorilla's gonna pull your arm off. I'm like, no, it's not. But now, if he's trained by John Wick, I'm a dead man.
Ladies, you did miss the fact that I responded to Foo's comment stating, no wonder there's so many guys in here. And I said, for all the women who are in here who are still putting up with these guys, thank you. And then I said, Donna. But almost soon thereafter, Hazel came through and said, Fuosaurus. So,
Fuosaurus.
Hazel, to you too. Thanks for putting up with us.
Hazel's awesome, isn't she? Hazel comes in sometimes with some really sneaky, funny shit, and I don't think that we give her the recognition that she deserves, because sometimes, wow.
She just put in, if she'd have said Casiosaurus, I'd be saying the same thing as you, but she didn't say that.
I think it's pronounced, I think it's pronounced Casaurus. Yeah, whatever.
You guys sound like you've been doing a lot of ashwagandha.
Donjosaurus?
I'm not
Are
doing
you
nothing.
talking about Sauruses? They ruled the world. They will rule again.
You talking about the Anunnaki?
Casaurus, yeah. Oh, Nazis? No, Nazi-saurus?
I didn't say that.
We're going. Oh, Donna says she has brothers, so she knows.
So what do you guys think about 38% of you guys have said that the market's going to have a major move before June, the end of June, and it's going to be moving up. That's a pretty good chunk
Oh,
of
I hope
people.
so.
That's a pretty good chunk of people, 38%.
I mean, the spy's been doing things I didn't think it was gonna do. So
It's nearly 60% of the population that's voted so far thinks that it's going to be moving up. Just some don't agree on if it's going to be before June or after June. The downs are the market moving down before and after are less, lower quantity. I guess if it was a phone or if it was Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and it was polling the audience, the public audience, then usually the audience gets it right, right? Isn't that usually how it works?
Yeah, but no, you'd get screwed. If it was this bunch of people, then you just get screwed.
You have to pick the one that's the least. So it's going to be before and moving down. That's where it's going to go.
Yeah.
Because
yeah. By the way, Fu, I posted some photos if you're, or Casey as well, if you're interested in the.
Let's go. I need to go and look
I
at it.
scoured my phone for.
I
some-
was just gonna say if the market was a dinosaur, it would probably be a phony fuckosaurus. Oh, look at that turkey.
That is pretty.
Preacher, what's my peacock doing in your yard?
Damn it.
Why are you so
think
jealous?
He just flew over.
It's the same one.
It's drinking a Bud Light.
Damn, dude, why do your birds look so good?
Dang,
Well,
you
they get fed every day.
Worked out.
Why
Jay.
all your all your animals look really healthy.
Damn.
Nice cock.
damn. He was waiting to use that one.
Look at that turkey. Damn.
It is a farm. You got a regular petting zoo in here. You can invite the kindergarten class. You can invite the kindergarten class for your kid's school to come over and pet the animals for a day, and the teacher will love you.
There's a black.
You're gonna invite the teacher to pet your cock.
Are these are not emus, are they? Or what are these called?
Yeah, they are.
Ostriches. They are emus?
Emo.
No, they're emus.
They're emus,
Emo,
right?
like emotional.
So
They're
on these are these emus like really assholes? Are they jerks?
The females are at certain periods of the year. Like, you know, they get like some hormone stuff.
That's
like
not-
because it's a dude and a girl, and the dude will like come to me. I pet him. He just chills with me, but she never. She comes for food, but if I try to touch her, no. And the thing is, we had a different group a few years back, and the females, I don't know how they. She managed to rip her lower beak in two, like in half, basically, and half of her beak was hanging off. And now the second one, so it's a different one. And now a few days ago, I noticed her beak is also cracked the same way. I don't know what the hell they're doing, but they're getting like very aggressive or very nasty at a certain time of the year.
It's Fight Club.
Yeah.
They
Or
never
maybe, or maybe the Sex Club. One or the other.
So You know when you I don't know if you have these over where you're at or not, but over here we have like the state fair or something like that, and they always have like big turkey legs, right? They're supposed to be turkey legs, but I don't think that's what they are. I'm pretty sure they're emu legs. Do you know if that's what they are or not? Like, is it? I don't feel like it's
They're
actually.
not
I have no idea.
They sound
KC.
bad.
But like an emu leg would be like
Not
the
a leg.
size of a turkey. So
No, no, but it's not a leg, but it's obviously something from inside. You know, or maybe it's higher. Maybe it's the upper portion of the
Like
thigh.
thigh.
Yeah, the thigh.
It's high.
I don't know, but like the size of considering the size of an emu, like it would be very like easy to say if it's coming from a turkey or if it's coming from a.
Let me show you. Let me show you what I'm talking about here.
Yep.
I know.
Yep. Do you have a Roadrunner?
I got two. I have emu stories. I
Now-
have Roadrunner stories. Come on.
Man. We got
Guys, look at this turkey. Like, you see the body and the feathers, all beautiful, and you zoom in on the head. It's the ugliest thing I've ever seen. It's like a wrinkled. I don't know.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
They're the ugliest bird, man. That's the ugliest head.
And
like
they're
a wrinkled foreskin.
they're
Like
just
a
dumb.
wrinkled nutsack.
Do you see
The
this?
chicks like it though, bro. Come on, man.
Do you see this right now, Future? Look at the amount of
Okay, yeah. No,
look
I
at the amount of tendons that are in this. I have never seen a turkey leg with that much tendons, and
Yeah,
that's
no,
why I
that's
think
not
it's
a
emu.
turkey leg.
I think it's an
That's not
emu.
a turkey leg.
We all go to these state fairs and we eat these
Might be.
quote unquote turkey legs, and I think that's not what they are. I think they're emu.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's emu, but it's not turkey. Yeah. Unless you have some monster hormone-fed turkeys, that's not a turkey.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is that you, Casey, without beard?
No. What the hell?
Casey, Google a turkey, just the head.
Turkey, just the
That
head.
doesn't sound right.
Turkey, just
Just
the
the
head.
tip.
Like, just type in turkey. and-
If I get some porn that pops up on here, I'm gonna.
No, don't type that. No. Oh man, I'm gonna get banned.
Danny, set the Bud Light down and slowly back.
Look at that bird. Come on, that's an ugly bird, man.
Yeah.
I wonder if the animals think the same thing about us. They're like looking at us
Yeah.
with hair on their head.
No,
What
they
is
don't.
that mustache?
Well, they don't. They all want to have sex with us. What's wrong with you?
No, they're being forced to have sex with us.
Oh,
Damn bestiality.
by Mothman?
Yeah, Mothman. I know that Brian Carpenter,
He loves them.
and he loves Mothman. Where is Brian? He should be on vacation already. What's trivia for today?
None. None ya.
None.
None, you motherfucker.
Nah. Are you going on vacation next week? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, well, I'm actually gonna stop the live stream tomorrow, probably around like 10 or 11, and then you won't see me again until the 20th.
What?
So people are gonna be lost.
Man.
People are
Nah.
dependent on your show.
Nah, you guys.
Well,
I'm
I-
setting a precedent that you need to take time off.
You know,
It's like when the queen leaves the hive, all the workers are gonna die. We're all gonna die, Casey.
No.
Nice job.
I don't believe it.
yeah, some are gonna have withdrawals. They're gonna go and start
With shawls.
overdosing on mushrooms.
You guys will be
Getting
fine.
arrested.
You guys will be just fine.
I'm gonna need to call my therapist.
The
He'll be like,
time this year?
he'll be like, how come I haven't heard from you in 2 years?
Like, I've been listening to this guy called KC.
Lost my Shaw, Dr. Shaw.
I found out there's other crazy motherfuckers out there like me.
I wasn't alone, and now I am.
I realized the problem I have. Yeah.
That's
Everyone
actually
thinks
really
they're normal
funny.
than us.
You know, I wanted to tell you guys. I wanted to tell everybody here. Actually, I probably should have said this earlier this morning, and I forgot to. But I sat in that GME space call yesterday after the.
I saw you there. Yeah.
Yeah, and one of the things that I thought was really funny to listen to was is I literally felt like I was sitting in an AMC space call. It had all the typical things that people say that are inaccuracies. It had the very same usual suspects that have the same demeanors, the same weird stuff that they say, and it was just it really felt like I was just sitting in a so one guy sounded like Al from Boston. I couldn't believe it. I was like, what the hell's going on here? This is like,
Really?
yeah, it felt like I was sitting in like an old AMC space call from a long time ago. It was so weird. It was the weirdest thing I've ever experienced before.
Yo, actually, can I talk about that? I saw that yesterday while I was at work. That's like, do we know why or
In regards to
with Cohen? In regards to Cohen,
in regards to Cohen.
or was what I read a total troll? That he's not the CEO anymore.
Oh, he never was the CEO, but he is now.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
they got rid of Matt Furlong. Well, I shouldn't say get rid of because a lot of people are upset when you say get rid of. His 2-year contract ended, and they terminated him.
Okay.
I consider that getting rid of somebody, but you know, whatever. Some people don't want to see it that way. Whatever, I don't care. He no longer works with the company, and he
Isn't
resigned
the
from the board.
definition of terminate to get rid of? Just like the actual definition.
I mean, I think people are having a problem with somebody saying fired. I think people are saying fired, and they're saying like, no, he wasn't fired, he was terminated. I don't know.
Fired, yeah.
It depends on how you want to look at it. One of the things that I've always found is like the C-suite guys that are walking around. I always call them the carpet dwellers. The carpet dwellers of a company always get special treatment.
Carpet chomper?
Carpet dwellers. I call it that because they don't work the floor. You know, they're always up on the carpet. They're always working. They never leave the carpeted area of a factory.
The red carpet.
Yeah, the red carpet. So, you know, I feel like oftentimes that whenever they separate with a company, you know, it's always said in a particular fashion to not taint that person's career, I guess is probably the best way to say it. And
Taint?
yeah, taint.
Taint?
Taint.
Okay.
A little bit
I'm
of
glad
taint.
we're on the same page.
Yeah, you don't taint the career.
No, that's actually what I was kind of disagreeing with you about, because you don't just cut the head off the snake if you want the snake to keep going. So I disagree with you. Let's just put it out there.
Yeah, that's fine.
You don't get rid of your high-end officers when you're trying to grow, because it hurts the feeling for the stock.
Yeah, but what if they suck?
If they sucked, the EBITDA wouldn't be moving up.
EBITDA.
If you have a bad CEO, like, for instance, if all of a sudden Twitter said, hey, we're cutting Elon Musk out of Twitter, think of what that would do to the share price. And it's not science, it's not psychology, it's just, we just got rid of the main guy? All right, why? Then the stock price goes down. It's the sentiment. It's just a feeling. It's just, you know, Mothman coming in with his mothballs and saying things don't smoke.
Mothman.
Well, let me ask you a question. Who do you think is the most renowned CEO of a company that you can think of that is like Teflon to shit?
Mothman? No. Boy, that would take some time to research.
Okay,
I think it was
let's
Lee
just. I don't care.
Iacocca?
I don't care who that person
Iacocca?
is, but imagine who it is in your head. Okay.
Lee Iacocca.
If
Let's say
that
Lee
person was not necessarily running a company at some point, and you removed whoever the person who was running the company and replaced them with that person who was just sitting on the board, could that have some kind of impact on the potential move, or could that show some kind of strength for the company and the future of the company, especially if you had a plan like you were suggesting on moving that CEO that you got, I don't want to say get rid of, but that you let go, moving them to someplace else where they could be utilized, right? What then? Is that a good thing or is it a bad
So
thing?
that's a good point. Like Pirate would say, I'll just move him into the cabin boy position for a little bit, and then bring him back. I think this is all. I think this is all very cold and calculated. I don't know how you feel about the little Cohen boy.
I don't have any
But
opinion of him really, honestly, but I know a lot of people really think highly of him, and so that's why I'm kind of referencing him as like Teflon on shit. And I feel like by putting him into the position of being able to run the company, if they have some major announcement in the near future, I bet he would love to take credit for it.
okay, the Cohen boy is
Colin.
he's outstanding, isn't he?
I don't know.
Since a decade and a half from him exiting the vagina, he hasn't been outstanding. He's been an outstanding person. He's been a great creator, a great company operator. There's no doubt about it. 15 years old, he creates Chewy.
He's hell a lot more successful than me, and I'm 10 years older. So he's got something working for him, that's for sure.
Saying that. I'm just gauging success off of the financing and business and stuff like that. I don't think he's more successful than you.
It depends on how you define success. I
If he
meant
told me,
monetarily.
if Ryan Cohen told me go out there and fight that army of Tyrannosaurus Rexes, I'd be like, hey, shut up. But if you were like, hey, Foo Dog, we got to go out and kill out that army of Tyrannosaurus Rexes, I would listen to you a lot more than I would listen to Ryan Cohen. So success is relative. I'm just saying, in the financial world, this guy, he knows what he's doing. When it comes to the hearts and minds of men, yeah, you're way more successful than Ryan Cohen, in my opinion.
Well, I thank you, man. I appreciate that.
Well, you have to be authentic. I don't know if he's authentic. I don't spend time with him all day.
Ooh, I have got severe thunderstorms rolling into my area, and a loud one just went off outside my window here. So if if power suddenly shuts off, I'm probably ending it for the day. Just throwing that out there.
Just putting that out there. You're not going on your vacation trip.
Nope, not yet.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna go because of the storm.
I'm going, man. We've got the beach place all signed up and ready to go. We paid for it already. It's a done deal. Rain or shine.
Alligators. There's alligators and T-Rexes.
And the address. Let us go over there and meet you.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're gonna stop me from
We're gonna
going.
make that beach a meet and greet.
That sounds fine to me. Hey, if you guys want to show up, that's cool. I'm down with that. I'll even tell you where I'm at. You guys come on down there.
You want us to crash your vacation? Come on.
I don't care. You guys are my friends, of course. Absolutely.
As long as we bring Bud Light.
We're all gonna buy your wife beers. She'll be all.
I hadn't thought of that, but you have to wait until after the MOASS to do that for her.
Oh.
Not beforehand.
So no buying your wife beers until after MOASS.
Yeah, it's got to be after.
All right. Is she giving you the side eye right now, or what?
No, she's not. I don't even think she's here right now.
She's like, no, they can buy me beer now. And you're like, no. That's a new rule. The Shah has spoken. There's no beer buying until.
Look, if anybody wants to go, more than likely during the daytime, I'll be at the beach, and on hold on a second, I'm looking it up here. I don't know why I don't know the name of it.
You gonna be in a speedo, Casey?
No, that hasn't happened since my 20s. Actually, that's not true. I did my first. I've done my first triathlon in a speedo. Never again though.
Was
I
it
would never.
Tucker
We need
or
some AMC speedos for Hot Boy Summer. Someone tell Adam Aaron.
I will be at Mustang Island Access Road Beach 2 or Access Road 2 Beach. That's where I'll be.
Beach?
Mustang
Is that an
Island
extension of Epstein Island?
Access.
Is that like the Tucker Speedo that you're going to be wearing?
The what Speedo?
The Tucker?
Oh, I thought you said
Speedo from
Plucker.
Target?
I thought you said Pluckers. I was like, what?
Plucker? No,
Plucker's
that's
Speedo.
that's Danny's chicken.
You gotta play that song Mustang Sally.
Mustang Sally.
What'd you say about me, Foo?
Pro jeweler. Pro jeweler. Casey rocking the banana hammock. Hell yeah. Spring break.
He says, Boomstick says, lies. Casey sits in his Speedos while streaming. It's hot in these rhinos.
I haven't seen Six Son in a while. He's in here.
Just to be clear, guys, I don't actually leave until Tuesday to go down there, so I won't be down there until Tuesday through Friday. So those are the days that we'll be down on the beach. Bradley doesn't leave until Monday, so when he leaves, we leave the day after.
I'm booking my flight on Southwest right now. So.
Stop on by. It's down. I'm down with that. I'm down for hanging on the beach. Let's see. What am I? It's time to do numbers. Let's do numbers real quick here.
All right.
I'm gonna take you guys over to the other page real quick here, and let's log into my account.
Giggity, giggity, giggity goo.
I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are saying until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns. You know what? I just thought to myself, the big tramp would be an awesome vehicle to take down to the beach. It looks like it would hold like all the perfect stuff for like beaching.
It looks like a Predator van. Come on.
You know what? You guys gotta get away from that. Like, it's not a Predator van, okay? Just because it says big
You
tramp
put the
doesn't mean-
surfboard on top. You put
Yeah.
the surfboard and
You gotta think
I can
outside the
see it.
box here. It's not what you think it is.
Yeah, nothing to see here. Nothing to see.
I always love the long KC sigh. Yeah, I'm at Food Dog. Yucca! I love it.
All right.
It says
Off
it all.
exchange. Go ahead. What'd you say? All right. Off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% combined between off exchange and EDGX. We got 57.81% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 8.12. The grand total 65.93% or 1.93% more than what I would expect to see. CHX volume is 0.12 with a 30-day average of 3.34, so it's kind of low for the day-to-day. On Ape, we've got 60.56 going through off exchange. EDGX is 4.01. It's at 64.57%, which is about 0.57% higher than it should be. CHX volume is 100 shares, so nothing unusual going on there. And CHX on GME is at 0.07 with a 30-day average of 0.16. Nothing unusual going on there. Taking a look at AMC's Ortex data and Ape's Ortex data. As of an hour ago on AMC, there was approximately 1.56 million shares having been borrowed for the day. It dropped down to 1.55. It's going to leave that estimated short share interest, the free float, at 21.94%. Cost borrow mins at 50.13, averages 111.69, and that's been creeping up all day long because I think it started around 70 or 80 this morning. Max is at 305.76. Shares on loan day over day increased by 510,000 shares. That's Ortex estimated that about 207,000 of that was a new short interest day over day, bringing our total share count to 186.06 million shares on loan. On Ape. Oh, shit. That scared the shit out of me. Did you guys hear that?
Yeah.
You could hear that through the speakers? Oh,
Yeah.
that was freaking really loud. Oh my god. Woo, I got chills. That was so close. Okay. Wow, that scared the crap out of me. 200. I can hear it through the headphones. That's the worst part.
You need to.
Huh?
You want to go check your underwear? You need to wipe.
No, I'm good. I'm good, man. I jumped a little though. My heart's beating a little faster. Not gonna lie. On Ape, an hour ago there was 223,000 shares haven't been returned. It's still 223,000 shares. I can't stop from jumping, guys. I jump. I have really bad jump reflexes. I say bad. It's actually a really good thing. It means that my body wants to save myself, but it doesn't take much to get me to jump. It just happens. Short share interest of the free floats at 5.12%. Cost borrow mins at 7.94. Average is 8.11 and max is 8.27. I'm ready to go. I'm always like ready to go. Ready. Let's go. Total amount of shares borrowed versus returned from day over day was zero change, leaving our shares on loan for Ape at 14.53 million shares. On the options, highest amount of call volume for the day today has been at a $5 strike. There was 13.8 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 14.5. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $6 strike. An hour ago, there's 5.8 thousand contracts. There's now 11.7. Market suggesting the closing price by the end of the day, is going to be somewhere between $5 and $6. I don't know if that's going to happen. That's what it's pointing towards. A lot of in-the-money puts are being purchased right now, especially at a $6 strike. Excuse me. Taking a look at combined price of AMC and Ape, it's at $6.27. We're getting a nice little boost up in the latter half of the day today. Starting to break past this ascending level of resistance and maybe moving to some of those newer highs from where we started at the very beginning of the day today. We should be getting pretty close to net neutral in share price. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for. GME's in third right now on the top of this list here. 72.86% buys to 27.14% sell ratio. And AMC and Ape are not on this list due to low volume. Hey, Seth, is Bruno outside? Can you verify that he's not, please? Thank you. SSR triggers at $4.26 for the day-to-day on AMC. Ape at 1.44. Shares available to borrows at 300. He's like a burnt Rice Krispie outside right now. I'm laughing. I'm sure he's fine. He's not outside. Is he outside? Yeah, he's not even outside. All right. I feel better now. That loud cracking sound was your dog getting struck by lightning. Fees are it's such a bad thought to have. Like I'm laughing about it, and then I'm like, he's not really out there, is he? I can't laugh about that if it's true. Can you imagine how awful I would have felt if that had been a true statement? I would have felt so bad. I would have been like, I'm the worst, like daddy dog daddy ever. I can't believe I like laughed at that and was like, wait a minute, is Bruno outside? All right, fees are currently for loaning shares right now at 64.3%. It's so bad. I love Bruno. I would never. I would never. It's so messed up. Why is this so funny? This is not funny. Nasdaq is up 0.77, Dow Jones is up 0.46, and S&P 500 is up 0.47. We currently have 3,432 decliners to 2,878 advancers. I think it's the image of imagining a
can't stop
burnt Rice
laughing at
Krispie. It's not even that it's true. It's just that you're imagining it as it being real, and it didn't happen, and so that's why it's okay to be laughing at it. Except for there are some extreme dog owners out there who would find this incredibly, horribly, outrageously not funny. So somebody's gonna inevitably come in here and be like, "Dude, my dog died to lightning." I'm gonna be like, "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry."
Worst ever.
That's so bad.
It's gonna happen. It's bound to happen. Oh boy, where was I? Numbers, numbers, because I'm obviously not a person with feelings. Banks with positive or negative money flows for the day to day. Let's see if we got any big movers here. I don't see any. I have to disclaimer something real quick here. Seth came downstairs just a little while ago to eat lunch, and oftentimes when he comes down, he lets Bruno out, and sometimes he'll let him stay out there while he's eating lunch. And he was still down here eating lunch, which is why I had to ask him real quick to make sure that he wasn't outside, because I thought there was a chance he could be out there. So that's why I didn't know. Ethereum Classic is up 0.23. DXY, the US dollar, is currently down 0.73. Oil is up, or down rather, 1.63. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.55 to 0.62, and the SPY is up 0.49. VIX is currently showing down 1.87. VBR is down 0.51. Vanguard is down 0.38. Vanguard VB is down 0.38. Tesla is up 3.64. Amazon is up 2.11. Cinemark is up 0.79. Doge is up 0.82. Bitcoin is up 0.55 at 26.4K or 26.4K a coin. And GME is down 17.54. HYMC is down 3.29. NCMI is up 1.77. Hood is down 0.05. Ape is down 0.31. And AMC is down 1.59%. Bruno, where are you at? Bruno. I said his name so many times. He should have been over here, like, checking on me, going like, "Why are you calling my name?"
I jumped in because I thought you said bro. I was like, "Hey, hey, I'm here." Right. Mute.
Casey, don't joke with us like that, Casey. Come on.
Inflow versus outflow. We have about $1 million more inflow than outflow for the day to day. 8.62 million shares traded so far for the day to day after 298 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 11.28 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That will make the 10 to 30 million shares that I suggested that we would have by the end of the day. I'm really surprised we didn't get 15 million or more. They really knocked down the snot out of the volume for the day today, and it was kind of impressive. On the 4-hour time interval, notice that the vortex indicator had showed that it was about ready to cross over, and it started diverting the other direction. So we now have more buying pressure than selling pressure in the vortex indicator, and RSI showing at 49.31, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, just barely, but RSI is at 50.02, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, and what appears to be a divergence in the vortex indicator about ready to occur within the next 30 minutes. On a 5-minute interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI at 59.94, which is above average. On Ape, there is approximately just a little over 1 point. It's like 1.1 million. More shares, more inflow than outflow. 7.27 million shares traded after 299 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 9.48 million shares traded on Ape by the end of the day, which is between the 1 and 20 million I suggested in the pre-market. On a 4-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of something that I don't know what it is because I switched off of it, 52.28, which is average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.63, with a divergence in the vortex indicator within the last 2 hours. On a 30-minute interval, we've got just slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI, 50.28, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.84, which is average. And with that, I'm done with the numbers. Laugh away. Pirate Crispy. Pam, good morning. Afternoon.
No, Pirate was coming up with names for dogs that were struck by lightning, so that was my suggestion.
Casey, look at Pro Driller's picture in the back of the big tram.
Oh no. I'm afraid of what I'm gonna.
Boy needs some sunscreen.
I gotta show everybody else so they see this too, because it's kind of funny. In remembrance of Bruno. That's so messed up. Remember that time when Casey, you thought your dog was outside and you made fun of it because it was lightning? Yeah, I'm so ashamed. I'm ashamed of myself because I joked.
Sorry, I just gave my dogs their tea and or tick and flick medicine. I have trouble with words too. They're not happy about it. I don't know why. It's just a couple of drops of this and that. They're acting like they've been struck by lightning. They're all sniffing each other and stuff. I'm like,
He wasn't outside, Pam. He was okay. He wasn't outside. Discharge.
Discharge. Grounded. Hey, ground.
Pirate called him Sparky earlier.
How about Zip?
Zip.
Zip.
Oh man.
We're being mean to our dogs.
A hot dog.
I swear my dogs are acting like they've been struck by lightning. They're like rubbing around. All I did was give them a little bit of medicine.
Oh, he's literally laying right behind me, guys. He was literally laying right behind me. In fact, I turned my chair around to go look and see where he was, and he was laying right behind. I almost rolled over him. Hey, bud. How you doing, man?
Can't do that. Poor little Bruno.
Now I got to give him belly scritches so that he doesn't feel. I've been saying his name like over and over and over, and he needs to know that I love him.
He's like, I was here the whole time, man.
He's like, he kept calling my name, so I was like, I thought I'd figure I'd lay right behind
I'm
you.
thinking, I said,
Go ahead. What were you saying?
He was saying he was cracking a Bud Light or something. Yucca? What happened?
By the way, guys, this little stick of volume right here was 825,000 shares, all in one fail swoop right there.
Oh, look at how high the price went.
What? Oh. Damn.
Yucca, do you have narcolepsy or something? Where's Nana? I haven't seen Nana in a while.
She's probably sleeping.
She lurks.
I'm here.
I think Crispy's my favorite one. That's probably.
Did you see the news where they had the guy they had a disabled pig. His back legs didn't work, and so they made him a little wheelchair, and then they rolled him in, and all the kids got to pet him in the school and everything. But they named him Chris, middle initial P, and his last name was Bacon.
Crispy Bacon.
So it was Crispy Bacon, yeah. And the news broadcaster, he got the joke and he started laughing, and then they had to switch to another person, and she didn't understand why he was laughing so hard. Oh, he couldn't even finish it. That was so funny. It's a funny video. Chris P. Bacon came in and visited the elementary school on 4th Broadway or whatever. It was so funny. Like, wait, it's Chris P. Bacon? It's a funny video.
Pam had a
Nana's
dog
here.
named Trixie.
Trixie? That looks like a stock ticker. Should we time her out or something?
I think we should.
Yeah.
Hashtag ban.
First she puts in NANA, and then she puts in TRIXY. Yeah, I think she's putting in stock tickers here.
She's breaking the rules, Pam. I tried to trick Nana with a $YCCA, and she wouldn't ban me. She was like, "No, I'm not falling for that."
Well, I got to go to break, guys. So let me see here. Let me put up the message real quick on the screen. Do you guys want me to leave the back of the Big Tramp open, or do you want me to close it out?
You can leave it open if you want.
Okay.
We're fine here, I think.
I will be back at 2:10.
Now it's starting to rain over here. I'm worried about my peacock getting struck by lightning.
It literally
Oh,
just
no.
started pouring outside my house too, just now.
Damn.
I get to see the peacock with the burnt feathers.
Yeah, how come peacocks don't get struck by lightning?
Yeah.
I'm not touching. That sounds like a D's nuts joke. I'm not touching it.
I think God gives them immunity because they have a peacock, and it's like, all right, you know what? Let's just not let them get struck by lightning. Is that okay? You know?
I think they also have a pea brain as well.
And a pea brain. Look at the size of their skull. It's got to be like a sunflower seed size brain. It has to be.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go to break. I'll see you guys back in about 30 minutes.
All right, brother.
Later.
Take care, everyone.
I'll see you in a bit. Yukon they fly. Come on. Are we still live? I guess we are. I guess we are. He left us in here live, didn't he?
I think so.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I just checked. It's live.
I'm just looking because Donna said pea brain, but not like.
I think you're gonna get Casey banned on YouTube or something.
Oh, dude, I'm on so many no-fly lists and domestic terrorism. Come on, I don't even care at this point. Come get me.
Don't tempt them now.
It looks like Hazel's starting a new band called UB Live.
You be live.
That's a pretty good name, Hazel. Nana. You can hear me.
Nya.
Nyanya. The funny thing about Nyanya is Nana thought we were making fun of her and it has nothing to do with her.
Nothing.
And she was like, "Are you guys making fun of me?" And we're like, "No, what?" And we're like, "No, how does that even?" Oh, and we realized. The Lair Zero says Pam's got nuts.
These or those?
These, those, them. I smell the blood of an Englishman. Oh. Uh-oh. Matt.
Let's just take a
Matt,
moment and think about. Just consider that for a moment.
Matt, who's holding over 2,500? No, 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 no.
1,000 what? 1,000 shares? $1,000?
I just want to let you guys know you're still live. Just to let you know.
We know we're live. I know.
Okay. I would.
You're a gentleman and a scholar.
Yeah.
You.
I got your back.
I know, because you drink Bud Light.
Oh, come on.
You're not going to get away from it. If you're going to do it, look at Joe. Look, like
Well, I've only had 2 today. Come on.
2 Bud Light.
I'm. It started pouring, but I'm gonna go to the driving range. It's covered, so I'll catch you guys later.
All right, later, bro.
Later. 2 weeks.
Wash your balls.
Enjoy.
Always.
4.
Yeah. Hey, Matt. Who's over holding D's? So, got some rules in here, Matt. Just we don't always knock you out when you come in like that, but we don't know what you mean. Do you mean, are we holding over $1,000, or are we holding over 1,000 shares? Your answer is critical. Because we got a Nana swimming around. Donna, what? What are you oopsing? Yucca, did you take up the challenge of how long can I keep the top down in my convertible?
He may have had a customer walk in. I think he ducked out.
Maybe. There could be a monkey that needed to be spanked. You never know with Yucca. He's got a zoo going on. Donna. You guys know what a swamp cooler is?
Sure. It's a
This
slang
ought,
for a type of air conditioning.
this ought to cause some problems in the chat.
Yeah, I got one.
I missed it. Is it a setup for one of these, or are you getting ready to launch into a discussion about air conditioning?
No, pirate, you came in and delivered the goods, and you were like, "No, that's an evaporative cooler, young foo. How dare you? You think I don't know?" But you don't have a swamp cooler anywhere other than where it's really, really dry. But they're a pain in the ass. Nana. Hazel, do you live in a swamp or something? Why is it a boat? So my swamp let me just tell you this. My swamp cooler was 28 years old. And I had to replace it. And obviously a foo wasn't going to go up there and do it by himself because you need a crane. You know, you got to get up there and move the new unit in. So now I have this new swamp cooler. I probably sound like a Democrat, don't I? I'm cool in the swamp. We're not going to drain the swamp. I have to drain the swamp every October. Oh, look at DW. He comes in here with the DD. Tendies. Tendies, you're on vacation. Go away. You're supposed to be enjoying surfing and shit. Quit listening. They're funny. I had to do oh. Well, that's too much information, Tendies. Anyway, so I had to do surgery on my swamp cooler this year. And I kind of have a weird swamp cooler because it's kind of an upgraded thing. It's called a master cool. They do it differently than regular swamp coolers. So I had to go in there and there were some problems. I was up on the roof. Can you imagine a dog on the roof? So I'm up there fighting, Teflon taping everything. I'm just trying to make you all laugh about the little things, you know. Tendies. Tendies, have you caught any waves or what?
Hazel typed in boat for swamp cooler. Little did she know that she's not far off of it because the yachts are air conditioned with the same heat exchange method, pulling salt water in through an exchanger. So she was more right than she realized.
You just you might have broken the. I don't know. Should I pour a bunch of salt in my swamp cooler? Letty.
Not unless you want to see it corrode real fast.
Well, nothing corrodes where I live. Endies, go catch a wave, dude. What's wrong with you? Oh, 2 sea turtles and 2 6+ sharks. I'm imagining that you saw 6-foot sharks. Sea turtles and
There's very few things as beautiful as a sea turtle.
Tendies, where are you where you see sea turtles? I forgot. Sorry. I don't pay attention. I'm too broke to pay attention.
A fun little fact, when the turtles' eggs hatch on the beach, if it's near areas where it's highly trafficked by vehicles, they ask them to manipulate traffic flow and in order to reduce the amount of headlights, because I think when the baby turtles hatch, they navigate by the light of the moon to make their way from the sand nest back. And so that's why it's a problem where they have light pollution in areas that have for hundreds, if not thousands of years, been typical nesting areas for the sea turtles. Once new man-made lighting structures come in around those, it becomes a problem when the turtles are hatching. But just thought that somebody might find that interesting.
That's interesting. Did you just validate my entire soliloquy about moon phases and everything? That's nice. Appreciate you. Thanks for that.
I didn't want to cross swords with you on the whole fishing thing. I like you. I don't want to alienate you, so I'm not going to say anything.
You don't like me. We're not friends.
Well, for starters, flinging that little baby, that I don't know if it was bait or whatever it was that you had, but flinging that thing around, that photograph, and telling everybody, look at me. I don't know what to do with this man. He calls himself a fishing aficionado, and then he does this.
Pulls up a skinny little minnow. I know. Oh, Tendies is in Garden City. Oh, Tendies likes it doggy style. Joe, Joe likes it doggy style, don't you, Joe?
Joe is uncharacteristically quiet. We can talk about anything you like. It must be funny. It must be something that we can all relate to.
Oh, you just do frontal.
And if you're really on your game, it needs to be at least borderline offensive.
Oh, Sammy boy, bringing in the knowledge. Out of the blue, Sammy boy brings in the knowledge. BioLife, cichlids are the bane of every animal's existence. If you know what a cichlid is, it really changed the fishing world, because cichlids will take over and they will ruin everything. So when you put bass around trout, and you know what, guys, I'm not going to go into this, but BioLife, cichlids are a higher evolved organism when it comes to fish. I'll just leave it at that.
you guys know who has been banned from Bass Pro Shops for inappropriate activities around that giant aquarium they've got in there? You just know it.
You know what? There was DNA evidence left behind. I'm just telling you. They don't let me in there anymore. I have to go to Target now.
I just rejoined the chat. Fu, we're still talking about the fish?
No, we weren't until just recently. And then I get this crazy thing in the live chat. Joe Pounce says, the Rio Grande never has anything. Oh my goodness, Joe.
You're fishing in the wrong spots, brother.
Joe. Joe, I will if you're fit, well, if you're fit and cute, we'll have to hike down into the Rio Grande Basin up north, and then you'll catch really, really large trout. Like you would not believe the trout that are up there. But the reason that nobody catches them is because it's 1,000 feet down, and you have to hike down into it.
To eat? You can eat this food.
You can eat what?
You can eat anything as long as you're willing to try it.
Oh, Joe says he's cute. All right, I'll have to look at. No, it's a man. It will. I can't do it anymore, Joe. I can't hike down in there. It's like ropes and stuff. Handcuffs. No, I mean you really have to like spelunk down into this thing because it's like a cave. You get down in there, nobody fishes it. Nobody fishes it because it's like the Grand Canyon. You have to go vertical down. You have to go down there with people that you trust. You can't just go down there and fish it. So I actually took like 4 little shrimp, like popcorn shrimp, and I winded my way down through this thing. I mean, it's like vertical cliffs, and I went down in there, and I caught a big fish.
What did I miss?
You missed a lot of, Joe was saying he's hot.
Like hot, like as in like he's in heat.
He's no, like look in the chat. He's like, I work out. I'm cute.
I like to be baited.
It's
okay.
like he likes the smaller popcorn shrimp.
Oh.
He's in the Bears.
Joe, we give you so much shit, but it's just fun. You know that.
We love you, man. He knows that.
In a Bud Light way.
And now we love Danny in a Bud Light way.
Oh, Danny, yeah, not Joe. Joe was not no. No, if you want to go into,
I think Joe likes margaritas.
All right, so there's this area called the Rio Grande Box.
Is that by Area 51?
That's why I started laughing because I was like, should you even say it? So there's a Rio Grande Box. The Rio Grande is really different up in the northern part of the state. But the Rio Grande has a box, Yucca.
A box?
A box.
What's the
like
box
a
for?
KC box. Remember how we always like to penetrate Casey's box.
Whoa.
Penetrate. If you really, you got to be fit to do this because this
to penetrate Casey, got to be fit.
I'm sorry. If you want to really get in Here I go. If you really want to get into the box, you got to be fit and you got to go, and it's like jumping over boulders. It's nothing like people think. And you're carrying a fishing rod and a fly rod at the same time. You can't break any of those.
Not peachy.
Joe. No, it's the Rio Grande box, not the cock box, Joe. Stop it. There are big trout in there. Big, big fucking trout.
I think he likes them big. That's what it is.
Joe, do you like big trout? Or do you like it big? Like big trout?
Without a doubt.
Fly high and enjoy. I've never seen you here. Welcome. Joe, you've never had a big one? Yukon. Big trouser chout and oh,
Who left?
oh, that's the head trout.
Hey, everybody, be real quiet.
No.
Don't move. Don't make any sudden moves. Don't move too fast. Look, don't turn your head. Don't turn your head, but just look out of the corner of your eye. AMC's sneaking up.
Yeah.
Don't. I said don't look. I said don't look. Don't turn your.
I'm not.
I said don't turn your head.
I'm not. I'm building trophies in the back room, man.
Just look out of the corner of your eye. Look real nonchalant. Look out the corner of your eye.
I want to go look. Damn it.
You're not building any Bass Championship trophies, are you?
No, not right now.
You know what? The only thing I have are pictures. I'm not going to tell you stories.
I have though.
You know, after hours, I might tell
Yeah.
you stories about some of the bass that I've bassed.
Does that make you a bastard?
I'm a bass third. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, what is the price, man? I need to go look then. Damn it.
I used to have pictures. I remember when my 2-year-old daughter, she wasn't even 2. She was probably like 1. I was like, "We're going fishing." She was like,
It's
"Yeah."
not that bad. 472.
She caught a 3-pound bass. She was like 18 months old. She had like a fucking Barbie pole.
18 months old? What?
18 months old, yeah. Walking around in a little sundress. Oh, my ex-wife was like freaking out. She had to go to work that day. She was like, "Oh, what are you doing?" "We're going to go fishing." "With my daughter?" Oh, God.
With our daughter.
No, it was never our daughter. It was always her daughter.
No.
I was like, "Yeah, I'm going fishing with your daughter." Here we go. Well, she was so funny. She caught a big old bass. She reeled it in. She was like, "Help me, Daddy." I was like, "No." She was really verbal. I mean, she spoke really early. So she was really verbal. She was like, "Help me, Daddy." And I was like, "No."
She was, help me. Fucking help me.
So at 1.5-year-old, your daughter could walk and fish
And run.
and speak.
I have
Yeah,
man.
and cuss.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
send it, Ben. You know that? I'm gonna send it.
Is that the picture with your daughter, the fish in her hands, and a birth certificate that can like confirm her age at the time?
Right? And the minute she got in AMC,
Exactly.
and
I wonder what age she was buying
Sure.
AMC. What, 3?
Oh, my oldest daughter won't buy AMC. My youngest daughter, yeah, she's.
Why won't she buy AMC?
So-
She's against. What is she buying? Robin Hood?
They're trying to listen. I feel like my daughter's doing it. Anyway, so she caught this big bass. I weighed it because you guys don't think that I'm serious, but I'm serious. I weigh my fish.
You're not serious. That's
I'm
a
not
star in the sky.
That's what I'm trying to say. You guys are like, oh, he's joking around. I don't. I'm telling you stories. I have an emu story. Never mind. Anyway, so we caught
And EMU. Are you coming with new stocks?
Is he saying Emi
Nana,
story
can
or
you
Audi
get
story?
him? Can you get him, Nana?
All right, you know what? I'm gonna time myself out. I'm gonna post the picture because you guys don't believe me. But anyway, she catches this giant fish, and I'm removing the hook out of its mouth because we don't keep bass. I mean, you can, and they're tasty if you want to. But she's like, "What are we gonna do? We're gonna throw it back in." And she's like, "Okay." Little tiny human, dressed in a sundress. Her mom dressed her. She knew what was going on. Had a little hat on. She looks so cute. We're gonna let him go? Yeah. Oh, okay. So she goes and picks up a worm out of the the little worm thing that I bought, and she puts it in its mouth, and then I release the fish. And I was like, well, we're not going to catch as many fish. And she was like, yeah, but we tricked him. So he needs food. She was
wow.
She was little when she said that. She's an exceptional person. Wow. What a fun girl. Love her
Beautiful.
so. She's so much fun. She's still fun to this day. She's sending me texts right now.
Is that the ping ping I was hearing?
Ping?
The
Emu?
pinging. I was ping ping.
I don't know, Yukon, if I can tell the emu story here. The hell, Casey, jump in here, save me.
What is Casey doing?
You're humping this goat. We're just.
I don't know if I should tell the emu story. It's
a rated PG?
It's rated G, actually.
Oh, this would be fine.
Does it culminate with a picture of you and a fish?
Well, or there's a picture. I didn't say. Should I tell the emu story? This is such a weird story.
Tell us.
Say it. Come on, fool.
All right. I'll tell. Casey, do you want to go over numbers first, or what?
Is he even in here? I think he's on break.
No, I want to hear the emu. I want to hear the emu story. God damn it! All right, you guys want to hear the weirdest emu story in the world?
All right. I don't think we have a choice.
All right, let's go. All right, so we went fishing, and we went fishing on a new moon, and my buddy, to the chat, we were talking about new moon and full moon fishing and everything. So now we're fishing on a new moon, so it's completely dark. There's no There's no moonlight or whatever. Let me condense this. So we decide to start telling each other ghost stories, and we're sitting in my car, in my truck. We have the windows rolled down because it's hot, and we start telling ghost stories. And I'm not lying about this. So we're telling ghost stories. We're like, did you see this? Or do you think about this? Or whatever. All of a sudden, one of my fuses went crazy in my car, and all the lights lit up in my car. Everything. The dome light, the gauges, everything. And we both looked at each other like, this is weird. And then, because the windows were down, we heard it. We heard like panting like a dog. And we were like, what? And I looked to my right. He looked to his right. He was sitting in the passenger seat. And here comes an emu. Dun, 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 dun. Runs across the front of the car. It didn't jump up in the car. It just ran across. Then all the lights turned off. And then we just sat there.
What the fuck am I listening to?
That's what Pooh said.
He's telling us a story about the time some dirty Canadian goose ran across in front of him. And then his
I'm telling you, this is the
mind
files.
I just want him to do the sound effects again.
I came back to the part where he
No,
started with the lights in his car all going off or something like that, and I'm sitting here thinking like, I see people writing Joe put ghost signs in here, and I'm sitting here thinking like, some kind of alien stories coming out. Next thing I know, it's an emu, and I'm going like, what the hell's going on here? What is this?
That's the weird thing, because we were telling ghost stories, and then an emu runs by, and we had no idea, because emus are native to New Zealand.
Yeah, what the hell? Did you
So-
time travel?
Casey, you can't see it right now, but I'm doing the little air quotes with emu. Every time he says emu, I do an air quote.
So you have emus in southern. I forgot to tell you
to see you now.
I forgot to tell you the geography. We were in southern New Mexico at a lake called Elephant Butte. And so we were like, what? Well, so we were like tripping about it all this time. Long story short.
Oh, wait a minute. Time out. Before it was 1,000 feet down in the Rio Grande over boulders. Now, how do we go from there to this new land of the mythical emu?
Oh, I get around. What I found out later was they were shipping a bunch of emus long before this happened. They were shipping a bunch of emus down south. The semi turned over and all the emus escaped. So
How did your lights on your
I have
car
a
doing?
question.
How did your lights in your car start doing funky stuff though? What does that have to do with all the lights in your car going off?
thank you for focusing on the real facts. Why did my car blow a fuse when an emu ran by? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to say.
It sounds like a Senate inquiry. This sounds like a Senate inquiry where he's got him down there in front of the dais, and they're like, "Thank you for the great question. Thank you for asking that."
Look, if an emu runs by your car, you're like, "Oh, an emu ran by." But why does all your lights turn on in your car? That's the weird part of the story. Thank you.
You turned them on.
That. Mothman was
Maybe.
there, probably. I'm just
Bird's eye view photography. Bird's eye view photography should be here for this. This is right. This is in his wheelhouse. This is right.
Right up his alley.
We need input from him on this.
He's up your alley, pirate.
I'll have you know he's here.
He's just choosing not to speak.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
apparently
By
untouchable.
all means, he needs to bring his knowledge to the forefront. Because if it's within a rifle shot of a conspiracy theorist, he's got it down. He knows, man. So if we're talking about ghost-like emus that have the ability to manipulate the circuitry in your car, this is surely something that he can speak with authority on.
You ever heard the term, you can't handle the truth? That's why he's not talking.
You said that really well.
Never heard anything like that. Joe Pounce wants proof. Come on, Joe. It wouldn't be an embellished story.
Do you know what the sound of this is right here?
1.5-year-old.
Do you know what the
Either he
sound?
knows we can't handle the truth, or Food Dog's got him by the balls and he can't speak.
I know stories. I know you can embellish stories. I tease you guys because I say, oh, it's totally embellished. I wish it wasn't.
Do you hear that?
Yeah, what is that?
It's my
I hear
eyes.
that ice.
It's my
Ice in a
eyes.
drink.
Yeah, we're gonna
Those
toast.
eyes or are
We're gonna toast.
are
We're gonna
those your-
toast.
Your testicles.
That's my testicles.
You
heard my
walking
testicles.
around?
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Toasticles.
Ice cold balls is my I like to call them.
What?
So
The hell just happened?
yeah, so let's make a toast real quick here. To Knobzilla's birthday today, to Hunter's birthday today,
Dog's gonna make more noise and keep banging on my door.
and also
Knob?
I'd also like to make a toast to future ghost stories with you guys.
Wait.
Wait. Let's start over, Casey. Can you start over?
Yeah.
The image is unreal right now.
Wait, hold on. Who's
Yucca, stop holding.
Thor's hot micing, I think.
Let Casey do the toast. Knob and Hunter.
To Knobzilla and to Hunter and their birthdays. I hope you guys have wonderful birthdays, a wonderful future ahead of you, a wealthy future ahead of you. And to ghost stories with you guys around a campfire sometime, because I can already tell it's going to be a good one when it happens, and I'm looking forward to it. So cheers to ghost stories and birthdays. Cheers.
Amen.
Cheers.
Salud. As they say, solidaridad te recoja y que un burro te coja.
Diamond frijoles.
No, that means may health gather you in, and may a burro fuck you.
A
in the-
donkey.
Yeah, a donkey. Skinwalkers, Papa? What the hell?
All right, let's do numbers real quick. What do you think?
Let her rip, dictatorship.
At least AMC. Ape? I don't know.
Yeah, go for it.
All right, we'll do numbers
go.
and then we'll sign out. We'll talk for the rest of the day. We'll.
Are you gonna open the back of the tram?
Yep.
Oh.
She's open.
Gee.
All right. Starting with off exchange. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so all those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Off exchange for AMC at this time is at 53.25%. The EDGX is 7.64. The combined total on that 60.89%. When I would expect to see 66%, so we're about 5.11% lower than we should be. CHX volume is 8.35. Which is 836,000 shares going through that exchange for the day. That is extremely high volume. And the 30-day average is 3.51. All that extra volume kicking in towards the end of the day as we start rocking it up in price. Off exchange for the day today is at 60.56 for Ape. EDGX is sitting at 4.01. We're at 64.57%. That's about 1.43% less than I would expect by this time of the day. CHX volume is 100 shares, nothing unusual. GME CHX volume is 0.07 with a 30-day average of 0.16. Nothing unusual happening with that one either. Taking a look at Vortex, as of an hour ago on AMC, there was approximately how many was there? There was 1.55 million shares having been borrowed so far for the day. It's now at 1.6 million shares. That might have raised the short share interest of the free float ever so slightly, which is showing up at 21.95%. Cost per min is at 50.13, average at 118.08, and max 305.76. There's For the day today, there's currently 510,000 shares in new loaned shares day over day. Ortex estimated that about 207,000 of that was in new short interest. And then that puts us at about 186.06 million shares on loan for AMC. On Ape, as of an hour ago, there was 223,000 shares having been returned. It's now 219, not much of a change, leaving the estimated short share interest of the free float at 5.12%. Cost per min's at 7.94. Average is 8.26 and max is 8.27. Shares on loan day over day was a net zero change, leaving us at 14.53 million shares on loan on Ape. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of volume on call options this afternoon was at a $5 strike. There was 14.5 thousand contracts earlier. It's 16.4 now. And for puts, highest amount of volume has been at a $6 strike. It was originally 4.5 earlier this morning. Then a bunch of in-the-money puts started being purchased. We had 11.7 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 14.5 thousand contracts. Market suggesting a closing price on AMC and Ape, AMC somewhere between $5 and $6 by the end of the day. Although I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case, but that's what it's looking like. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $6.32. We did get a nice little run once we, got past that first little portion of the beginning half of the day where they pushed price down to as low as $6.11 combined. Getting a little bit of consolidation right now at 632. 632 is the price that I thought that we would close at by the end of the day today. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for. GME's been in the top three all day long today, and at the very end of the day is finally falling into fourth spot here. But they have a beautiful 72.87% buy to 27.13% sell ratio. Ape and AMC have not been on this list, likely due to low volume. Still not on the list. Oh, yeah. Okay, wait. Okay. SSR trips at $4.26. Ape at 1.44. Shares available to borrow is 800. There's just been a constant return of shares this afternoon in increments of like 1 to 200 shares per hour. Fees are at 64.3%. NASDAQ is up 0.98, Dow Jones is up 0.54, and the S&P 500 is up 0.6. We have 3,344 decliners to 2,972 advancers. The market's starting to advance a little bit more than I think it was an hour ago, but not much. But still has more decliners. Banks, big movers. We've got, I think, nobody. Coinbase. Coinbase is up 2.78. That's the only big mover that I see on this list here. Ethereum Classic is up 0.6. The US dollar is down 0.72. Oil is down 1.51, and mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.47 to 0.56, while the SPY is up 0.59. VIX is currently showing down 2.44. VBR is down 0.44. VB is down 0.24. Tesla is up 4.4. Amazon is up 2.15. Cinemark is up 0.57. Doge is up 1.08. Bitcoin is up 0.81. GME is down 17.03. HYMC is down 3.26. NCMI is up 2.18. Hood is up 1.01. Ape is breaking even, and AMC is down 0.42. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, there's approximately $700,000 more inflow than outflow. 10.58 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after 355 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 11.62 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is definitely within the 10 to 30 million that I suggested in the pre-market, but less than what I thought it was going to be over 15K or 15 million. and that ended up being the case. On a 4-hour chart here, we've got more buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI of 54.88, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure and selling pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator within the last 2 hours, and RSI is at 57 or 58.14, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI of 61.69, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 66.57 after having double peaked on overselling signaling on a 5-minute interval. On Ape, we have approximately $1.25 million more inflow than outflow. 7.89 million shares traded so far for the day after 356 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 8.64 million shares traded by the end of the day today. Just a bunch of sideways trading. On a 4-hour chart here, we've got more buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI of 52.28, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.63, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling or equal amounts of selling and buying pressure with an RSI of 50.51, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.29, which is average. It is grossly sick how
disgusting you are,
how
or what?
How a lack of trading for price has been going on Ape. Holy crap! Are you guys looking at the order book? What the hell happened?
Yeah.
What the hell happened?
Crime. That's what it's called, I think.
My gosh! Look at the shares.
Look at it. Look at it.
Somebody dumped something there. I mean, this is insane. I've never seen this before. That's insane. The order book is just massively filled. 31,000. This is what HYMC used to look like a long time ago. That is insane. Holy crap. That's massive quantities of shares right there. Wow. What is up with that? That's a lot of shares. Shit's broken, man.
The stock market, yes, it is.
It is broken.
So can I equate this to what Joe and I have been talking about? Joe, you can't just let it go. You have to keep pumping it before it goes up, okay? So that was just kind of something from the chat. You gotta keep pumping it.
Is this related to your bass fishing stories, or?
Pretty much, yeah. So just keep going in there, and you don't think
Rely on the moon,
anything done. Like when you're going in there, you don't think you're getting anything done. You're like twitching. I'm talking bass fishing.
So basically, your entry point is depending on the moon position, right? That's
No, you
if I remember correctly.
You gotta throw your bait out there. Now you got them. Like looking. You're pumping the rod. You're like getting there. Everything looks flat.
You pump
until
rod?
you hook up. Then you hook up. Then, like the fish that you posted on the video, Casey, that fish didn't fight. It was like, yeah, I got it. It didn't even know it was hooked. I started reeling, back and forth.
You were smooth.
Gotta get it up there. This is what we're doing. We're gonna tear this up. I'm telling you guys. Not financial advice. I'm just saying. We're gonna get there. You
Deb
want to catch a
says
fish?
Deb says she's
You need
strangely
to
getting
have.
aroused. Keep talking,
I'm
Boo.
just
Keep
saying.
talking. You still got it.
You want to catch a fish? You better have the right bait, and you better squirt a little bit of scent on it. I'm just telling you.
I'm sorry.
It's the same thing. What? Yucca? What?
Trophy Plus. This is Trophy Plus.
Hello. This is Trophy Plus. I have a lot of scent on my bait. Can you make a trophy out of that, Yucca?
That sounds really gross. Sounds really.
I think he left his mic on.
There's something really wrong with what you said, though.
Oh well, there's that. No, look. There's a difference. Like if you cast a bait out and you're expecting to catch a fish.
Wait, if you cast your bait or what?
So let's say you
cast your bait. It took me a second. Damn it! Like preacher, I want to be as smooth as you, man. Like being able to tell jokes in another language as smoothly as you do is pretty talented, I have to say.
Who walked right into that one?
I was set up. I'm glad. Preacher set me up every day. Well, what? No. Okay.
Every day, weekend included. Damn. And I thought you and Yaka had something.
We have an open relationship. Casey, we were talking about fishing and a whole business that I tried to start and I got shut down on while you were away. So that's why we're talking about fishing. Check M12.
Yeah, he's asking how long have we been trading on this range in Ape, and I guess my question to you would be is what range specifically are we talking about? If you're talking about 158 to say like 162, I would say that we've been trading that range probably since well, let's just say 155 to 169. We've been trading it that way since 511. Almost a month of sideways trading.
NC Proud Dad, I am. I think you're a failure. Have you not hooked up your compound bow to go bow fishing until now? You failed me. You failed me for the last time. I'm just kidding, obviously. Bow fishing. Casey, have you ever gone bow fishing?
Mm-mm. No, but when I went to camp as a kid, summer camp as a kid, I got my archery. I don't know what to call it, award. I got the archery award.
Oh, you did?
The Archer Mastery Award, yeah. That was one of my favorites. I really enjoyed that one a lot.
I used to do a lot of archery. A lot. Like, I was really invested in it. It's fun, though. It's kind of like Zen. Like, you get out there and you have to really be quiet. It's kind of like shooting, but a little harder.
I think it's really funny that Joe's making fun of me saying this one time in band camp, and then Donna's over here saying, "That's fantastic, Casey. Look at the difference. Look at the difference." Joe's tearing me down. Donna's building me up.
No,
I love
he's not talking.
either that or Donna's over there really just being sarcastic. She's like, "That's awesome." I can't tell. You can't tell the sarcasm or not on the chat. So I'm gonna assume she was being nice.
You can. Joe considers bow fishing like going out to a new gay bar or something.
What?
Deb's tearing me down. She
Joe,
said
what?
mastery of the organ.
Oregon.
I don't know what. They didn't have that one.
Isn't that a state?
Oregon. Tech M12 says, I stuck a dart in my sister's head when we were kids.
Tech M12, you
That is-
sound awesome.
That is dart mastery right there.
Oh. Roseanne brings in the big question. Why did you stick your sister in the head with a dart?
Because she ran in front of the board. And I'm sure he didn't try to.
Who remembers the yard jarts? Back in little plastic hoops, you put at opposite ends of the yard and launch that steel missile from one end of the yard to the other. Can you imagine them making a toy like that today?
They have them still.
They still sell the jarts with the metal tip.
I think so.
Yeah.
Really?
Mhm.
For humanity, after all.
Knobzilla.
For the tips.
Yucca's over there trying to be all sly. It sounds like he's got like somebody in the place and he's all like,
Yeah.
just the tips, guys. And then he like looks at his customers to see if they heard him.
Way to run his business down. Excellent. Yes.
You guys are funny.
Yaka, but wait, since you can actually speak to us, what's the, I don't know, the sickest or the most interesting awards you had to make?
The tip award.
The tip?
No, you did not.
I know I didn't. No, didn't we have a conversation? Oh no, we had the stupidest. The sickest? No, there's really nothing yet.
We had the lamest. Like, what was the lamest award that you've ever had to give or make?
Ooh.
Now you got.
Yeah, that was that one. Now the sickest, I haven't done anything yet that I can say it's sick, like nasty, like. Oh, a guy wanted a make
what?
Turd, like a piece of crap award, and it was supposed to be a plaque, so he wanted it shaped like a turd.
How do you do that?
Do
you drop a deuce and then get a mold?
And you trace it. That's what I
wrap it.
No, you can laser it. You'd have to find the vector image and then you laser it.
Are you saying you would have to laser Casey's butthole?
No. I think you would just do the poop emoji. Could you just do the poop emoji or something like that?
Yeah. You would do the poop emoji. You can either print it, like a big print of it, or you can laser it onto a plaque. Like a big, but he wanted it big. He wanted it like 5x8 with
inches?
big names on it that we're gonna. Yeah, 5x8, like 5 feet by 8 feet.
5 feet by 8 feet. That's really big.
Yeah, it was a plumbing company.
That's a big one.
Yeah, so they're always in there.
That's kind of what she said. That's a big one. She didn't say it to me. I'm just saying.
Tammy said, Casey, that conversation is going to give me nightmares. Yeah, we should probably change the conversation.
We've ruined Tammy's life. Now she's not going to sleep well.
Big turd.
So that's giving people nightmares, not the crime going on AMC and Ape, really?
But the nightmares of what? Of a big piece of turd?
Yes.
Look at the orders, though. The orders are insane. I mean, they're really stacked up huge. If you look at the order on the order book here on AMC, that's in deep. When you look how deep that the orders go, the quantity of shares on both the buy and the sell side are very, very stacked right now. There's over 145,000 shares stacked up to be traded, both on the buy and sell side of AMC. And then if you look at Ape, it's over 257,000 shares. It is stacked. It is really, really super stacked right now and ready to, like, you can tell that there's something going on here. And I don't know what, but I mean, this is exceptionally large. I don't know. It's just exceptionally large numbers.
Oh.
You think what? 2 weeks?
That's what she said. That's exceptionally large.
What are you gonna do if it starts ripping and you're on vacation?
Uh-oh.
It's bound to happen. And if it does, then, you know, you guys are going to be just fine. I mean, you'll just be sitting there enjoying it anyways.
How about you?
You guys can meet up in the back of the big tramp. You guys all can talk, and maybe I'll join you guys back there every once in a while, say hi, and you know, there's no reason why you can't still meet someplace.
Yeah, Fu, you can start your own YouTube channel, and we're gonna stream there.
Yeah.
You know, I probably should, and compete directly with Casey Shaw. Like, hey guys.
Go for it, man. I'll pass the baton.
It's like everything that Casey does, I do it better.
Casey will be like, oh, fuck you. I'm going to live like a foo dog. Let him take over. Let him take the torch. Fuck this shit. I'm out. Yeah, no, Casey, you don't get off that easy. Wait, what? Oh, that was gay. I don't know.
Derek says, Casey, did this happen when, back when we hit 27? I know it's happened a few times in the past, Derek, but I can't remember exactly when it was that it happened. And I feel like most of the times that we've ever seen this happen is when somebody big is dumping shares into the marketplace. And I'm not sure exactly, but I have a feeling that we'll probably tend to see some kind of filings here within the next couple days. I would imagine 2 or 3 days where we see like a big player dumping shares. That would be my guess. But notice it's not only is it on the sell side, it's on the bid side as well. So
Yukon's talking about getting milked by old cows and stuff. I don't understand here. Uh-oh, Bird Eye's here.
Yeah, SoFi trades Atom token stocks. Check out how Atom is dumping. So, yeah, I think we're going to see with some of the actions that are going on right now with the SEC and Binance and Coinbase. I think a lot of the different crypto exchanges are probably seeing that the writing's on the wall, and so they're probably trying to unwind as much as they possibly can, which could be part of the reason why we're seeing a lot of this inventory hitting the market right now. Very, very strong possibility. The unwinding appears to be unraveling.
Tammy said something nonsensical. I don't know how to. This shit needs to run. I'm still fling past at myself. Poor myself. For listening.
Where is myself?
You got to be fling past. Highway, you're not checking in?
Tammy says, Casey, I think someone blew up over the Carvana run.
Oh, fuck Carvana. I was in there. I lost money. Fuck it. Poor little Foo. Can you imagine a little Foo puppy? Did you lose money, Foo? Yes, I lost money on Carvana. Oh. You want a treat? You want a treat? You want a treat, little Foo? Yes, I do. My ears will go up. I'll be like, yes, yes, yes. I want to.
Hey, Casey.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see that report from NASA?
Yes.
On what?
The internet blackout that they're saying could last more than a couple months.
No, I have not.
Damn it.
So I was reading that earlier today, and I kind of got the chills because them handing out those satellite phones to those senators starting to make a lot of sense now.
Well, wouldn't a satellite phone be inoperable if it was a satellite disruption?
If it was a satellite disruption, but if it's just the internet, that
Is
might
that
be.
a question? No,
Who
no.
knows, man? My real question was, if we had an internet blackout, how are you supposed to sell your shares?
Oh,
make a phone call.
Phone calls. Yeah, I was
No,
just
but
gonna.
that
I
would
was just
work.
gonna say phone call.
You're gonna
Landline.
your local broker.
Your local brokerage.
Hey, if I have to go
That would
camp
only
out,
happen after CBDCs are in. Sorry.
if I have to go, wait, say that again.
I was saying that this would only happen after CBDCs are in. So you get all your money in CBDCs, and then it all gets wiped out, so you have nothing.
Fuck.
No, I would camp out. I would camp out at a local satellite facility for Fidelity, and I would just camp on their doorstep. And every day I'd walk
With
in
a
there, and
tent?
I would just sit in their office.
Doing what? Asking for a
Drinking the
job?
free waters.
No, being ready to make a position.
Oh man.
By the way, because there was a mention earlier that Atom's dropping, it's like 0.69 down on the day, so it's definitely not dumping. And most of the crypto that I have an eye on is going up rather than down, so no, crypto's okay.
But no, I did not see that article from NASA at all.
And there's aliens all over the news too.
Oh, the alien thing. Yeah. Did you see the one with the
Planet Yucca? Or
Did you see
what?
the one with the fake satellite? I mean, fake satellite, fake moon.
Did you guys see the one in Vegas where?
Oh yeah.
Like, the cop caught him on his camera, and then those neighbors called the police and said that something crashed behind their backyard, and there was these 8 to 10 foot beings with large mouths out there, and
Big eyes.
yeah.
Yeah, that happened. Like
mean
what?
horses?
A week ago.
And like a couple days ago, we've got the government whistleblowers, and
and that
we've been
too.
aliens, and
Everything's coming out right now.
in this process, and what?
Yeah.
Short and
Telling you,
distort,
KC,
guys.
the
aliens have the emus.
I'm telling you guys, Project Bluebeam, don't believe any of this shit. You
Short
see
and
one in your
distort.
backyard, just start blasting.
Short and distort. It's all.
Yeah,
It's all just
short
to
and
try and
distort.
confuse you.
No, but like the one with the, let's say, I don't know, the one from NASA, right? Where everything goes down. Wouldn't that make you sell everything you have and buy, I don't know, food and resources and stuff? I think like Casey's saying, I think it's short and distort is just trying to create panic and confusion with people and just that's about it.
That is it.
Keep people thinking or guessing and always wondering and not understanding what's actually going on.
Okay, I've designed. All right, you know what? Let me just.
When shit goes down, where are we all meeting up?
I don't. I'm not going to say it.
So if you're saying like are you suggesting like what happens if the like I can't get on YouTube or something? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying like they somehow figure out how to make us think it's the end of time.
Oh, yeah.
And everything goes crazy.
I'm not
I'll see
going
you guys
there.
at the AMC.
Project Yucca.
Everything changes at that point.
That happens, I'll be at the local AMC.
We're gonna go to AMC's and hang
I'll
out.
survive off the popcorn, man.
Oh man. Well, I'm gonna end the poll for the day today here. It looks like will the market make major moves? Well, I mean, because somebody wanted me to talk about it.
I'm just kidding.
So I'm gonna go ahead and end it. It says, will the market make major moves before the end of June or after? We had 234 people vote. Majority said before and moving up. 22% said after and moving down. 19% said before and moving down, and 19% said after and moving up. I will say this. Majority of the time that I've seen you guys vote, more often than not, when it's something that's a controversial issue that nobody really knows the answer to, it's usually the third one down that usually is the right one, the right answer. That's what I've seen historically speaking from a lot of the different votes from the past. So if that ends up being the case, then it would be before and moving down. But we'll see.
How does that tie into your negative tendencies?
My negative tendencies?
Get out of there. Let's go, goofy boy.
I'm literally I'm not even reading what the answers are. I'm just telling you the third one typically ends up being the right one. We used to do, there used to
data. You're coming out with negative results so that you don't want to be targeted as someone that promoted.
No. It's literally based off the fact that every week I used to ask people what they thought the closing price would be by the end of the week, and it was usually like the third place group that got it right.
I'm saying, let's be more positive.
Oh, okay.
Let's move up.
Before and moving up. Woohoo! Is that better?
I guess we'll see.
Joe says, can we have Survival Fridays? How to manage the end of the world.
That's okay.
Prepper Friday.
I can do that, Joe. Joe, just you have to stop coming over to my house every 2 days. I'm just kidding, obviously. Wow. All right, so everything went flat. We're getting close to the end of the day, aren't we?
Yeah, we got a few more minutes. We got about 4 more.
All right, so everything went flat. We're getting close to the end of the day.
Yeah, because
we're getting close to the end of the day. Yeah.
It looks like we're going to close out the price around $4 and maybe 69 cents here on AMC or thereabouts. Who is that? Who's got the hot mic?
Yeah, because hot mic.
Yeah,
who's hot micing, man?
Yeah,
God damn it! What the hell, man?
It looks like we may close around $6.28 combined, $6.28 combined, and that would put what did I say? $6.28.
I thought we were gonna end up at $5-6.
$4.78.
I thought we were gonna end up at $6,000.
That would put Eric as the winner again for the day, because Einstein said 481 to 781. So Eric had 469. Einstein would just be a little bit too low. Oh, look at it. It's going up at the very end here. Woohoo! I have a chance again. 472 is what I said for AMC, and I said Ape at 160. I'm so close. I'm so close.
Yay, 460. What?
Tammy says she's prepped up for rice on Doomsday. I went out and I bought jasmine rice this weekend because I was making carnitas, and I had a whole other bag already sitting in the pantry. So now I'm stocked up on
Yeah.
rice too.
Another bag?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Nice.
I buy bags of rice. Is
Bag.
that a bad thing? Should I not be buying bags of rice?
If you only knew how many bags of rice I have.
I only have 2. Now. Normally
What are
I'm
you guys
always
doing?
Normally I'm always running on the edge of running out. Always.
You like to edge?
Yeah,
Well,
you edging?
it's yes. I mean, essentially, it's food supplies. I'm always edging. Yeah, absolutely. I always wait till I've got like that last little quarter of a gallon left, and then I go out and buy another, 3 more gallons. I wait till the very last minute.
Sometimes I feel sorry for you, man, because we just take everything you say out of context.
Mm-hmm. That's okay. I know.
And we run with it and make fun of you, and you're like, it's not even that. And we just...
It makes for good commentary, Everybody likes it.
Fun.
It's funny. It's a good time.
And you got
You mean the 5 people watching us?
the 5 people. Hazel says she buys bag.
Rice.
A bag of what?
Rice.
A bag of what?
I mean, she's in the comments saying she buys bags. Hazel,
Bags
that's...
I buy bag rice. Come on, fool. You can read better than that.
Oh, I didn't. Sorry.
All right. Real quick, I got to announce this real fast before I get out of here, guys. I'm going to back out of the big tramp, and I'll come back here in just a minute after I close everything out. Thanks, guys, for joining with me today. Yep. I'll be back.
For a week.
All right, I got to announce this real quick here, guys. I just wanted, because Roseanne's asking, but I will be coming on tomorrow morning till around 10 or 11 a.m. in the morning, and then I will be off until the 20th of this month. So I will see you guys tomorrow morning. You can't get rid of me just yet, but as usual, all good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is another trading day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, spend time with your pets by taking them outside and getting them outdoors, because I like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie, because after all, that is what we're here to do, is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep beep.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Got it. Go. Fido. Go. Bravo. Go. GC. Go. Max. Go. Eagle. Go. Econ. Go. DeFeo. Go. Payloads. Go. Scan for the customer. Go. DPS. We're go. Eco. Go. Booster. Go. Surgeon. Go. PRS. Go. Okay. And let's see. We'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
MCO, I hear you loud and clear. 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now on S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
a shoulder, puff out your chest, and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other.